Is anybody here a loud burper? That's the other thing that there's a record for. Anybody do loud burping?
No, I'd need some fizzy pop.
Oh, Sally.
That's it. That sounds like
Good
a frog
God.
with asthma.
That is something I never thought I would see. If you start lighting your farts... It's unbelievable.
I see you missed one of the shows.
Can you imagine if this was just Ross Noble's dream? Slipknot are on QI, Sandy gets out, she's hosting now, she burps, then she lights a spotlight.
Is this actually happening?
Well, the world's two loudest burpers, and I like that it's come down to two, are currently locked in a duel. The record was set by a man from Essex, surprisingly. He's there on the right. That's Paul Hunn. 109.9 decibels.
No way.
Yeah, that was in February, and immediately it was broken by Neville Sharp, who comes from a town I want to go to in Australia called Humpty Doo.
Humpty Doo? Yeah.
Have you been to Humpty Doo?
I've been to Humpty Doo, yeah.
Have you?
Yeah, and they had that guy on the telly.
Right.
And they were going, we've got the loudest burper, and, you know, he's like... And he was... Yeah, because, you know, slow news day. And they went, do one for us now. But, like me, he needs to build up to it, and he couldn't perform that time in the morning.
Oh, no.
And everyone was going, oh, not sure if you really are any good at it.
Humpty Doo, though, it's the most Australian town I have ever heard of in my life. Their biggest tourist attraction is a statue of a boxing crocodile. And they're famous for the Humpty Doo virus. It's a virus for kangaroos, and it's named after Humpty Doo. So anyway, Neville Sharp beat Paul... This is the exciting battle between the two burpers. Neville Sharp beat Paul Hunn, and the day after, Paul, from Essex, broke back. He broke back with 117.9...
Well, he's got that wrong. That's the other end.
He made 117.9 decibel belch, which is apparently louder than a Deep Purple concert in 1972, which broke the record for the world's loudest band and left 3 audience members unconscious.
They held the Guinness World Record. It was in the books, yeah. So that became the goal for everybody, and then Motorhead broke that, and now apparently a man's throat has done the same.
It's louder.
What the hell am I doing?
But with it...
First up, a question on nautical names. Now, you each have got a hat. Put them on. There we go.
Sure. I mean, a lot of people would look stupid in this, but me.
So what I want to know is, as you look around the room, how many of you are genuine ship names? Banterer, we've got Ronnie's Spanker. And Flirt, we've got Johnny, and Titan Uranus.
HMS Flirt.
I like saying that. When you said it out loud, then it all made sense.
Yes, sorry. Try to be polite. Titan Uranus. What do you reckon?
Spanker's got to be a ship out of a Carry On film, hasn't it?
Yes.
Reporting for duty, everyone. Welcome aboard the Spanker.
Oh.
Now, hands at the ready. Ooh, naughty.
But I happen to know, because of a naval connection.
Oh, what is
but
your
I
naval-
happen
what
to
is your
know
naval
that
connection?
there was...
I think I might have seen it online.
My brother is an admiral in the Navy.
Oh!
Yes.
Admiral.
So
And-
do you,
and
like,
my
know
father was a
all the-
commander.
Your father was a commander in the Navy?
Yeah.
So your brother's done rather better.
Yes, because he's got that insurance business on the side, doesn't
No,
he?
my dad backdoored in through the sort of merchant
Did he?
Navy.
A lot of them do, I've heard. Well tight, Uranus. If anything, the reverse, I find.
You look so innocent, and then it says Titan Uranus. It's so fantastic.
Look at that, that's a fun if I went out on this tonight.
What do you reckon, Johnny? You reckon it's yours, HMS Flirt? Do you reckon it's a real thing?
Yeah, I reckon HMS Flirt could be the one.
Yeah, it could be.
yeah.
The others might have been nicknames.
A bit of fun amongst the
Nicknames
sailors.
for ships.
In fact, Spanker, Banterer and Flirt were all, or have been, all ships in the Royal Navy. Titan Uranus was there've been 2 merchant ships, actually. There was an oil tanker and an ore carrier. Lots named after animals. There's been kangaroo, gnat, weasel, zebra.
Is the downside to this not the... I mean, obviously, the Royal Navy, very proud history.
Yes, fantastic.
But occasionally ships get sunk and people die, and then you've got to report back, I'm afraid things did not go well, 60 souls lost on Titan Uranus.
Yeah, well, there are worse ones. Cockchafer.
that is how a lot of the sailors died.
And HMS Pansy. And...
That's fantastic.
Happy Entrance. So, just to say. So have a quick look. Imagine you are at sea, and we've got, I don't know, say, HMS Cockchafer, coming at you in the dark, or possibly going away from you in the dark, OK? Can you tell which one it is? Coming towards you or going away?
Well, green towards you, red away?
Not quite. Anybody? Your brother's an admiral, for goodness sake.
Is one port and the other starboard?
One is port and one is starboard, yes. Do you know which is which?
No.
No, it's quite good to know.
Does anyone know? Red is port. Red is port.
Yes, yeah, I could have told you that. OK. That's how you remember, like, port is red.
And green is sherry.
Green is starboard, and what you say is green to green, red to red, perfect safety, go ahead. So what you would know from this is that the boat is coming towards you, and that would be important information to have when you're at sea.
I definitely would have crashed into that.
Yeah. There is one of my favourite books of all time that you could read to avoid this happening. It was published in 1992, and it is called How to Avoid Huge Ships.
Who is this sold to? Small islands?
It went through several editions. What worries me is that they may have left stuff out in the first edition, and then they thought, oh, that was the other thing I meant to put in. It's ranked as the third oddest book title of all time.
Oh, go on, what are the other two? Come on.
The second, number 2, Greek Rural Postmen and Their Cancellation Numbers.
Yeah, the one about the urban postman I found a bit...
Who's that bothered? This is my favourite, number 1, oddest book title of all time. People Who Don't Know They're Dead, How They Attach Themselves to Unsuspecting Bystanders and What to Do About It. Can you tell a knob from a yob? So we were talking about potpourri and potpourri. How would you know your upper class from your not-so-upper class?
Would they say, he's a yob? There's a noob and a yob.
It is absolutely to do with what you say. So in 1954, there was a linguistics professor at Aston University in Birmingham called Alan Ross, and he devised the terms you and non-you to distinguish speech patterns of the English upper classes and what we unfortunately call the lower social strata. For the following year, Nancy Mitford, the extraordinary one of the Mitford sisters, there she is on the right there with her sisters Unity and Diana. She picked this up in an essay, and she said that nowadays you couldn't tell the upper classes because they were no longer cleaner, richer or better educated than anybody else. It was principally by language, and this caused tremendous anxiety in the middle classes. So the question is, would you use loo paper or toilet paper?
Bog roll. Well, do you know, it really is an interesting question. I was away last week, and it was in Namibia, and I went up to the man, because we were camping, and I said, have you got any bog roll? And he went, what? Like, it obviously doesn't work in Namibia. And I was actually flummoxed, thinking, now, what do I say?
What, did you do mime?
Yes, I did.
Did you?
Rather than say loo roll, which is just, I know.
Here's an interesting fact about wiping your bum.
Yes.
No, I've worked this out on the last tour of mine, right? But half the population, right, when they're wiping the bottom, right, they stand up and hand goes back and they wipe, right? And the other half, they stay sat down and reach in and have a wipe. And the weirdest thing is, one half, until I just said it now, didn't even know the other half existed.
How did you get inspired to start this survey?
Yeah.
How did you know about the other people?
I think I just walked in on someone.
Oh.
And I was like, what are you doing? Like, this is how you wipe your bum. I went, it isn't. Watch this.
So this is a survey based on 2 people?
Then I started mentioning it on
started
tour.
mentioning it.
And I noticed that. Look, we'll do it now.
OK.
Right.
Come on, then.
If you stand up after you've finished and wipe your bottom, give me a cheer. If you stay sat down and reach in and wipe your bottom, give us a cheer. 50, 50. It's weird. It's weird.
I didn't think it was 50-50. I thought the ones who sit down were slightly camper noise.
When you go to a festival or any outdoor event, what is it that causes somebody to sit down on the lavatory and then completely mess up all the rest of it? You go, what shall I do with that? I'll throw that on the floor, then I'll completely unravel all the rest of the blog, and then somehow I'll get all that blue stuff all over the seat. Do you think, do you do that at home? I mean, how do
LSD, they're on LSD.
I'm more suspicious. I think they might have known that you were behind them in the queue.
Every single one you ever go, they can't all imagine I'm in there. Although somebody did once push one of those things over when I was in it. Yes, and they did know it was me.
Did they?
But at least you can stand up. So for women, it's really difficult because you sort of have to hover, don't you? And I remember one time I went to the ladies and the lock didn't quite work. This is a very tricky moment for a woman because you have to sort of hover. And I, so obsessed with not making a mess on the seat, I thought, oh, sod it, I'll just sit down. And as I sat down, the door burst open and a woman came straight in and she went, oh, I'm so sorry. And then she shut the door again and then she burst it open again and she went, you're Sally Toxby, can I... Give us a minute. And here's another coronation that was not without its controversies. Have a careful look at this and tell me what's not right. First of all, do we know which coronation it is?
Yeah, well, it's Queen Victoria.
So did anybody know what went wrong?
They crowned the wrong woman. A lady called Karen was crowned. She ruled for 80 years.
In a way, it's almost what happened. It's 5 hours it was. So first of all, the Archbishop of Canterbury forced the coronation ring onto the wrong finger. Caused her severe pain and they couldn't get it off afterwards. And 3 years later, he did exactly the same thing at her wedding. He was just not ring-savvy, the Archbishop of Canterbury. Then the Bishop of Bath and Wells accidentally turned over 2 pages in the service book and he cut out the whole section where they made her queen.
The whole section, that's surely the whole coronation, isn't it?
So
the bit where they make her queen.
The coronation was invalid, and in fact she had left the Abbey before they realised, and she had to come back and do it again. I love that. They had to do a retake. And then, as the lords were being presented to her, the elderly, rather aptly named Lord Roll, became globally famous for tripping over on the steps leading to the throne and rolling all the way down. Oh. But apparently she didn't endear herself to the public until that moment, and when Lord Roll fell down the stairs, she got up and tried to help him, and then after that they thought, oh, she's...
Because she was very young, wasn't she?
She was a teenager. I mean, it must have been an unbelievable thing. As this is non sequiturs, this doesn't lead me to wonder, why was Squirrel Nutkin such a lying bastard?
I should know this because I've been to the Beatrix Potter Museum.
Have you? So where's it, the Lake District somewhere?
Yes. It's quite good. If you like Beatrix Potter, it's amazing.
Yeah. So we've been talking about lying, we've been talking about faking orgasms.
Is it to do with colour? Is it
because he was ginger?
Well, Squirrel Nutkin, as you rightly point out, was a red squirrel, but most other squirrels tend to pretend that they buried their food to trick potential thieves. They dig a hole, they pretend to put a nut inside and cover it up very quickly. All the time, the nut is actually still in their mouth. And then they also recache, so they bury nuts and then they return to them soon afterwards, dig them up and bury them somewhere else. They sometimes do this 5 times with the same stash. But they did a study in 2008, almost a quarter of all squirrel burials of food at some sites, not of each other, were faked.
It's too late. You said squirrel burials, so now
they're gorgeous, but they're like...
They're mainly unmarked, but you do see little headstones occasionally.
But here's the thing. There has been a debate since at least 1884, and it rages on, whether squirrels remember where they hide their nuts or whether they just hide as many as they can and then return to a likely place.
Define rages.
Well, there have been studies. Since 1881, there was one in 1991, a study done at Princeton.
Two.
So they don't have a conclusion?
No. The thing is, it rages on. It rages on. There was a fantastic story about a squirrel in 2015. A squirrel got locked into the bar of Honeybourne Railway Club in Worcestershire for the day, OK? It got drunk and caused £300 worth of damage. So the club secretary guy called Sam Boulter, he said that all he could find was broken glass and bottles knocked off shelves. There was beer all over the floor, there was money and straws scattered everywhere, and he found the culprit hiding behind a box of crisps, looking, he said, unsteady and worse for wear. How did the Danish government convince its citizens to multiply? This is one of my randy scandies.
You mean actually?
I do mean that.
Was there financial incentives?
There were incentives.
We all need incentives anyway, don't we?
What, to procreate?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or just, you know, the bit before that as well.
Right. I'm fine, but OK.
Incentivise me!
So I can narrow it down. It's actually a place called Thisted, which is in Jutland, so the mainland, the bit that sticks up from Germany. So what happened in 2015, the local authorities were going to close down the local school, and everybody was very upset in the local area. So they struck a deal that the people would procreate as much as possible if they kept the school and the leisure facilities open. Nothing says I'm bringing sexy back like a council memo.
Did they all do it? Did they all have to have kids?
Well, as many as possible, so they were encouraged to have kids. I have to say, it's a lovely place, Thisted. Not a lot to do. Number 3 on their own website of things to do in the area is visit the candle shop.
Sexy candles for around the bath.
There's been lots of times before. Britain has had its own panics about falling populations because of the war and contraception and so on. So in 1921, the Daily Express ran a competition to find Britain's largest family. And the News of the World offered a free tea tray to any mother. Any mother who gave birth to her 10th child. Don't want your bloody tea tray, I'll take your head off with it. And the French still give medals for having large families. That's still a thing, the Médaille de la Famille Française. How many kids for bronze, what do you reckon?
6.
4 to 5, silver you get, 6 to 7, gold, 8+.
I thought you said 45 for a second.
There's so much wrong with that picture. I can't begin.
Go on.
Why are they creating a human bench for their 2 children?
That is worrying.
Have they glued their heads together? Maybe they're ventriloquists and that's how they hold their children. Just used to holding people like that.
When is Sun Day and how long does it last?
Oh, I'm not getting into that one. Someone else can do that.
Anybody to buzz? Yes, David.
It's between Saturday and Monday, 24 hours.
Oh, dear. No, is the answer. So it's not Sunday, it is Sunday.
Is it the summer solstice?
It is one day in the year. Where might they be so thrilled to see the sun?
Oh, is it summer in Scotland?
Slightly further north.
Oh, is it when the sun appears in the end of the Arctic winter or something
Yeah,
like that?
it is. It's in a place called Umanak in northwestern Greenland. It takes place on February the 4th, and it's when the sun first appears after the winter, and it lasts for 6 minutes, but it is so exciting.
Farming's going well there, isn't it? Look at their garden. Come on, Titchmarsh, show us your stuff.
Looks like where the Thunderbirds live.
Why do we live here? I don't know.
And they celebrate that day. The school children take the day off and they have hot chocolate and donuts and so on, and they organise sites so that everybody can see the sun.
I bet you they still get their tops off when it comes out, like here.
Do you think?
I think just loads of middle-aged men go out just in their boxer shorts, just to get a bit of a tan.
Where does that happen?
Every park in the UK.
Speaking on behalf of middle-aged men, there's no way we would strip down to our boxers in any park.
You two are really making a lot of statements on behalf of all men this evening.
Coming from someone who sleeps in the boot of her own car.
Did anybody ever go to that fantastic exhibition at the Turbine Hall in the Tate called The Weather Project, where they just had a large sun? Did you see it?
Yeah. Oh, it was amazing.
I went to an exhibition at the Tate and it was on pop art, and there was a room that was set aside from everyone else because it was very explicit by this artist called Jeff Koons, who does basically high art but pornography. And this middle-class woman and her 2 kids came up, and the the guy on the door stopped them, so this is for over 18s only, you can't come in. And the woman said, I'll go in and have a look and I'll come back out and I'll tell you what I saw. So she went into the room and she came back out a split second later, completely ashen-faced. And I heard her lean down to these two kids and she said, what happens between a man and a woman is a beautiful thing. What I saw in that room is of no help to anyone.
What's the best cure for nostalgia?
Is it actually living in the actual past and staying there? And then you don't need nostalgia because you're still living in it.
But wouldn't you be nostalgic for the 100 years before?
Yeah, would there not be a period? There's always going to be a period behind.
Oh, yeah.
Like even the Dark Ages.
Do you get nostalgic, Jerry?
Yeah. Smell.
Yeah.
If you smell something, it brings back a memory.
Straight away, isn't it?
Cigarettes in pubs.
Do you miss them?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Smell affects your memory part more than sight or touch or anything. It instantly affects your memory.
My wife, when she smells beer on me, she knows where I've been.
Other things you were nostalgic for, Alan?
I'm not a nostalgic person, no.
But that's probably good.
I think the future is going to be great. The past, whatever.
I'm nostalgic for when Alan used to be nostalgic. It was a lovely time.
Those were the days. Well, in the 18th and 19th century, it was seen as a deadly disease to be nostalgic. It was known as Schweizkrankheit, or Swiss illness, because Swiss soldiers were apparently particularly prone to it. And in the American Civil War, more than 5,000 men were diagnosed with nostalgia, and 74 allegedly died from it. In fact, the Unionist army was forbidden from playing Home Sweet Home in case it brought on an attack.
The past makes you upset, I found, and when I wrote my book, this is not a plug, it's out of print, no one bought it. But it was part memoir. That meant a lot of going back through childhood memories, and it's not pleasant, it's not nice. It's much better to look forward. It hasn't happened yet. You can invent it. There's the only one thing I would like to have is my grandmother's trifle.
Oh, was it particularly good?
Oh, it was so good. She died in 1974. And it went with her. No
you
one knew
tried
how to
to
make
recreate
it. I
it?
don't even know how she did it. No one knows. Grannies everywhere, write down all your recipes so that we can continue to have them.
Funny enough, I just bought a book for my kids for all the things that I've learnt from previous generations, and I'm starting to write the recipes down. I do think it's
I
important.
think that's a good idea.
Yeah. Sorry, if you've just tuned in, this evening's episode was a tribute to Carrie, Jerry, Sandy and Alan, who all very sadly died of nostalgia.
Out what the best cure is. A Russian general came up with it in 1733.
Vodka? Did it involve vodka?
It didn't involve vodka. What he did was he warned the troops that the very first man to come down with a case of nostalgia would be buried alive. And cases plummeted. Yeah. The suspected causes of nostalgia were unfulfilled ambition, poor hygiene, coming from farming stock, and masturbation. Those were the...
I've got 2 of those.
Me too, and I've never been on a farm.
It was declassified as a disease as late as 1899.
What was?
Nostalgia,
no.
No. Say that's still troublesome, yeah.
I miss it.
Actually, it can be useful. It is thought to protect slightly against cold, so people can stand the pain of icy water for longer if they focus on nostalgic
writes this
memories.
stuff down? So you mean if you're trapped in a freezer by a gangland criminal, you just say to someone, do you remember when we weren't trapped in this freezer? You can make it.
No, I think you have to think about Grandma Davis's trifle, I think you have to.
I see what you mean, yeah.
What's the best thing about clickbait?
There's nothing good about it at all. It's horrifying.
Why do you think it's horrifying?
Because there's nothing about me taking a quiz saying which Game of Thrones character I am that suggests that I'm in the market for a brand new Lexus.
But why do you do it? That's the question. Why do you do it?
Boredom. I think it's also the internet tries to sell itself as, oh, it's connective, you're connecting with people, and you're not. The other day I saw a thing about the FA Cup final on the BBC website, and at the bottom it said, get involved. I'm like, what, in the FA Cup final?
So can somebody describe clickbait for anybody who doesn't know what it is?
The worst ones are the 23 things you never knew about ducks. Number 12 will astonish you. They call them listicles, which is a portmanteau of list and testicles, because all complete bollocks.
So here's the weird thing. The research suggests that the pleasure we get from cute and funny or shocking videos, the ones that do the rounds on the internet, we get the pleasure from anticipating them and not from actually seeing them. So it releases dopamine when we think we're going to see something. So dopamine, as a neuroscientist put it this way, dopamine is not about pleasure, it's about the anticipation of pleasure. It's about the pursuit of happiness rather than
That's
happiness
quite interesting,
itself.
because if you click on one of those things, like sometimes it will say 40 actresses, you won't believe what they look like now.
Yes, yeah.
Number 37 is amazing.
But you have to go through all of
By the
them,
time
don't-
you get to about 19,
Yeah.
the dopamine's worn off. You never get to 37.
And people seldom get what's promised, but we carry on, and it's called intermittent reinforcement, and we keep getting more dopamine. It's more addictive as you keep going through. We're slaves to curiosity.
I
So we
find this
will-
profoundly depressing.
I think so too.
All we're ever doing is anticipating stuff, and the only thing that's really going to deliver is Tinder, and the actual relationship is going to be terrible. And we sort of know that's true, don't we?
But I don't think it's a new thing. I mean, to travel, hopefully, is better than to arrive. It's an old idea. There's also a thing called the spoiler paradox, which has a similar effect. People enjoy a story more when they know how it's going to turn out. And we think maybe the story is easier for the brain to process without the distraction of wondering how it's going to end. So, spoiler alert, Alan's going to come last today. Already, the audience having a much better time. Last thing about Christmas lights.
Oh, they get terribly tangled up,
do.
don't they?
The worst thing that I've encountered about Christmas lights is they get in the way of the remote control.
They do interfere with your Wi-Fi.
Yes.
Do they?
Yeah, the microwaves which come from your Wi-Fi router are quite weak and they can get blocked by stronger signals, and indeed the Christmas lights would be a stronger signal.
The man across the road from me changes my channel on my television.
You must ask him not to sit next to you.
No. He sits across the road and he changes my channel.
Oh, watching that shake.
And he goes,
Highland Games for you.
how small is this road that you can see each other so easily?
You live in a little model village.
I know. Susan Calman from Toy Town.
Stop turning me telly over, you bastard!
No, you forgot to open the little curtains.
So, it is the Wi-Fi, but it's not the first thing on the list. It's environmental cost is the real thing. It's incredible. So the US Energy Department, they did a study in 2008, and over the whole of the United States, a staggering 6.63 billion kilowatt hours of electricity use. So that is twice as much electricity as Cambodia uses in a year. Just for the Christmas lights.
Very dark there, though, isn't it?
Oh, Cambodia. Well, it's also more than the annual use in lots of countries. Ethiopia, El Salvador, Tanzania...
I don't
Nepal.
like it, really.
Don't like
People
what?
go a bit overboard, don't
Oh,
they?
when they do the
I
whole
hate
house,
that.
it makes
The
me
whole
crazy.
house. What I don't mind is a moving reindeer.
Yeah.
Never mind that.
So you work on that impression all year,
Yeah.
and then you can bring it out at Christmas.
What's it? Moving reindeer! Reindeer, every year.
Christmas lights also responsible for a great many injuries. So people...
Tripping up,
Oh, my
burning.
goodness, yeah.
I mean, he's gone the wrong side up a ladder.
Only got himself to blame. This has nothing to do with the light. He's looked at the manual and just got it the wrong way around.
This ladder's shit! I like that ladder impersonation. That could double as a reindeer doing backstroke. That's very good.
I can't wait till next year on BBC Two, Alan Davis's Christmas impersonation show.
So lots of people injured putting up Christmas lights. The average victim is a 55-year-old man.
Well...
Is he the one that lives across from Susan?
That's high, an inch and a half taller than. I'm 5 foot tall.
The cast of Time Bandits.
You are?
Kylie Minogue. She's 4'11", isn't she?
She
You
is
were
tiny.
an inch and a half, God rest his soul, smaller than Ronnie Corbett.
Yes.
He was 5'1.5".
Ronnie Corbett and I worked together often. I remember playing golf with Ronnie, and he said, "Dear God, darling, from a distance we must look like a condiment set." to him, one of the funniest men I ever worked with. Just a delight.
Is it a naval thing? Is it anything to do with naval?
It is about exploration, it's about travel, but it's about travel in a different direction.
Oh,
so away
is it roller coasters?
Space, yes, it's space. Yes, it's the minimum height for NASA. You need to be 4 foot 10.5, and the maximum is 6'4". Basically, you need to be tall enough to reach the controls and not too tall to fit in the seat. The weird thing is that in space, I'd quite like to go, because you grow 2 inches because of the lack of gravity. So you could go into space and exceed the height limit. If you started out at 6'4",
Surely it all comes crashing down once you land.
Yeah, I mean...
Get nearer and nearer the Earth.
But what if
so
you're
nearly
up
home,
in
love.
space, you're up in space,
Yeah.
and then they suddenly tell you you're too tall?
Well, when astronaut Scott Kelly came back from the International Space Station, he had a twin brother. They had been the same height when he had left, and he was 2 inches taller than his brother when he got back. Once you get back to Earth, you shrink back pretty quickly. And the other thing, this would be very good. You'd like this, darling. It's very good for your figure, OK? So
Why would that be good for me, Sunday? I'm dying to know.
Because your chest and navel might get a loan. What happens is in space, the internal organs move up inside the torso, so your waist shrinks by several inches. So on Earth, for example, the human leg muscles, they pump blood into the upper body against gravity, but in space, no gravity, so the blood and fluids get pumped upwards, and you get these buffed-up torsos.
Can you get breasts that sit above your clavicles, then? That'd be great.
You sound like that's something that people want. They go, oh!
You can eat a pizza and keep it there for 2 weeks.
If you just got bad acid indigestion, you could do that.
No, I'm used to reflux.
I'd quite like to see you in space. I think it'd be great.
Would you like to go?
I would love to go, and I wish they would send some poets and some artists up there so that we can get a bit more of an idea of what it actually... Because whenever you see one interviewed, they go, yeah, it's very nice.
Said Will Self, do a video diary. The majestic splendour of Earth is a little disappointing. 14 days without a cigarette now.
Yes.
Which good cause benefited from Britain's first lottery?
Dale Winton. Dale Winton's tanning salon.
I'm sure it did very well.
Yeah, there you go.
But it wasn't Britain's first lottery.
Is it the Bank of England?
No, that's a very good point. That was almost like a lottery. The
Yeah.
shares were issued to raise money. And
For the army,
virtually, yes, it was virtually like a lottery. But this one was similarly to raise money for a military venture, or at least for a military, perhaps for defence, originally.
With Drake?
Yes, it was indeed in 1567.
It was Drake.
So, well, it was, yeah.
It was doing in my head.
It was, yeah.
in my head.
I'm very impressed. It was Queen Elizabeth and her navy, and indeed Drake was one of her leading figures. There she is. It was. She realised that should King Philip of Spain send the fleet, which in Spanish is
Armada.
Armada, yes.
I'm genuinely still reeling from the fact that's in my head.
It's really great when that happens, isn't it?
No, it's odd. It's real weird.
And so she thought to raise money, she'd try and get those who could afford it to buy lottery tickets, and the prize would be enormous. And the money raised would be enormous. Now, what do you think the average wage was per year?
It can't have been much.
No, it wasn't much. The average annual income in 1600 was about £9.
Oh.
So tickets were 50 pence, we've called it now, 10 shillings each, which is about 3 weeks' wages.
Yeah.
So only the rich would be able to.
Only the rich would be able to. The prize on there was £5,000, 5,000 then pounds, which is millions today.
By America.
You buy a huge estate. Plus, it was paid partly in cash, but also in gold and silver and fine tapestry and fabrics, and something really extraordinary to encourage sales. And this later cropped up in one of the most popular games in our culture as something that you could tuck away under the board of the game for future
Monopoly, a
use.
get-out-of-jail-free card.
You've got a get-out-of-jail-free card for anything except murder, serious felonies, treason, and
parking.
Parking your horse, obviously, that was not allowed. Or piracy, that was one. But everything else was, very good,
That
wasn't
would
it?
sell tickets now.
Yeah, brilliant idea.
Name a nonsense museum.
The Leicester Gas Museum.
Is there a gas museum?
Yes.
I want to go.
I went there, it was amazing. And the guy who runs it is a James Bond lookalike. But he asked us to guess who he was a lookalike of, and we didn't get it, so I'm not sure how successful he is.
Does he look like of a specific James Bond?
He looks like the Scottish guy.
Oh, is it unlucky to mention it?
I think, you know, you're not allowed to say
The Scottish Bond.
Scottish James Bond.
And because we were so enthusiastic, he gave us some British gas tracksuits from 1988.
Is he supposed to give away the exhibits? That doesn't seem...
My favourite, there's a pencil museum in Cumbria. Which
Yes.
is brilliant.
In
Keswick. It's Keswick. It's got the world's biggest pencil.
Yeah.
Which is massive.
Yeah.
You go and they show you how they make pencils. They show you how pencils are invented. You can have a pencil with your name on it. Like the best museum in the world. Until I went to McLean in Texas, where they have the barbed wire museum.
How do you get in?
Barbed wire is the thing that changed the entire face of America, because that thing that we think about, the Wild West, was only about a 20-year period of history, because barbed wire came in and it was impossible to drive cattle across the country, so it's hugely important.
Yeah.
But it is an extraordinary
Oh, yeah,
museum.
yeah, it's great. That piece of barbed wire there, that's over 200-year-old.
Anyway, there is actually a nonsense museum. The Nonceum in Herrenbaumgarten in Austria. It was founded in 1994 and it houses a collection of absurdist items. So it has things like the selfie rifle.
One previous zone.
Yeah. This crockery set, I think, is a very useful thing. This is divorce crockery. And then these are keyhole-shaped spectacles for voyeurs. And the next one is something I absolutely would like to have. This is a biological lawnmower.
That's not a real shape.
But there's also some very good stuff. The US Patent Office is a tremendous place to look for nonsensical items. For example, the Behringer vacuum cleaner. This is a depressing thing. It's from before the time of the electric vacuum cleaner. Basically, the man's had a busy day, and he comes home, and he sits in his rocking chair, reads the paper, smokes a pipe, and he rocks, and the action of him rocking enables the woman, quite rightly, to do the hoovering. The worst example of these is the centrifugal birthing machine, OK? So this was invented in the 1960s by George and Charlotte Blonsky, who I can only imagine did not actually have children. So women were strapped to it and rotated at a speed dictated by the doctor. And when it was delivered, the baby landed in a net.
That would be awesome. What a way to come out.
Something that would be like that would be a birthing trebuchet.
Yeah.
So you're labouring away, and then they strap you to a catapult, but then bang!
Wait, it's
area.
like it's like getting ketchup out the bottom of the thing.
Just the force of the boom, the
Yeah.
whoa!
You've forgotten the chord, Phil.
That baby's coming back.
A nobleman who invented a hot drink you might enjoy with a hobnob.
Coffee and Anne.
That's a drink and a snack, I think you're
Aaron Horlicks. Hobnobs, of course, are an imposter, and no nobleman would have had a hobnob.
No, that is true.
They have the air of a classic,
They do. And yet it's a
but
PR
actually they're a
invention.
kind of 70s hallucination.
OK, so this hot drink is also a kind of PR invention, which we call by the name of a lord, but it isn't really.
Earl Grey.
Earl Grey.
It is Earl Grey. It is a black tea which has been flavoured with bergamot oil, and it is named after Earl Grey. Almost certainly nothing to do with it, even though I think it continues to say so on the packaging. But
What about Lady Grey? I like Lady Grey.
Yeah, that's lovely, that one.
Well, you and me both, but...
It's not a euphemism, it's an actual
Oh, I
tea.
see. Sorry, yes.
I'm not into Earl Grey.
Why is that?
It's like someone's melted some potpourri and like in a cup. The fact it smells exactly like it tastes is weird.
Yeah. You do know you're drunk at a party if you're eating the potpourri, don't you? You just think, well, it's...
Potpourri. He started this.
Potpourri?
Potpourri, so it's said, doesn't it?
Oh,
Jazz?
there's another
I'm going to say
pronunciation of it.
potpourri.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Potpourri.
Yeah,
I don't know. We don't have it in our house.
Have you eaten it?
We just have a magic tree.
It's all over your shirt, James. It's all over your shirt.
But do you know why it's been named after Earl Grey?
I have no idea.
No, and indeed that is correct.
He insisted.
No, he was probably dead 40 years when somebody first came up with it.
Oh, like Jesus.
If I said that, I'd have been in so much... You probably will be.
Anybody know what Earl Grey is famous for?
When was he alive?
Well, I can tell you when he was in government, which is from 1830 to 1834.
Was it a law? Was it a movement?
It is a law.
It's a law.
It is a law,
Okay,
yeah.
so 1830.
1832, there was an important law. What was that one? What was that one, Jeremy?
In 1830...
Corn
That
laws,
was
repealing the corn
It's
laws.
the Great Reform Act.
That's it.
It's the Great Reform Act. Yes.
The Great Reform Act of 1830.
Yes, so reforming government extended the right to vote and got rid of the rotten boroughs when there were maybe only 9 voters returning a member of parliament, so it helped to re-establish the authority of parliament, but it was also that he led the most nepotistic government in British history, OK? It was described as the most aristocratic administration that has ever been formed. All but one of his 13 cabinet members were either peers or heirs to a peerage, and in the lower ranks, large numbers of his own family.
Did they call it 50 Shades of Grey?
They should have done. They would have been ahead of the game.
And pretty sexy.
Now, who knows how to make a Pratt? What have you done, darling? What knot have you done?
I don't know. It's what I used to do at school.
Did you ever have that thing called peanutting at school?
Oh, when people pull it tight.
Pull it really tight and then you can't get it
Yes,
done.
that happened a lot.
OK, do you know the answer to stop that happening?
Oh, I wish you'd been around in 1976.
If you put a 2p coin inside the knot, then it's impossible to peanut somebody.
I should tell my
Pass
boys.
pass it on. So, the Pratt, basically you have to have it back to front, like this, in order to tie it. I haven't worn a tie since I gave up the pipe. Like this. And this is a self-releasing version of the Pratt. It's called a Nicky knot. And the reason it's self-releasing is that when you pull it out like that, you can just let it go, and it won't end up in a knot. Thank you very much. Anybody know how long we've been wearing ties for? How long they've been around?
About 5 minutes now.
We've had ties since the 30 Years' War, which was 1618, and it was the Croatians who first brought the notion of wearing something. They wore a little small knotted...
Am I a time traveller?
Spooky.
Oh, my God, they found out my secret. Fire up the machine, we must travel back.
It's where we get cravat from. It's from the Croatians. And then it took off and the Parisians loved it. King Louis XIV was so obsessed with his cravats, he had a cravatier who used to lay out cravats for him to choose. Really? Yeah.
God, I've put on a bit of weight, haven't I?
A show with you just being characters from history. While we're doing knots, now, I've been practicing this, and I can do it about 1 in 3. So you've all got an opportunity to give this a go. There we go. That was pretty cool! OK, so it is just a length of chain, and then you place the ring up in like this. Now, if you hold it with your thumb and then hold it with one of your fingers, and what you need to do is just let the finger go and not the thumb. Just try and let the... Yeah, Ross has got it!
Just a few more goes.
All right, you just turn it. Put the chain... OK. Don't make me get up and show you. So make your hand wide like this, OK, and then hook your thumb like this, but don't hook the chain. Just hold that like that, and only let your finger go. Teaching assistant. Where can you get one of those this time of day? Oh! Who's the loneliest number?
3, 4, 5.
Yes.
1.
No. It's the obvious one, but it's not that one.
So maybe 2 is the loneliest number because it's next to the one that gets talked about the most.
And do you know what? I would make that entirely a correct answer if it wasn't so horribly wrong. No.
3 is the magic number.
3 is the magic number. No, well, I don't know, I've never tried, but so they say.
I was going to say 2 as well, but because I just thought it depends on what your marriage is like.
Yeah.
Is it 13? Because it's quite unlucky, so the other numbers don't want to go near it.
OK, so it is an unpopular number.
0.
No, it's quite a high number. So there's a mathematician called...
100.
Yeah, you're heading in the right direction.
14.
200.
No, we're not going to play this higher, lower.
102, 103,
79.
110.
Yes!
110?
It's 110!
110.
Alan gets the point. So there's a mathematician called Alex Bellos, and he wanted to find the world's favourite number. So he asked a lot of people, and 30,023 people responded, and the lowest whole number that nobody chose was 110. It was everybody's least favourite number. So QI has adopted it as our favourite number.
Very, very lukewarm round of applause. You prefer number 7, don't you?
Well, why might you prefer number 7? That's a really interesting thing.
Is it the lucky number?
It's the world's favourite number.
Ah.
That is the one that Alex Bellos discovered most people prefer. And in fact, there was a national lottery draw which rather bore this out. The 23rd of March 2016, 5 of the 6 numbers were multiples of 7, OK? So there was 7, 14, 21, 35 and 42, and the other one was 41. And so many people chose them, you got more money for matching 4 numbers than you did for matching 5. So 4 numbers, you got £51, and 5 right, you got £15. Sold seashells on the seashore.
Is it somebody who's got no idea about the laws of sort of supply and demand?
Interestingly, there were plenty of seashells and lots of people who wanted to buy them. So who...
The answer is she, isn't it?
Well, it is in the rhyme. Can you do the rhyme? Do you know the rhyme?
She's... No, I can't, because I've got a lisp.
It's a fantastically mean thing to do to you.
Make him do it, Sandy.
Yeah,
Make him
sure.
do it.
She sells seashells on the seashore.
Mm-hmm.
And then she goes home again. Don't know the second bit.
The shells she sells are seashells, I'm sure. For if she sells seashells on the seashore, then I'm sure she sells seashore shells. Is the full rhyme. Did anybody... Thank you very much. Thank you, yes.
That is the first time I've heard a typical British reaction to a tongue twister. And it is... That's what we think of articulate people. I didn't know we had that in our makeup.
So she, but who was she? The woman who sold seashells.
Was she a Cockney woman who some white Victorian man made up a nice rhyme about, but actually she was probably a prostitute, died of syphilis?
That turned Dickens, right?
I wonder why they didn't include that bit in the rhyme.
And then she got syphilis.
What a dark place your head is.
Yeah.
It was an actual woman. She worked Lyme Regis. Have you had that seizure? Do you want me to get somebody? Or...
No, it's the Dorset lady. Bless you. The Dorset. We're a caring, sharing show. It was the Dorset lady.
Killer! Look at the weapon.
There she is.
Found the first dinosaur in the UK, didn't she? The first whole.
She was the inspiration for the tongue twister. She's a Victorian fossil hunter called Mary Anning.
Oh,
Mary Anning.
Fossil hunter. She's all over the Natural History Museum.
Yeah, all over the Natural History Museum, and she's an incredible woman. She was very brave because actually it's very dangerous. That is a picture of her with her dog Trey.
She's about to kill it and put it in that bag.
Well, I can't tell if the dog's already...
Like a mega fossil. Finish your painting, please, before the dog wakes up.
I don't know if the picture shows the dog already dead. It died in the landslide, and she was very fond of it.
A landslide caused by...
Well, it is, I don't know if you...
She found huge fossils.
She is really an extraordinary woman, and her findings absolutely made important changes in scientific thinking because up until the 1820s, lots of people didn't believe extinctions could happen because it would imply that God's creations were less than perfect. But she, in fact, discovered the very first ichthyosaur skeleton, correctly identified, the first 2 plesiosaur skeletons, and the first pterosaur skeleton outside Germany. She also found, I'm going to give you some examples, she found these, and she's the very first person who worked out what they are. So I'm going to pass you one there for you to share. Do you know what that is?
Oh,
£9.50 in a Cornwall gift shop.
Is this dinosaur shit?
It is. It is absolutely that. People first thought...
OK, now I feel weird.
I feel a bit sorry for her that, you know, she's done all these amazing things, and then when they decide to come up with a rhyme about her, they made up one about how she used to knock out seashells.
Well, here's the thing, that's how she made a living, because she was very poor. Her father was a cabinet maker. He died when she was 11, and so she had to make a living. And actually, people selling fossils has been a big thing on the Lyme Regis Coast.
She did start finding them when she was 12 or 13, didn't she?
Yeah, she could sell them to tourists. It was one of the very first. So your £9.50 for a coprolite is probably about right. She really sort of pains me slightly because she sold things to men who then wrote scientific articles about them and she didn't get the credit. She wasn't allowed to join, for example, the Geological Society of London. They didn't admit women until 1904. She didn't get full credit until 163 years after her death. The Royal Society included Anning in a list of the 10 British women who have most influenced the history of science.
Well, was she not allowed to join the society because she was a woman or because she killed that dog?
Make of this nonsensical question what you will. Who blows their nose for something to eat?
My children.
I suppose there might be some good bacteria in your mucus.
That's what I was told about children doing. That does actually help their immune system to consume their bogies.
Yeah.
Was that one of your children that told you that? Because I think that
it's really good for me, actually.
Yeah, there's a conflict of interest there.
Is it an anteater?
Is it an anteater?
Well, they suck up ants through their noses, don't they?
Yes, but we are actually looking for something that blows its nose.
Blows its nose?
Yes.
Bird, mammal.
Bird mammal. Bird mammal. Are you trying to psych me out, so I tell you?
Trying.
OK, it's a worm. You did it.
Worms haven't got noses, they've got spiracles.
Oh, well, here's the extraordinary thing. Have a look at this. Prepare yourselves for this bit of footage. This is the It's called a Nemetean, or a ribbon worm, and it literally blows its nose. So it explosively ejects its proboscis from its body in search of food. They're also known as proboscis worms.
Is that snot, then?
No, it's its nose. And when they detect food or prey, the muscle contractions of the body wall forces the proboscis, that literally its nose, out of the body, and it turns it inside out like a rubber glove.
Right.
OK? And the one that's shown here is a gorgon worm, and it's got these branching spaghetti-like tentacles on its proboscis, which then envelops the prey with a sticky toxin and draws it back into the body.
Are you telling me that it ate that bloke?
Let's have a look. Let's have one.
No, let's not!
It's amazing, isn't it?
No, I can't. It's like those people on YouTube who watch people squeezing spots and stuff like that. I mean, what is wrong with people?
What is wrong with your YouTube search history?
What is that? What is that?
Well, OK, here's the thing that'll upset you.
This'll upset me.
They can regenerate lost body parts, so any Nemetean able to do that, but there is one species, and this is it, the Rhamphogorius sanguinus, and it is exceptional. Any body part that is severed, apart from maybe the tip of the tail where there aren't any nerves, can regrow into a new worm. So you could take a worm that is only 15 centimetres long, and it is claimed that more than 200,000 worms could result from that one tiny little worm. That's extraordinary, isn't it? Now, let's look at some naked apes. What did the Neanderthal take with him when he went clubbing?
Are you meaning a club to club things with. Over the years, I thought I'd get better at this.
We've all been hoping, Alan.
Given that Alan got a klaxon for saying clubs, I'm guessing he didn't use clubs.
Very good.
Yes.
No, he or she did not
That's
use...
how to do it.
They lived above the tree line. They lived in a desert. There weren't any trees. Otherwise, you'd use a branch.
No, but they had spears and arrows, which had presumably got wooden shafts.
They couldn't get near enough to club anything. It was too dangerous.
For all we know, they didn't have clubs. I mean, the main thing about it is that we've never, ever seen anything shaped remotely like a club. No artefact anywhere.
I base all my knowledge of Neanderthal men from the wacky races. I base that.
The Flintstones, obviously, which is incredibly accurate. All those people living with the dinosaurs.
Running in the cars.
Yeah, exactly.
To be fair, we've got wacky racists, we've got Flintstones, and you've got Captain Caveman, so that's 3 separate bits of evidence that suggest they did have clubs. Unless they're all making it up.
Yeah.
So they didn't take clubs, but they took cameras?
Yes. That's one of the earliest photographs.
That's incredible. They couldn't say cheese, then, because they didn't have cheese.
Cheese?
For the photograph.
Oh, I see.
You know what they said?
Bison's quite good. Bison.
To be fair, you are just saying bison and then smiling. Bison.
Yeah.
You could say anything, couldn't you? Stick a rock.
But we've never, ever... There's never been a painting, there's never been an artefact. I mean, to be fair, most wooden artefacts will rot. So you get paintings of spears, and you get spear heads that you find, but you don't actually get the wooden...
You don't get the wooden pole, right? So they might have had clubs that have rotted away. I understand that you don't want to go too near an animal with a club, but if you're fighting neighbouring tribes...
Probably you would just pick up a stick.
But a stick is a club.
Well, it's not shaped like a club, that's the point.
When is a club a stick?
Yeah.
When you cover it in chocolate.
Women, tattooed ladies. Nora Hildebrand, she was America's very first professional tattooed lady. This is a wonderful drawing by my friend Sandy Nightingale of Nora Hildebrand. Doesn't she look fab? She had 365 designs tattooed on her. She claimed that she had been captured by a sitting bull and his tribe and tied to a tree and tattooed every day for a year. But, in fact, her dad did it.
I think she...
her father Martin.
Slightly, it's a
I think
weirder
she may have
story.
been trying to detract from men staring at her nose.
She was like his showcase, you know, as it were, his window display to say, these are the ones that I can do.
Thank God he didn't own a garage, or he'd have just glued car parts to her.
Yes.
She didn't look like a transformer.
That's a weird thing. How creepy is that? You walk into a tattooist and say, well, I'm thinking about getting a tattoo, and he goes, well, just look at my daughter for a while. Pick anything you want.
Yeah.
OK.
When you have a tattoo lasered off, what happens to it? Do you know where it goes?
To heaven.
But they can't recycle them, can they? What do you mean?
They don't scrape them off and give them to somebody else. No, so come on, what happens to them? You laser off a tattoo, what?
It goes into your body.
Yes, exactly
into your
right.
body,
So the
yeah.
beams of light heat the ink and it breaks it down into tiny little pieces. It's absorbed into the blood and it is excreted. So it comes out in your poo. So
you see it in your poo and you go, that's what I really wanted.
Yes. So if you love somebody once...
A tattoo poo.
Yeah, you can poo them away.
If it came out in the wee, you'd stand there going, I'm an octopus.
I now understand why boys make such a mess in the toilet, because they're not holding on. Speaking of caves, anybody been to Nottingham?
I've been to Nottingham, yeah.
Yeah. Hey, whoa, so have I, mate. Come on.
I actually went to university really near Nottingham,
Did you?
Let's all
This is a
chill out,
small
actually.
world, Alan.
Yeah, I've been there.
No way. Alan's been as well, Sandy.
I made my professional debut at Nottingham Playhouse.
Did you?
I did. But anyway, the city centre was once known as Tigua Kubwak, which means the place of caves. So from as early as the 11th century, people lived in caves in Nottingham. And under the Nottingham Enclosure Act of 1845, it is still illegal to rent out a cave to anybody in Nottingham. They were trying to stop unscrupulous landlords renting them out to the poor. I'd quite like to live in a cave, though. Don't you think it would be fine?
Yeah, I'd live in a cave.
No.
No? Oh. What's your
Not for me.
reservation?
Wi-Fi.
So, OK.
If you had a good hub.
Yeah.
On that picture in the right, in the back, is that a downstairs toilet?
It does look awfully like some kind of font, doesn't it?
Or like a sundial, but no light.
It's the world's worst sundial.
The classic underground sundial. Where do we put the sundial? In the basement.
Yeah. know what the original name for Nottingham is?
Is it Ingham?
It's got Nottingham in it.
No, but it's not just Ingham, and then they decided to change it to Nottingham.
No.
Nottinghampton.
Nottingham is the shortened version of its original name.
It's Nottingham.
Exactly right. It's Nottingham.
It's Nottingham.
It was ruled by a Saxon chief named Snot. And it was literally the homestead of Snot's people. It was Snottingham. And then, I don't know why they dropped the S, because I think it's perfectly charming.
Well, I think they should put it back.
When the Europeans first arrived in New York, what did they call it? Show.
New Amsterdam.
But it's an Elvis Costello song. It must be right.
Yeah, I think
either the
Yeah.
Spanish or the French were there first, so it was
Okay.
either New Madrid or New Paris or Nouvelle Cuisine or something like that.
It was the French, and it was New Angoulême. It was Giovanni de Verrazzano who first named it. A Florentine was working for the French crown, and he absolutely wanted to favour the French king, Francis I, who was originally Francis of Angoulême. That's where he came from.
He must have been very pleased when he got there that he could buy a stick of rock to take out.
It's got New Angoulême all the way through it.
The weird thing about him, Verrazzano, there's loads of things in New York named after him, and every single sign has his name misspelled. It's supposed to be double Z, and nobody quite knows whether they didn't have enough Zs in the sign-making department.
Well, they've misspelt Parkway and Bridge as well, so they're obviously not very good.
OK, so here's a fact about New York, which is quite interesting. Gotham. I think I know the history of Gotham, because it's a small village outside Nottingham, where local idiots would live. And someone wrote this book called The Merry Men of Gotham. So then about 100 years later, there's a writer in New York, and he compares New York. He said, they're all mad here. It's like Gotham City here.
Ah, OK.
They're all idiots.
I didn't know that. Do you know why it's called Manhattan?
Is that a local Amerindian name?
Yeah, it's a native Lenape Americans. It's actually quite a nice story. So, 1609, Henry Hudson met a group of native Lenape Americans, and they were fishing, and he offered them alcohol for the very first time, and there was a warrior who swallowed the whole lot to test it and passed out, and everybody thought this was marvellous, and he then brought more alcohol, and they ended up getting fantastically drunk together, and the word, the native Lenape word, Manhaktanek, means the place we all got drunk.
I think the story is that also it was one of those places that was sold for a few beads. And so a few beads were handed over and the Indians took those. But they had the last off because they weren't even from that local area.
They weren't from that area.
They didn't even own the place
They
in the
didn't
first
own
place.
it at all. They just
No.
took the beads and said,
Yeah.
thanks, OK, good luck with that. Here is something that was fantastically new in New York in 1909 at Coney Island, which is a glorious place to hang out. They ought to bring this back because it's a really fantastic thing. This is one stretch of track running multiple trains, and if the two meet while travelling in opposite directions, so the passengers are in the lower part, you can just see it goes up over the top. I think you can just see the arms of some of the passengers, and then it carries on.
I'm sorry, but that's like a very well-engineered train crash.
Yeah. I should have that on the Northern Line. That would be fantastic.
Married in the Emperor's new clothes.
Ooh.
That is a fabulous wedding.
The Emperor.
I want it to be that.
He doesn't do very much in the story, does he? He just parades around.
But he's a bit of an idiot, isn't he?
I think that's the point of the
Yeah.
story.
I
What I like about that story
Yeah.
is that two swindlers come, and this idea that there were swindlers who'd go from town to town swindling people, and that sort of died out, really, hasn't
When
it?
social media has killed the swindling industry.
Have you never
get
had
many
any emails?
Trust everybody now.
There was a period of time when people got married naked in New England, so 1700s. Why might they do that?
Was it to do with witches?
Prove they were women.
It's not to do with witches, and it's not to prove that you were a woman.
Do you know there's still a thing with popes?
The chair.
Where they have to carry the chair over the cardinals to check, because they had a female pope, which is obviously a disaster. So they carry him over the top so they can check out his junk.
Sadly, it's a myth, unfortunately.
It's a myth.
It's
Well, you know
wanted to
what?
be.
This is my issue with QI.
Yeah.
You say it's a myth, but I've heard it in a pub. Pretty sure that's the case.
So look, the bridegroom and the bride are
No,
both
just the
naked.
bride.
Is it something to do with the Bible?
It isn't to do with the Bible, it's to do with debt. They were known as smock marriages, because sometimes they're just in their underwear. And if the bride clearly has no assets, if she's got nothing, then the groom is not liable for her debts, or more importantly, if she's a widow, for her husband's debts.
Wow.
They didn't have to be visible, they just had to be naked. So there's a wonderful wedding that's talked about. February 1789, a man called Major Moses Joy, and he married a widow called Hannah Ward, and she was stark as inside a closet, and basically she reached her arm out through a hole in the door to clasp his hand. And then they got married, and then he'd left some clothes very nicely taxi for her in the cupboard, and then she came out fully dressed.
That's a bit like, you know, if a tree falls in a forest.
Yeah.
Is there any sign? If you're naked and nobody can see
Nobody
you...
can see, it doesn't really count, does it?
You don't need to be naked, do you?
Yes, I'm sure Lady Gaga would argue she was wearing a wardrobe. Just a hell of a dress.
Does her head stick out the top of the wardrobe?
It was just her arm out, that was it.
So it's a naked
that was
arm?
it, just the arm. Might have been her arm, in fact.
Could have been anyone's arm.
What's yours a nightmare, Joe, your wedding?
Yeah.
Oh.
I couldn't fit in the wardrobe. I had to go in a marquee instead. No, it was lovely.
It's stressful, though, isn't it? I was having a look at the planning nightmare that is a wedding. If you have 17 guests and 2 tables of 10, that has 131,702 possible seating arrangements. A wedding with 100 guests and 10 tables has 65 trillion possibilities as to where you ought to seat people.
Crikey. Well, I had a very little wedding, so I'd said to all my friends, like, don't tell anyone or talk about it. And one of my friends stayed at a local hotel and called a cab to pick her up to take her to our wedding. And she got in the cab and he went, where do you want to go? She went, I'm not telling you.
That's fabulous. They have a great tradition in Sweden. Here's a randy scandy fact. If the bride leaves the reception to go to the bathroom, then all the women in the room kiss the groom. And if the groom leaves, all the men may kiss the bride.
And that is how chlamydia started.
It's a fine name for a child.
Yeah.
Name a cold-blooded creature.
Lizard.
So there are some.
Yes,
yes, but there are also.
That's why they like the sun to warm up.
There are
We've
also.
had it on here before. I learnt that on here.
Yes.
He's spent 10 years doing this show for pieces of information like that.
But I've arrived with new information.
Oh, no.
Simon Cowell.
There are, in fact, warm-blooded lizards and, indeed, warm-blooded fish. Almost all reptiles. You're absolutely right. That's a horrible picture.
That's not a good one, no.
That is a jackery caiman eating a catfish.
Or the catfish eating a caiman's tongue.
Yeah. Almost all reptiles and fish are cold-blooded, so they depend on their surroundings to heat them up. However, in 2015, we have just new news. Scientists have discovered warm-blooded lizards and fish. Oh, I know. So that lizard there on the left can heat itself up to 10 degrees warmer than its environment, and nobody knows why.
And they both live together?
No, they don't. Those are... Well, they look surprised, and the fish looks very surprised. It's called an opa fish. It's the only completely warm-blooded fish.
How is it the only one? Is it just really awkward? I'm sorry, how do you become the only fish that's warm-blooded out of a whole... Or did it just have an overburning mummy made it a hot water bottle and it just ate it and had an idea?
It's a really good question, only because the fact is we don't know how warm-bloodedness evolved.
It's a hot water bottle.
And then
it looks like a hot
decided
water bottle shape.
Well, was that more prevalent post the wipeout of the dinosaurs? Isn't there a theory that they died because of the change in temperature?
Well, the thing is, dinosaurs were neither warm-blooded nor cold-blooded, but they were somewhere in between.
They were just right, weren't they?
Yeah, they were just right.
That lovely Goldilocks blood.
Because there are disadvantages to being warm-blooded, OK? Because one of the things is you have to keep eating to get fuel to maintain the constant body temperature. So if, for example, a lion was as big as a Tyrannosaurus rex, it probably wouldn't be able to eat enough to survive.
But isn't there the theory on the dinosaurs where they died out because over a certain temperature all the eggs hatched as male, and below a certain temperature they all hatched as female, and then the temperature went down and they all hatched as female, and then there were no one to mate with?
Well, there are as many theories about how the dinosaurs
But that's the
were
correct
related.
one.
That's
The one that I can vaguely remember, I'm 90% sure is 100% correct.
There's someone who's never watched King Kong. Massive gorilla, mate. Twatted all of them.
Well, that's spoiled the end of that film. Now, nonsense to neuroscience. What's the worst noise in the world?
You know.
Yes.
I believe I've mentioned it before tonight. That would be Coldplay B-sides.
Not everyone applauded. crowding.
No,
Quite a lot of people going, I like cold baby.
So we have some props where you can make some noises.
Oh, hello.
Let's have a look. So let's start with Nish and Alan. That's very irritating, isn't it?
God. Wow.
Yeah.
All right, stop it.
Yep. Oh. Do you remember what that is, Nish?
This is a vuvuzela.
It is a vuvuzela, yes,
which
absolutely.
ruined the 2010 World Cup.
It's
from
a
memory.
hideous noise, isn't it?
Well, luckily I have grade 7 in vuvuzela, so we're fine.
Oh, Alan. Fingers on it. That is
We've got a band going, don't stop!
I've got a mirror and this cube of white stuff. It's the most annoying sound in the world. Me on drugs. I think this is polystyrene and.
Wow. So, the Journal of Neuroscience did the top 10 most annoying sounds. Apparently, the most annoying is a knife on a bottle. But we haven't been able to work out why that is. This one we can do. This is number 2. A fork.
Oh, God.
I got the power. Oh, that's very unpleasant, isn't it?
I've got a. This is the older.
That's the.
What is worse than this is when it just goes.
Yeah. Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
And then 4 minutes later goes.
Yeah. And you can't work out which one it is. It's somewhere in the house.
The thing I love about, like, any sort of smoke alarm is that we've advanced so far technologically, and yet we still haven't got beyond the only way to solve a smoke alarm is to have a tea towel and just do this underneath it.
I was in a hotel once. I was a bit pissed. And I fell asleep on the bed in my clothes. And then I was woken up by this terrible noise in the room. I thought, what is that? It's kind of like this. And there was this thing on the ceiling, and I started hitting it with my shoe. As hard as I could. And then it fell off the ceiling, and it was dangling by a wire. And then I rang reception and go, there's a thing in my room making a terrible noise. And they said, that's the fire alarm, sir. Will you please evacuate? And I said, oh, just so you know, when it went off, it kind of fell from the ceiling. And then I went out on the street and I was the only person in clothes.
Did the royal families of Europe wear under their uniforms during the 19th century?
Potpourri.
They were naked.
No.
They weren't nude.
They had rather fine underwear. Whalebones.
What was the question? I've forgotten this one as well.
What did royal families of Europe wear under their uniforms during the 19th century?
Silk undies?
It's closer to the skin even than your underwear.
Lice. Just had loads of lice moving around.
That's even a thought in your head is a worry. No. Decorative?
Tattoos?
Tattoos is exactly right. There was a craze for tattoos. According to the Handsworth Monthly Pictorial Magazine, the Grand Duke Alexis of Russia was most elaborately tattooed, and there were lots of them. Prince and Princess Valdemar of Denmark, Queen Olga of Greece, King Oscar of Sweden, the Grand Duke Constantine, and in fact, also in the UK, King Edward VII and his son George V. Edward VII had 5 crosses, which he had done on a visit to Jerusalem when he was the Prince of Wales, when he was 20. And then George, his son, had the same design done by the same artist 20 years later. And my favourite story features a random Scandinavian, a randy Scandi of sorts. Napoleon's Marshal Jean-Baptiste Jules Bernadotte, he was a revolutionary firebrand, and he rose to become King of Sweden and Norway. And it turned against Napoleon, and he reigned for 26 years after Bonaparte's deposition. And while he was king, he never allowed doctors to see his naked torso. And there is a reason that became apparent after death, when he was found to have a tattoo from his revolutionary days that said, "Death to kings." And his heirs are the royal family of Sweden to this day.
Wow. I mean, a lot of people do regret tattoos, don't they? Like,
Have you got any tattoos?
I haven't, no, I've never really liked my body so much that I thought, oh, I'll decorate that. But I did see a guy in our local pub once that had a tattoo here that said, like, Sarah, and then it was crossed out, and then underneath it said Chloe.
Oh, I remember him.
Damn you, Chloe.
Chloe can have him. Some people are very passionate vegans and they get a tattoo about their veganism, and tattoos are made from burned animal bones. So themselves not vegan.
So you can go in and say, I'd like a vegan tattoo, please.
Yeah, I'll go to like a special
No,
one.
please tell me there aren't vegan tattoo places. There are, really?
Yes.
That's very funny. There's 1,200 words in the Sunday Times next week, right there.
All life is material, Jeremy.
It is basically.
Anyway, lots of kings have had tattoos, but we can't show you any for regal reasons.
All right, that's enough.
Thank you. Here's something nice. Cake. So you've each got a cake and a knife, and here is the challenge, OK? I want you to cut 2 pieces of exactly equal size. You can use 3 cuts to do it, but in such a way that the cake is still moist for you to have some more tomorrow. What would be the best way of cutting it?
Could the cake stay moist in my tummy? Is that you just half it?
Yes, you could just halve it. No. So the idea is that there's cake for tomorrow. Right. So we're going to start with Alan and Colin first. What is your...
Well, my theory...
Yes?
...is that we cut through the middle.
OK.
It's going to be difficult, but we're going to do it.
Right.
And then we take the top off.
OK.
Yes.
Yeah.
And we eat the bottom bit.
You're going to eat the whole of the bottom bit, is that... Yeah. But that's quite a large piece of cake, isn't it?
Yeah. We're 2 men in our 30s. We love cake. I'll take the top off.
Yeah.
Carl's going to remove the bottom of the cake.
Right.
And then put the top back down again. That's moist for tomorrow.
Right.
And then we cut this piece that there.
Yeah.
We cut this completely in half,
Right.
like that. 2 equal pieces.
Wow, that's very good. Do you think anybody who likes the filling is going to be mildly disappointed?
That's right.
So let's go over to...
I think I've got an idea.
No, do it with the cake, yeah.
I'm just going to draw it
it.
first.
Oh, fine, OK.
Is that OK?
Yes, darling, you do
Diagram.
what you like.
Yeah. What if we cut it, like, in a way that we could back together? Yeah.
Where we cut like a bit out of there and then a bit out of there and then just...
Yeah, just... That'd be better, wouldn't it, than cutting...
Do you want to do it?
I mean, that was a shambles, what they did.
Smushing doesn't sound good.
But I reckon we have to do this first.
Do you think?
Yeah, go on, it's good.
OK, go for it, Sarah.
OK, so... Oh, it's tough.
Yeah, so no, delicious is what you're looking for.
And then...
Do you just draw on Pac-Man? That doesn't make any sense.
So take out your pieces.
These are our pieces. No, were you calling us a shambles? Is that what you were saying? There you go.
So there is a mathematical way of doing it. There was a man called Francis Galton. He's an extraordinary fellow. He was an explorer. He was the very first person to come up with the idea of a weather map. And he also was slightly obsessed with the idea of sharing a Christmas cake with his wife in an even manner. So what he did was he wrote a rather long treatise on the subject, which he sent to Nature magazine. You're absolutely heading in the right direction. So what you do is you cut right down the middle like this, and then you pull out the entire centre piece.
That was it.
That's only 2 cuts, though.
Oh, wait, I haven't finished.
OK.
So you pull out the whole thing like
Then
this,
you squid
and then you
it
cut that one in
Oh,
half.
Yeah.
So then you
And
have
then
2
Oh,
pieces.
we were nearly there.
Oh, you were very nearly there. You have 2 pieces of cake like that, and then you simply push the cake back together.
Did that
and it will
about-
stay there. So anyway, that's how you can halve your cake. Who is offended by what?
Oh, God, everybody buy everything.
Yes, well, there is that.
Anybody who reads a tweet and doesn't understand it immediately is offended by it.
Yeah. Do you tweet?
I do tweet, yeah,
Right.
I do. But I'm often scared to tweet about anything that's, you know, controversial.
So what do you do? Just the colour beige? Or just,
Basically...
Just like emojis and like gifs of Japanese girls cutting hairs with crab hands.
Well, that's... the problem with Twitter is that even if you choose something like that you think is really innocent and can't be offensive, it can be. You know, you tweet about porridge and then somebody goes, well, actually, I had a porridge-related incident many years ago and actually I find it highly offensive and I can't believe you'd even not bother to consider the feelings of people that had Ready Brek-related incidents in their childhood.
Is that then at 3 bears? Is that a sort of...
Yeah.
It's not Twitter related, so it's more to do with who?
Who is offended by what?
Yes.
Doctor offended by Daleks.
Doctor is the right area, but not Doctor Who.
Oh.
It is to do with doctors.
Oh, generally medical practitioners?
It is a large organisation, as if we think of it as an acronym.
World Health
Organisation. World Health Organisation, absolutely right. They are worried that scientists are naming diseases that offend people, and that indeed we've done this too much in the past. So, for example, Spanish flu would be a good example. It affects people in Spain, possibly, and tourism. People might think if you go to Spain, you'll get Spanish flu. Legionnaire's disease is not a legionnaire in the world not been distressed by the thought.
Oh, I know one. Essex wind. It's awful, isn't it, Phil?
Terrible. It blows right up your Thames corridor.
There's Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease, which I imagine... I don't know who that would offend. People call Creutzfeldt. Jakob Creutzfeldt, I would imagine. Very offensive. Swine flu, apparently. Very offensive to people who work with, I don't know, pigs.
Mrs. Swine.
Mrs. Swine
is upset about it.
Trying to think, dear, is you're supposed to minimise unnecessary distress. So, for example, if you call something sudden death syndrome, that's just too frightening.
Hold on a sec. If you're about to die imminently, you can't just say something cuddly so they're not offended. Do you know what I mean, if they're going to die in the next 20 minutes, you can't just go... You just got the chills.
Yeah.
Because you don't want them to be upset.
But here's the thing. So doctors have certain acronyms, and I love these. There's SBI, which is something bad inside, and it means the doctor knows there's something wrong, not entirely sure what it is. SVBI, something very bad inside. Again, don't know what it is, but it'll definitely kill you. And there's loads for fat people. There's CBT, which is chronic biscuit toxicity. The other best one for fat people is BW. What? Beached whale. Oh. And my favourite acronym, PRATFO. Patient reassured and told to F off. What did Highland warriors wear at the Battle of Bannockburn?
Kilts.
No, not kilts.
No. Here's a random Scandinavian fact.
Oh, OK.
The word kilt comes from the Danish word kilte, meaning tuck. So it's actually a Danish word. Yes, that's rather fine. But medieval Scottish warriors did not wear kilts when they went into battle. What did they wear? Anybody know?
Dungarees.
No, it was a yellow tunic.
A yellow tunic?
A yellow tunic called a lane croich.
I love the bloke on the left's got one of those umbrella hats from the fair.
Yes, they're fine, aren't they?
He's trying to knock it off. That's a stupid hat. It's not even in it!
What was weird? They used saffron to make them yellow, but if they didn't have saffron, they used to use a...
Urine.
Yes. Horse
Very
urine.
keen on the yellow, then.
Pushtin chunna.
Yeah.
Well, urine was in all the tweeds as well, because they used to use it to fix the colours in the tweeds.
Yeah, but still, you know, can we not make it green from the grass? No, keep on pissing on it.
That horse has got the hots for the painter.
Yeah, he's looking right at him, isn't he?
Now you're getting my best side. Don't paint the twat in the umbrella hat, of course.
Just weird that we do have a sort of image, don't we, of the kilt being part of the
Very much
attire.
so.
But in fact, it was invented for a totally different reason. It was
invented for weddings. They're always in weddings.
No, it was a...
Sometimes you can have too much material for a kilt. I'll just wrap it around here, don't worry about it.
One day they'll invent scissors.
But it was actually invented in the 1720s by an English Quaker and industrialist, a man called Thomas Rawlinson, and he wanted a safer item of clothing for his employees, his Scottish employees in his iron foundry.
Can I suggest you don't go north of the border and mention that fact?
Well, the word tartan comes from the Middle French. They won't like any of it, really. The word kilt is Danish. None of it's good.
Did he have... Did he have a shop for tourists in Edinburgh? Was that why he was secretly...
I've never been in one of those shops that says, we can find the tartan for any surname.
Oh, yeah.
Apparently not.
No.
Sorry, how do you explain what you're wearing?
Yes, the great Danish Toksvig tartan that I... If you're so hungry you could eat a kilt, don't eat the yellow ones. What is this island called?
Newfoundland.
Yeah. I'm going to have to shoot you now. No, it isn't the correct pronunciation.
Newfoundland. Hey, enough violence on this show.
Yeah. Newfoundland is the correct pronunciation, and in 1876 a man was killed during a brawl over the correct pronunciation.
Oh, we were lucky, weren't we? We got right.
Two mill workers, William Aitchison and John Davis, one thought it was Newfoundland and one thought it was Newfoundland. Aitchison threw a punch, Davis drew his gun and killed Aitchison. He got away, Davis, and he spent 37 years on the run. So there's a really...
Davis?
Yes, Davis.
Any relation?
Yeah.
Possibly.
John Davis, dangerous man.
I had a great uncle who emigrated to Canada.
Did he go to Newfoundland?
Newfoundland.
I think he went to Quebec, actually.
And you inherited your shirt from him.
Anyway, just to finish the story, Davis, who killed Aitchison, he ran away for 37 years, and then on his deathbed, 1912, he's in a hospital in Peoria, in Illinois, and he feels so bad about it that he confesses on his deathbed, and then recovered and had to go on the run again.
I think he said, oh, I did that murder in Newfoundland. No, it's Newfoundland!
But actually, both men were right, because at the time, both pronunciations were perfectly acceptable. It's only fairly recently that people have gone a bit...
And what is it now? Without looking?
Newfoundland.
Newfoundland?
Newfoundland.
OK, and presumably if people are watching this in Newfoundland, they're shouting at their television.
Yes, they're probably...
They're all idiots. I have a constant argument with the pronunciation of Canadian places. My other half is Canadian, and everything seems to be pronounced a little bit faster than it should be. So it's Toronto, not Toronto.
Oh, is it?
Toronto.
Toronto.
Toronto. Like, as quick as you possibly can, like it's a crime to say it. Toronto.
I love Toronto. There used to be a bar there called the... Sorry, Toronto. There used to be a bar there called the Betty Ford Clinic. What's not to like? There's some fantastic names in Newfoundland. Conception Bay South is the second largest town.
Conception Bay South is, yeah.
It's Conception Bay South, maybe there's north.
That's what I call it. She doesn't like it. She thinks it's too formal. Come on, love, let's have a look at Conception Bay South. I bought you dinner, we saw the movie you wanted. Come on.
We're moving on to Conception Bay North, I suppose.
Well, that's a special treat for birthdays.
It's possible.
Which way up is she? Hang on.
It's possible that a girl may prefer the Newfoundland town of Dildo or Eastern Tickle, which I like very much.
Do you?
Yeah.
Thanks for sharing.
Not bad for me age. Your first task tonight is to say something completely nonsensical that sounds profound. That's what I would like. Nish, you got any thoughts?
I always find that when people say, I make my own luck, I think that is the biggest load of nonsense.
Yeah.
Because if you make it, that's not luck.
Yeah.
That's not how luck works.
No. Phil, have you got a profound sentiment for me?
Well, it's the centenary this year of the establishment of the Dada art group set up at Cabaret Voltaire in Zurich. And Richard Hulsenbeck was a Dada artist. And he wrote a long poem called Fantastic Prayers, and a couple of sections from it are Biribum, the ox runs down the circulum. Voila, here are the engineers with their assignment. Light mines to throw in a still, crude state. Some showers.
Is it part poem, part weather report?
Basically, because whenever you say anything nonsense like that, I do always think falling slightly at the end of it.
Yeah.
It just becomes shipping forecast to me.
What about you, Alan?
Well, I like things that sound like proverbs. And the important thing about them is that they are always reversible. So I've come up with a couple. You can change your mind, but you can't change your brain.
Oh, that's so crazy.
The alternative is you can't change your brain, but you can change your mind.
Wow, that's the sort of thing a teacher would say to you and nod as if it meant something.
Means bugger all.
Yeah, you just...
Another one is you can't jump without landing. Equally, you can't land without jumping.
I just need time to think about that.
This is the sort of thing that we should definitely be smoking weed and listening to. Like, you would be a weed guru with this stuff.
There's a geezer with a sticker factory in Kettering now who's writing all these down. This is gold!
Have you got any profound thoughts for me?
Well, I just like when you're standing on a train platform and they go, any unattended items will be destroyed without warning. And I'm always like,
wow,
that is a warning.
Yeah.
It makes no sense to me.
Does that include a child?
Is a child an item?
I bet you'd sell a lot of children's T-shirts if it just said, I am not an unattended item. Do not destroy.
There's a fantastic website called the New Age Bullshit Generator. And what it does, it takes buzzwords from New Age tweets and it combines them to create, well, syntactically correct, a profound-sounding nonsense such as hidden meaning transforms unparalleled abstract beauty.
It's a Coldplay B-side, isn't it?
The infinite is calling to us via superpositions of possibilities.
These all just sound like Morrissey lyrics. The infinite is calling to us.
I really like them. Perceptual reality transcends subtle truth. And I think we've all felt like that at some point. Consciousness is the growth of coherence and of us. So here's the thing. Canadian researchers asked subjects to rate the various sentences that I've been reading out on a scale of 1 to 5, OK? The statements received an average score of 2.6. Somewhat profound. And the researchers concluded these results indicate that our participants largely failed to detect that the statements are bullshit. Many people can't tell profound truth from complete nonsense. But then again, as a wise man once said, no legs too short to reach the ground. Now, your ancestors could make fire using things that they found. You have something on a tray, and I will give you 20 points to anybody who can start a fire with the things that you have got there.
Can I use my lighter that I've got in my pocket?
Oh, now, look, can't you put that in the lemon? Won't that work?
Supposedly, doesn't it?
Can't you get a charge out of citrus fruit?
You can.
Am I about to?
Not enough to upset yourself, I don't think.
Meanwhile, I'm going to use this to look for a match. Well, does it matter if we open that? Will that help?
You don't want to open it, but you can actually use a can of soda in order to
Is that what it is,
fire.
then? Just a can of fizzy pop?
Just a can of fizzy pop, yeah. If you look at the base of your tin, you can see that it is a concave shape. If you polished that, you would be able to reflect enough sunlight in order to be able to make fire. And in fact, we can demonstrate this in the studio, but obviously we're going to need experts. So we have with us our friends from the Festival of the Spoken Nerd, the science comedy phenomenon. They tour all over the UK and have brought one of their experiments from their show. Please welcome Matt, Steve and Helen, the Nerds. I was right, wasn't I, that the tin of pop is a kind of...
Yes, it's almost the right shape to focus light in. This is an actual paraboloid, which is the perfect shape. So we can use this to set fire to something...
Oh, man. You just pointed at me.
We've got a graphic here of the two dishes we've set up. And if you cut one in half, so we can swivel one around, and if you unpeel it, it's just a parabola. And the amazing thing about a parabola is any line which comes directly down, parallel with the axes, will go through exactly the same spot, the focal point. And the same thing works in reverse. So if something emits from the focal point, it will be sent out as a parallel.
That's how the Death Star works, isn't it?
That's essentially the cleverest thing that's ever been said near you, Lee, isn't it?
We're going to give this a go, but please, can you put your sunglasses on?
Because these are going to protect us, aren't they?
So about 200 years ago, this was a party trick where they would put a super hot cannonball at one focal point and gunpowder at the other.
We thought we wouldn't try that.
We asked, and apparently we're not allowed, because it's no longer the past. But they have let us bring a heat lamp and nitrocellulose, so that's flash cotton.
This will be the past one day, you know.
Not on Dave.
All right, you ready?
Yeah.
Don't worry, it's not right in my eyes.
You sort of...
So, my question is, what's your worst nightmare?
I don't have nightmares. I just occasionally have dreams that are quite stressful.
Oh, like what?
Increasingly, they involve having to do my A-levels again.
Oh.
For some reason, I've been busted back to the sixth form, and I have to do my A-levels again. I keep saying, this is ridiculous. I've been to university. Why am I having to do my A-levels again? But I do have to do them again. And I wake up all stressed by it.
And then have to go to the toilet.
Yeah. It's quite nice, because I reflect as I go to the toilet that I don't have to do my A-levels again. So that's good news.
Are you a nightmare person, Alan?
No, but I wish I had a dream recorder.
They're boring, though, when people tell you their dreams. They're so
no, not
boring.
other people's dreams. I don't want other people's dreams. My own dreams are amazing.
People always go, oh, my hands were made of coleslaw, and then you were in it, and you had, like, really big... And you're like, this is so boring.
Have you ever been... When you hear someone describe their dream and they mention someone's in it, and then you sit there rather hoping that you're going to crop up in it. And then you don't always, and you sort of go, oh, I've not invaded this person's consciousness enough.
Sometimes I have dreams where I need to fight someone and I have no strength. And I'm supposed to get somewhere and I can never get there. And I'm impressed by all the various obstacles I can put in my own way that I invent in the night.
But those are the most common sort of ones. The thing about being chased, not being able to get to the toilet in time. Being exposed publicly naked is a very big thing. And how you respond to that. So if it doesn't bother you, that suggests you are secure in real life. If you're embarrassed, it suggests you are uncomfortable about something. If you don't notice that you're naked, I think you have a lack of self-awareness, is, I think, what it would probably be. Do you sleep on your left or your right side? Because that may have some impact on whether you dream or not.
Do most people have one side?
Oh.
I like
Are you a tosser and turner?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, my God, this is a dream, and you're going to wake up and go to the toilet in a minute. We're all in your dream.
So what did you say, left or right?
Right.
OK, so that fits with the study that they did in 2004. You are more likely to have disturbing dreams if you sleep on your left-hand side than if you sleep on your right-hand side.
So I'm good. So you toss and turn.
It could be either way. I didn't realise. Now I'm making a choice.
Yes.
You know, am I just going for rest or adventure?
What side does your wife sleep on?
I'm not aware of her having a preference for one side
So
or the other.
you have one side of the bed, right? Like,
yeah.
Surely... See,
yeah, I'm not an idiot.
But my husband makes me sleep facing away from him because I breathe too loudly.
That's quite weird, isn't it?
Well, like those two in the picture.
Oh, yeah.
When I got married, another thing I found out, that it wasn't usual to put your underwear and your socks on before you put any of your clothes on.
Well, you're supposed to put it on afterwards.
No. Did you marry a superhero? I put my underwear on, and then I put my socks on, and then I put my outerwear on.
OK, and what's wrong with that?
Well, apparently it's weird to put your socks on before you put your trousers and your top on.
I think your husband is telling you that things he does are things that everyone does. It is perfectly reasonable to put your socks on before your trousers.
It's also perfectly reasonable to breathe while you're asleep.
Let's try a parlour game to get us started. One Victorian parlour game was called Taboo. You were asked a question and had to answer without using a taboo letter of the alphabet. Our taboo letter tonight is obviously N, so please answer the following questions without using the letter N. Matt? Name a tasty yellow fruit grown mostly in the Caribbean and Central America. In the Philippines, its name has been corrupted to bayabas.
Is it, a ba'a? I'm trying to think what's nice and yellow. Crisps. I'm going for crisps.
It's a tasty yellow fruit.
Yeah.
So, no, the answer is guava. is the answer we were
Oh, there is an
looking for.
answer.
There is an answer.
I've been playing this game wrong for years.
It isn't banana at all. The answer is guava, is the fruit
Guava.
that we were looking for. In the Philippines, it has been corrupted to bayabas. Do you know what the Filipinos call bananas?
No.
They call them bananas. I could have got you with that one, had
Yeah.
you fallen for it. Susan, what do you call a woman who looked after Victorian children whose mothers were social equals but couldn't be asked to do the job themselves?
Well, I would call them the help.
Which is nice, but not the correct term.
Well, then I would call them... You've got such a gaze, Sandy. It's like the Eye of Sauron.
Sorry, but Sauron's got an N in it.
I would have said the nanny or a governess. Yes. Yes. I was essentially cajoled into that.
You were. So, not nanny, obviously, because how many N's have we got there, Susan?
At least two.
At least two. Also, not socially equal, the nanny. It's au pair.
Oh, no, I almost...
Au pair, been around...
Josh,
How annoying,
don't
isn't it?
start with your own. Oh, it was on the tip of my tongue there.
It's been around since the 1840s, the word au pair. Well, it literally means social equal, au pair.
Does it?
Yeah.
Have you met our social equals? He's really, really fit.
He's only run off with the social equal.
So, nobody doing very well, but I'm relying on Josh to get this one right.
Watch and learn.
OK, here we go. What do you call a Roman Catholic religious woman who has taken simple vows of poverty, chastity and obedience?
Is it the au pair?
That's guava.
Oh, it's difficult, isn't it, now? Yeah.
Yeah, not so quick with the answers now.
Tracy? Go on, then. None.
None.
Yeah.
So here's the thing. The answer is a sister. So a nun has taken solemn vows, but a sister has taken simple vows. It's a technical difference to do with the repudiation of property. So a nun's solemn vow repudiates property absolutely. A sister's simple vow allows her to reserve an interest. Hedging her bets, Josh. Hedging her bets, that one. Right, Alan.
Yes.
Name any of the digits in the common emergency telephone number. There's an emergency number which is...
999.
999.
They're great guys. They're great guys.
But the common emergency telephone number is 112.
Is it?
Yeah, so you can use it on a mobile phone, even if it's locked or you haven't got a SIM card.
It has got ends in 112.
Well, I asked you to name any of the digits in the common emergency number. So you could have said two.
Oh, my word.
2.
Well, it's Christmas, so Alan wins that one. There we go. What is the worst thing you can do on a bed of nails?
Fall from a great height.
I would think.
I'd say an orgy. I'd say to get nailed on some nails would be a terrible thing.
Well, here's the thing. So I think you could have an orgy if you were fantastically careful about how you got on and off.
Are we talking about the nails or the people?
It's about the even distribution of weight across the nails.
Tis, I did do this. I went
you?
on a bed of nails with a contortionist. What a night that was.
I filmed it.
And he showed me how to lie down. It's all right if you're lying down, but he said, be very careful, because your instinct when you get up is to put your weight on your hands.
Yeah.
And then that really hurts a lot.
When I was at school one afternoon, for some reason, some circus skills people came round and tried to teach us all circus skills.
I love the heavy note of disapproval in your voice. Absolute waste of bloody time!
I was 7. You could learn circus skills later. What I needed was maths. And they came round and said, you know, tried to teach us how to juggle. We couldn't juggle. Tried to put clown makeup on. Some of us had an allergic reaction, you know. But one of the things was the bed of nails, and they taught us how to lie on a bed of nails. And the way you lie on a bed of nails is you just lie on it and it's fine.
It's about getting on and off. You're
Yeah.
absolutely right. So let's have a look and see if test this out. If you've got a very small bed of nails underneath the desk there, if you bring it out.
I'm not going on the bottom.
Now, what will it if you would take a seat?
Take a balloon and place the balloon on the bed of nails. Now, apply the pressure evenly.
That actually clearly is a condom.
That's your big problem with having an orgy on a bed of nails.
If you press down on the wood evenly, it can withstand it for quite a long time.
Can I put some real
Go
weight
on,
on it?
burst it, burst it.
Go on,
Get-
let's have a go.
You've done, look, a lot.
I'll try again.
A fantastic amount of pressure.
Great, I've got condom up my nose.
Again.
OK. Put your beds of nails away. Let's have a quick look. We've got some video here of a woman. Now, look how she gets on. OK, now watch. This is actually slightly terrifying. So she lies on the bed of nails, and then an anvil left over from the Roadrunner cartoons. I know.
Anvil in the boobs is worse than some nails in the back.
Yeah. And rather pleasingly, a couple of spots which have been nicely popped there.
Maybe that's going to be the new pampering. You know, it turns out that's really good for the skin. You just get on the nails, anvil, couple of guys with some hammers.
There are 3 places called Fort Nonsense, but only one called Nowhere. What's the official name for the middle of nowhere? There's a place in the world that is the middle of nowhere.
Well, Croydon. I'm from Croydon, so I can say that, OK?
It's the centre of the least populated bit.
You're absolutely in the right area. So where would you find the least number of people? Not necessarily on the land, maybe?
Oh, so
The ocean.
It's a part of the Pacific. It is as far from land as it is possible to get on the Earth, and it's called Point Nemo. It is 1,700 miles from any coast, named, of course, after the submarine captain in 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea.
And there's a Starbucks there, right?
Yeah, there's a Starbucks. Nemo, Latin rendering of the ancient Greek utus, meaning nobody. It's also known as the oceanic pole of inaccessibility, and here is the extraordinary thing. You'd think there's nothing there, but it is a spacecraft graveyard. There are more than 160 spacecraft littering the ocean floor there. I'd say they're mostly Russian. So here's the thing. It's much cheaper to allow the orbit to decay naturally than to push it out into space. But when they know they're going to do this to a spacecraft, they have to see if there are any sailors in the area and ring them or contact them by radio and make sure that they know. And if you pass Point Nemo at the right time of day, you'll be closer to the astronauts on the space station, 250 miles away, than to any other human being on Earth. Wow. Isn't that extraordinary? Now, describe nature's top gear.
Nature's drugs.
Oh, is that a thing? Drugs?
Gear, you know, your gear, man.
Gear. Don't...
I got some top gear for you.
It's not gear in the sense of drugs. What kind of gears are there?
The cogs
In a car.
or something?
Yes,
Like, yeah.
yes. Nature is full of tremendous wonders, and nothing, I think, more wonderful than the immature plant hopper or a nymph and gears. Now, you can't really tell because it's a massive picture, but they're only 3 millimetres long.
I'm really glad that's a massive picture.
They tend on the whole to move very slowly because they don't want to attract attention, which is really sweet. But they are able to jump up to 1 metre from a standing start. So that is 300 times their own body length. Imagine if it was me, I would be able to jump from a standing start 1/3 of a mile.
I'd love to see that.
And now, the thing is, if you jump that far and you don't get your timing spot on, you spiral out of control. So they have little tiny, tiny gears that enable them to synchronise their legs within 30 millionths of a second. You can see here, at the top of each hind leg has a circular set of minute teeth, and just before takeoff, the insect's thighs, they squeeze together. You can see they're kind of ratcheting up, causing the teeth to mesh like gears, and the legs are then locked together, and then they can thrust off like that in perfect unison.
That's amazing.
It's amazing, but it looked like CCTV of it, so I wondered if he'd committed a crime.
Scene fleeing the scene.
In 2011, in Papua New Guinea, they found a weevil whose legs are screwed into the body.
That is such a phallus sticking out.
It is.
There. I'm really struggling with everything else on the screen.
You could take the front legs off while it was sleeping, put it on the back.
Interchangeable. No, I don't want that one.
Why do you think they might do this?
It takes its legs off.
No, it doesn't take them off. It's able to...
It tightens them.
Tighten them, so it can pull along the length of the leg in order to make it rotate in its socket. So they can rotate the back legs 130 degrees and get a better grip. Or they can rotate the front 90 degrees and get a better grip.
Why haven't we evolved to do that?
Because you'd get drunk, you'd put your legs on wrong, and you'd go, I'm off! Oof, when you shoot off that way.
Thank you for watching. Do remember to subscribe to the QI channel and click here to watch more videos. Fingers on buzzers. Where is this cheese from? I'll give you a clue. It begins with S. Alan.
Shropshire.
I don't know what made you think of it.
Sometimes, you know, sometimes you say the obvious one, and then you go, yes. But never to me.
It doesn't come from Shropshire. Anything else? It begins with an S, does not come from Shropshire.
Spain, Sussex, Surrey, Scotland.
Scotland. It comes from Scotland. It absolutely does. It was originally called Inverness Shire Blue or Blue Stewart, and I don't know why they thought if they renamed it Shropshire, people would be more likely to buy it. So it was a PR job.
So is it quite a recent invention?
It's a fairly recent cheese, yeah. Rather like Stinking Bishop.
Oh, yeah, that's like a made-up oldie-worldy thing, isn't
It's
it?
1973 it was
like
invented.
Hobnobs. They're quite recent.
Are they?
Yeah, the Hobnobs. Oh, that's an old biscuit. I'll have a Hobnob. It's about something like 1981. I present the Hobnob's quick entry into sort of... It's a quick biscuit to refer to. In a joke, you'd go, oh, a Hobnob or whatever. No, Hobnob, you're new. Leave the biscuit references to the rich tea and the digestive. They've done the time. It's like the bloody ploughman's lunch. Add executives' inventions.
And tonight's show was sponsored by Hobnobs. To whom we can only apologise. Stinking Bishop is actually named after the perry, so the pear drink that it's steeped in.
Right.
And the pear itself was bred by a man called Mr. Bishop, and he was so bad-tempered he was known as Stinking Bishop. So bad-tempered that once his kettle failed to boil as fast as he wanted it to, so he shot it.
And then he pissed it.
But does anybody know the price of the most expensive cheese in the world? It's called Poule.
1,000 euros.
You're not far off. It is £700 a pound.
What's so special about it?
It's made from donkey milk. So I don't know if you've ever tried to milk a donkey, but... it tastes...
Kicked in the face a lot.
You have to dress as an ice hockey goalkeeper.
25 litres of donkey milk to make 1 kilo of cheese of the Poule. So
Is it very delicious?
I've never had it. It's rather crumbly, apparently, and meant to be a delicacy. And it would be at that price. You wouldn't want to have a lot. You wouldn't want to think, oh, I'm tired, just open the fridge, cracker,
Melt
fantastic.
it on toast.
Yes.
I bought a rather nice lump of some sort of fancy cheddar, and it was in a waxy dome, you know.
Baby Bell.
Not a Baby Bell. Baby Bell. I don't you know.
Could have been a very old Baby Bell, like a pre-war Baby Bell.
Really big. Anyway, it cost quite a lot. And I thought I'm going to enjoy that. And then when I came home, my wife had grated it on the kids' jacket potatoes. She couldn't understand my indignation. You see, you sound ridiculous. We're in the kitchen going, that's a very expensive cheese!
She said, it's a Baby Bell.
Don't you not want some points or not?
Well, that's very difficult to say yes or
What do you reckon?
There's 3 negatives.
Yes. Don't you not want some points or not? Do you not want some...
Do you not want some points?
Or not?
Do you not...
Do you not?
Well, we also don't know whether he does or not.
Yes.
Don't you not want some
Points or not?
Or not?
Do you not not want points.
So here's the thing.
It's true to say that I do not want points.
Yes.
Or
So
not.
or not would mean that you do.
You'd say, do you want points or not?
No, yes, but
So the answer is... Well, there's two questions.
No, it's just one question with one answer, but I just tell you now, one answer has a klaxon and one doesn't. There. I think I'm giving too much away here.
Can we help him?
The show's nearly over. I'm filibustering.
Just,
You asked the question in English.
I did, yes.
English, there are 500,000 words in the Oxford English Dictionary. It is the largest language in the world.
Yes.
1,000 times no.
Oh, yes. Have you thought of that today?
Yes.
Yes is the right answer. Yes.
Yes isn't the right answer.
Oh.
It's not a yes-no question.
No, that's what I thought.
Well, but fundamentally, yes is better than no, is where my head's at. Although I was enjoying Giles's...
But curiously, the answer would have been different.
I didn't mean I'd come back to it.
No.
Wasn't enjoying it that much.
But interestingly, the answer in French would have been yes. Oh, no, no.
In French, you could have said, I don't know, which is je ne sais pas, which is a double negative. Or...
But if you translate, what did you originally say?
Is it too early to lose the will to live?
I'm extremely concerned, Sandy, that you, a role model for women everywhere, should, in fleshing out the double negative, come out with a statement broadly, yes is better than no. That's not what I'll be telling my daughter.
There's a lot of these in pop, aren't there? A lot of these in pop and rock lyrics.
Yes.
There's lots of I can't get no satisfaction.
Yes, there is. And if it's a positive double negative, like Tom Jones's It's Not Unusual, that's fine, OK? Because basically...
Why is that fine?
Well, it never used to be a problem, the double negative. And then in the 18th century, they became obsessed with mathematics, and it's to do with mathematics.
Oh.
So they began to codify the language as being illogical if it didn't fit with mathematical thinking. So in mathematics, minus a minus is a plus.
Oh, do this in Danish.
OK. Yeah. Så de tænkte mange år siden, at... I can do it. No, I won't do it now.
If you do that, I think I've had a stroke.
No.
I always just think there's a body being found as soon as
You can almost feel the wind on the bridge. Here's a question that everybody is gagging to know the answer to. What noise does a frog on helium make?
On helium?
Yes.
Oh, I love you, Miss Piggy.
You've got a frog in your throat. Yeah.
Yes. Hey, Corrie, if you want a klaxon, I reckon if you did a high-pitched ribbit, I reckon
Try
you
that.
could get
Try
one.
say ribbit.
Yeah. I might need a tissue.
It's rare you see so much pleasure at failure. It's
so good.
I reckon nobody knows, because as soon as you fill them with helium, and then oof, and they're off.
You can just see it go...
1993, scientists made 3 different species of frog inhale helium, because clearly party's not gone that well, nobody's turned up. Scientists with poor social skills, I'm going to guess.
We've finished, but we can't leave till 5.
Yes.
So, anything you've always wanted to do.
And it has no effect on frogs whatsoever. And the reason is that frogs don't use the resonance of the air inside their vocal tract to vocalise, the way we do. They seem to create resonance by using their skin instead, and that is not affected by helium. OK, so having that piece of information in your heads, what do you think would happen if you asked a dinosaur to suck on a party balloon?
I think he'd be like, I died thousands of years ago. This is a dream.
It'd sound like...
Actually, Corrie, you would be right, because you obviously can't try it out on dinosaurs. So 2015, the same experiment was tried on a Chinese alligator, which was as close as they could get by Austrian scientists. And it turns out, pumping helium into the tank of a Chinese alligator affects her voice as it does ours. So let's have a listen to the before and then straight away the after with the helium.
So make it, to make it lower.
Well, the thing is, it just changes the timbre. What helium doesn't do is people think it makes your voice higher, and it doesn't. Every voice, as you will know, is a mix of frequencies. So all it does is it causes some of those frequencies in humans, the higher ones, to be amplified so we can just hear them more. But it doesn't actually make the voice any higher. Apparently, because it's true of alligators, it must be true of dinosaurs because of the alligator being a
That would be a really bad, like, next Jurassic Park, like the third one.
How did this man's bare bottom help Britain win World War I?
He looks really different with his suit off, doesn't he? Like, you wouldn't even know that was him.
Give us a clue about the man. Did something go into his bottom or come out of it?
Well... The man is called William Lawrence Bragg. He was a physicist. He was a Nobel laureate. In fact, he remains the youngest recipient of the Nobel Prize. He received it in 1915, along with his father, his famous physicist. In 1915, he was serving as a subaltern in Flanders, trying to find out ways to use sound to locate enemy artillery. So one day, he's sitting on the latrine at the house where he was billeted, a tight little closet with no window at all, and he'd shut the door, and so that there was no other opening to the outside world apart from the one that he was sitting on. And he noticed that when there was gunfire nearby, his backside momentarily lifted off the seat. Even when he didn't really hear the explosion, there was a sort of a thing like this. And meanwhile, another physicist he was working with, a man called William Tucker, was billeted in a tar paper hut, and he noticed that by his cot there were just a couple of little holes, and even on a day when there was no wind, little puffs of air were blowing through. And they compared notes, the two, and the one from the loo and one from these two little holes, and they deduced that this was the result of inaudible, low-frequency sounds of artillery. And they set about devising detectors, and by 1917 it was so advanced that the Allies had a really devastating advantage in locating and targeting enemy guns. And it all came about because his backside lifted off the lavatory.
This is maybe the most inspiring story I've ever heard. About a lavatory? About a men's toilet and holes in a wall. Normally, these end super differently. Normally, it's and they had to shut down that garage. and did they have to use his specific arse on all of
No,
this?
I
didn't have to go around the whole... it's up there.
But that's how he discovered it. There are still 40,000 outside lavatories in the UK.
I'm surprised they've not all been turned into serial cafes or something. That's the sort of thing that people keep doing now, turning toilets into bars.
Yeah, there's one not far from here.
Yeah?
It's a toilet.
Turn into a bar?
It's called the toilet, I think.
I think he said that's the one thing he said.
Where you go to the loo, God knows. You can go up in the street and do it up the side of a pub. Like...
There used to be a thing when people were peeing up the sides of buildings. Boys, let's be honest, boys peeing outside buildings.
And talented girls.
And very talented girls. Lots of London buildings had special tilted metal bars so that if somebody did pee against it, the pee would splash back on the person's shoes. The most southerly public loo in Britain is on the island of the Minkies. Here's a picture of it. It says, this toilet has the distinction of being the most southern building in the British Isles. Please use with care, as the nearest alternative is in Jersey, which is 11 miles away.
It looks like those rocks are leaning against the toilet.
It's like they're queuing up, doesn't it?
It does look like a queue, doesn't it? They've solidified waiting. Rather than getting to business, we should do the opposite and have some fun. So I've got some Alka-Pops like this. I've got some... Look at these. Here's your balloons.
Thank you.
I've got Fun's chocolates.
Thank you.
There's another balloon for you. OK. So, here's the thing.
I'll drop mine, I'll drop mine.
It's party time. Oh, you dropped your balloon.
Jimmy's going to be a
Hang on a minute.
No, don't.
If you just... Could you hold up the red balloon for a second there, because it'll look like a Banksy. There you go.
So, it's party time, OK?
Oh, yeah. Here we go.
You are driving home from the shops. You are so excited. That's good, isn't it, Colin?
Well, that's me.
Yeah, isn't that lovely? You're so excited that, unfortunately, you crash into a tree.
Oh.
Yeah. I want to know what happens to the helium balloons.
Well, I'm more worried about him.
What about me?
Yes.
What about me?
That's quite
If
hard.
the helium
Yeah.
balloons pop and then you ring the ambulance, they won't believe you. They'll think you're doing a prank call.
That's
You sound
right.
like a silly boy.
Yes.
Alan, what were you going to say?
They're going to keep going?
Which way?
Up.
Would they...
Is it something to do with the airbag? Because the airbag's going to get released, and then there's another gas in the car. So do they fall in love and run away together?
No, it's nothing to do with the airbag. So helium, less dense than air.
Yeah.
All right. So everything else is going to get thrown forward. The Alka-Pops is going to get thrown forward. The chocolate's going to get thrown.
They stay still.
This is a stupid show.
They go down. They go down.
They go backwards.
They go backwards.
They go backwards. They go backwards. They go backwards. They go backwards.
Then,
They go backwards.
when you accelerate, what's going to happen to the helium balloon? Because the helium balloon's gone backwards.
They go sideways.
Go the same. They're going to go
forward.
forwards.
Yes, they're going to go forwards. Exactly. OK, so enough party time. Let's put things away. There's a limit to the amount of fun you're allowed. There you go. OK. Animal gets the lion's share of online viewing.
I don't know, but that horse looks like Donald Trump.
We had a cat who used to watch the telly. He watched a documentary about urban foxes. And he watched the whole programme with his paws up on the back of the chair looking at it like this. And about 6 months later, they repeated it.
Yeah.
And he watched it all again. And every time a fox went out of the side, he went like that.
Probably birds as well. Birds probably watch a lot of TV because they're in the room, aren't they?
What about people who hang their budgie by the window so it can see the other birds outside?
Yeah, that's what they
Isn't that not the definition of evil?
Anyway, none of this is what I wanted to talk about.
Is it lions?
Yes, no. Surprising.
Blue whale.
No. Surprisingly, there are more dog videos on YouTube than there are cat videos. So people always talk about cat videos. 65.9 million dog videos versus 65.3 million cats. The dog's just got the edge there. Why do we think that might be?
Dogs are better than cats. Oh, that's the most controversial thing ever said in the studio.
Yeah. I'm with you, Carrie Ann.
Thank you.
Yeah,
That's the Brexit of the pet world.
In England, people would care more about that than they did about Brexit.
Yeah.
If you start slagging off dogs or cats.
Yeah.
Let's try it. People who like cats say cats. People who like dogs say dogs.
People who like Brexit say Brexit.
People who like people say people.
That's me.
Nothing.
Hardly anything. I have to say that Google tells a different story than YouTube. There are 2.2 billion pages about cats compared to 1.8 billion about dogs.
Yeah, people going, why are cats shit? Why did I get a cat? How can I get rid of this cat?
Did a cat slap you when you were a baby?
Well, we're on the subject of Hell's Angels. We're now going to play...
Where the hell's the apostrophe?
What a game.
Can you pick that board up there, darling?
Certainly.
So what I want you to do, we have written on it for you, Alan, Hell's Angels.
Hell's
I want you to
Angels.
put the apostrophe in the correct place, please.
OK. Is it going to be angels belonging to hell?
Yeah.
That's it, isn't it?
No.
Oh, you ruined it, flipping...
It's bound to happen,
I
wasn't
hadn't
it?
even done it.
I know.
You were so keen.
After the
Go
S
on,
up
yeah.
there, then.
Try that, yeah,
go
go
on.
on.
Yeah.
Go for it. Oh, I don't know, then.
No, it's
There
a
isn't
trick.
one.
There
Why
isn't
isn't
one.
there
There
one?
isn't one. They don't want one.
Oh, they don't want one.
No, and who's going to argue with them, frankly?
I've got off them.
Until recently, they had a note in the FAQs of their official website. Should the Hells in Hell's Angels have an apostrophe and be Hell apostrophe S Angels? That would be true if there were only one Hell, but life and history has taught us that there are many versions and forms of Hell. Then people still carried on criticising them and saying it should be Hells and the apostrophe after the S. And so it's since been amended, and it now says missing apostrophe in Hell's Angels. Yes, we know that there is an apostrophe missing, but it is you who miss it. We don't.
That's the kind of punctuation-based rebellion that we... Every time I put on my leather jacket, I think, yeah, to hell with punctuation.
Took it to the man, one apostrophe at a time.
Yeah.
Setting
Us
a
and the
poor-
market stall traders.
Setting a poor grammatical example. That's the way we roll. Hell's Angels founded in 1948. Some of the gangs that amalgamated together, one of them was called the Pissed Off Bastards of Bloomington. Maybe too difficult to get on a jacket. I think
That's a lot of stabs.
Really good. Anybody know where the name Hell's Angels comes from? What's the origin?
Is it Paradise Lost or something?
It's a film, actually, by Howard Hughes.
Apostrophe! Apostrophe!
So the American air squadrons in World War II, which is probably where the motorcycle gangs got it from, but pilots got it from the Howard Hughes film.
Oh, right.
Hell's Angels are fierce in the defence of their trademark. They've sued Disney and Toys R Us and so on.
You can't wear... the back patches in general are frowned upon. If you're at a motorcycle, if you're wearing a back patch and it's not an official registered one, you can get into trouble.
Can you?
Yeah. When I was young, the Coggeshall bastards were the local ones. They were so tough that they sued the leather jacket because they thought that was a bit effete.
Oh.
So they wore Pacamacs and Wellingtons on their back. That was the myth. They were so hard. Their skin didn't need leather protection.
I love the idea of the sound of a Pacamac rustling in the wind.
You can get good slogans. I was at the motorcycle show once and there's a T-shirt and it said on the back, if you can read this, the bitch fell off.
About to post.
A letter.
Yeah.
Is he about to post a Movember selfie on Facebook?
No, it is the most extraordinary thing. He's about to post himself.
Is he?
Yeah. His name is Willie Reginald Bray. He was also known as the Human Letter. He was an eccentric gentleman who spent his entire life pushing the British Post Office to their absolute limits. And he started by sending unwrapped stamped objects to himself. See how that would go. So he sent a shirt collar and a half-smoked cigar. That's him actually posting onions on the right there. And almost all of it got through without any trouble at all, so he began to experiment. He wrote to any resident of London. There it is, any resident of London. Sadly, that was rejected, insufficiently addressed. But he did get his mother to crochet the address, and that was accepted. And he also wrote the address in mirror writing, and that was also accepted. And then, finally, he sent himself through the post and shipped himself to his father, and there's his rather irritated father receiving him. Then he decided to build the world's largest collection of autographs. He wrote to the Reichstag in Germany. So many times there's a letter back from Adolf Hitler's office. Please, can you stop sending letters? The Fuhrer's quite busy.
What if that finally pushed Hitler over the edge?
Yeah.
As I say, a lot of them these days very different country.
Yeah. Just keep digging that hole there, Richard.
It's not a hole, it's a trench. I'm just saying keep an eye on them, that's all I'm saying.
Right, moving on. Which ferocious beast is the world's most successful hunter?
Wait, hold on. What is happening?
Philip Green.
It looks like you've gone to a fancy dress party dressed as Captain Mannering.
It's terrifying. So, most ferocious... Starts with an O. What ferocious beast is the world's most successful hunter?
Well,
Starts
hunter.
with an O.
Because hippos are really dangerous, aren't they?
It starts with an H.
Oh, yeah.
Orangutans. Otters.
Ostrich.
No, it's...
The audience have offered up octopus.
Octopus is not it either. It is the creature that belongs to the order Odonata, so it is dragonflies. Dragonflies are...
What, they're killer?
The most successful hunters.
Oh, right.
They are thought to have the highest hunting success rate of any hunting creature on Earth. It's between 90 and 95% success rate. And here is the unbelievable thing. They don't track their prey, they intercept it. They calculate where the prey is going to be in the future. So instead of chasing it like a lion might, they fly to where it's going to be and catch it there. So let's have a quick look. So there it is. It just seems to be minding its own business. And off it goes to catch its prey.
Whoa.
Now, let's have another look, because let's be really clear about where the prey was coming from. So have a look up in the red box, and you see the prey is coming in, and he's not flying towards it, he's flying away from it and over to the right, and catches it. And it's the same thing that humans use to predict the future when they're catching a ball, but we don't really know how they're able to do it. There's a downside to being a dragonfly, I think, is the mating is very, very odd. Yeah. So the male is a dick.
Oh.
What does that mean? The male is a dick.
It's got 2 dicks!
Yeah, 2 dicks! Well done, Nish. So the male has got 2 sets of sexual organs. So before inseminating the female, he sort of has to inseminate himself. He transfers sperm...
I did that as well.
Transfers sperm from his testes to his sperm pouch and then to his penis. And he's still not ready to inseminate because he's got a sort of shovel-shaped penis and he uses it to scrape out any sperm from other males before he then... yes.
Who is clapping that? One bloke.
There's a theory that is why the male penis is shaped that way, to remove any sperm, because they are assuming that woman probably has had sex with someone else.
So it's a scraper?
Yeah, it's a scraper.
Very useful in the winter if your car's frosted over.
I could do a wing mirror.
What's the scariest thing about this? Isn't that incredible? What is the most scary thing about it?
The teeth. The fact that they can't go backwards. I'm sorry, that takes them a bit long to type.
Scary is subjective, really, isn't
What
it?
is the scariest? Well, our perception of sharks is apparently shaped by footage in nature documentaries, which tends to be accompanied by ominous music. So the thing that really scares you in it is ominous music. So they did a study at the University of California, and they showed 3 clips of sharks to participants. So the one we've just seen with the ominous music. Here's one with silence.
Hello, my friend.
Have a look at this. Do you know what? There's a whole show for you, Alan. In just doing fish impersonations. We had the trout faking her orgasm last series.
We've done that. Different orgasm, same trout.
Can you do shark who then has an orgasm? Can you combine? Mildly surprised.
Because they don't know they're going to have an orgasm. They haven't learnt about orgasms or experimented with themselves. I imagine. And then when they have an orgasm the first time, it must be very alarming.
My worry is watching you do them, that you haven't seen someone have one before.
When they do it for the second or the third time, then they're much more...
Is everything okay at home, Alan?
Anyway, let's have a look at the same clip with uplifting music.
But here's
here's the thing, they aren't actually that dangerous, and the thought is that the ominous nature of documentaries leads the public to have a distrust of sharks, and that in turn harms their conservation funding. The truth is, sharks kill worldwide about 6 people a year, and the same number are killed by livestock in Britain alone. So a cow more likely to do you in than a shark. Right, moving on. Where's this guy going with that ox, and what's he going to do when he gets there?
Is it like an early boombox?
I can tell you, as you can see, because he's able to lift it, that the cow has been hollowed out, and why might...
Is it before the invention of birthday cakes? People used to get strippers to jump out of cows.
Yes, it's that.
Not a Hindu wedding.
I hate to say this, but if someone's inviting a stripper to a wedding, that
Is it to scare off animal?
It's quite the reverse. It's to be able
to encourage.
It's to be able to hide. This is Richard Kearton. He's one of the world's first wildlife photographers. So before the telephoto lens, in order to get a close-up, you literally had to get close up. So if you wanted to take, for example, a photograph of a bird's nest with eggs in it, this is Richard and his brother Cherry Kearton. Cherry, I know. They went, Richard, let's have something different. Cherry. Richard and Cherry, pioneers of wildlife photography, they bought an ox from a butcher. They got a taxidermist to hollow it out, and they hid themselves in the ox with a lens sticking through a hole. And one day, apparently, Richard fainted inside the ox, and it fell over, and his brother...
That's brilliant. That's so good.
Cherry turned up an hour later and took the photo before he got his brother out. They more or less invented professional nature photography. Their subjects range from anything from flowers in the Yorkshire Dales to lion hunts in Africa. And before them, most nature photographs were stuffed animals placed in natural surroundings. But you can see they abseiled down cliffs. They had those astonishing fragile box cameras slung to their backs.
He's hot. Like, I'm not going to... Come on.
You think?
Yeah.
Cherry Kearton became the Attenborough of his age. He moved into wildlife documentaries.
Here, from inside the ox.
Lots of words called orphaned negative. So these are words that have the opposites, but nobody uses them. They're now obsolete. So what would be the opposite of ineffable?
Effable.
Effable, but nobody ever uses as a perfectly good word, isn't it?
I've heard people say that.
Effable's not effable?
Oh, he's got nice trousers on today. He's totally effable.
Yeah, well, funny, and thank you. I really appreciate it. They're very roomy.
No, there are lots of good ones. Incessant. So cessant. Nobody talks about cessant anymore. This is the weird thing about this word, OK? What it tells you in the dictionary is that cessant hasn't been used since 1701. What happened that year? They thought, you know, I'm done with that word.
What about, for you, what about disdain?
Oh, yes,
Because
the opposite
you're...
of being a good Dane, yes,
Yeah.
a disdain.
Disdain.
Yeah. Innocent? Anybody?
Yesn't.
Innocent.
Innocent. So innocent, yeah, innocent was a criminal.
Innocent.
Until about the 17th century, so nocentum, Latin meaning to harm.
Is nonchalant?
Chalant.
Chalant.
Yes. I'm going to refer to you as Shallant. I like that. I think that sounds rather good.
You've got Chalant.
Yeah, Shallant and effable.
Stopping you.
To be fair, Jimmy, I had to have it pointed out to me. Inflammable?
Oh, I hate... Inflammable and flammable.
Same thing.
It is exactly the same thing. It's not an orphan negative at all. In fact, the opposite of flammable is non-flammable.
Explosive.
I beg your pardon?
Just reading.
Oh, explosive. It used to be inflammable because it comes from the Latin inflammare, but they adopted flammable deliberately in the 20th century because, honestly, inflammable seemed ambiguous. So that is one of the reasons why we now say flammable and then non-flammable.
Right.
Anybody know what a contronym is?
Oh, so it's like, so you've got synonym?
Yeah.
Antonym.
Antonyms, yes. So it's a word that is also its own opposite. So screen, which means to show, like screen a film, and screen also means to hide. Another example, bound. So fastened to the spot and also heading somewhere.
Oh, that's good.
They're good, aren't they? Consonants. They're really,
nice.
so you like this? Fast, so moving quickly, and stuck and unable to move. It's the.
And also, I always thought with fast food, the fastest not to eat, and then also to eat loads really cheaply.
Yeah, there you go.
I think we may need marijuana for this.
Yeah.
It feels to me like this should be a conversation that happens at like, yeah, man, fast. But no, man, fast food.
I love that your impression of someone on drugs means you've never taken them.
Antigrams. Anybody know what an antigram is?
It is the opposite of a gram.
So these are words where if you do an anagram, the anagram itself has the opposite meaning to the original word. So
impossible.
Yeah. Dormitories, tidier rooms is one. There's one. Customers, I like this one. The anagram is store scum.
Oh, there's a few people out there working retail.
Here's another one, an antigram. A volunteer fireman. I never run to a flame. And 45 is an anagram of over 50. It's just a woman lying, basically. Now, what definitely won't happen to you when you sneeze?
You won't have a 16th of an orgasm.
Isn't it a 10th?
Is it a 10th?
That might be inflation, I don't know.
Is there a little thrill to be had from sneezing?
Apparently, well, that was the myth, that if you sneezed, you just go...
You can't physically sneeze with your eyes open, isn't that right?
Yeah, well, we did say that sneezing with your eyes open can't make them pop out, but in fact, that is not entirely correct. If you have something called floppy eyelid syndrome, a sneeze can, in fact, force your eyeball out of your socket.
And we're all going to have a go.
Like this. So it'll be like that, and then you... And out, say... So there's a technical name for it. So if your eyeball actually pops out spontaneously...
Whoa!
Spontaneous globe luxation is what it's called. So mostly obese men get this syndrome where your eyelid can pop out, so the upper eyelid becomes very floppy and it's easily turned inside out. What would the medical advice be if your eyeball popped out?
Oh.
Pop it
Put it on ice.
Get it back in as quickly as possible. Yeah, no, don't put it on ice. I think it's still attached, most likely.
If it's still attached, look round corners that you couldn't previously look round.
That's a good idea.
Yeah.
Keeping an eye on you. I think the main advice is to get a medical person to do it, don't you? And apparently they use a tool that looks a bit like a bent paperclip, which I think could be... Yes! It has happened. There was an American basketball player called Akil Mitchell in early 2017.
No.
He got poked in the eye during a game. He fell to the ground. He was clutching his face. And he described afterwards he knew something was wrong because he could feel his eyeball on his cheek and could still see out of his eye.
Oh, my God.
And they popped it back
They
in
just popped
all
back.
right?
He's absolutely fine now.
Can you just do it with your finger? Do you need the paper?
No, you do. My
clip
advice
in?
is to...
If it
Honestly,
happens-
this is a moment for a doctor. Please. Now, which king appeared on the first British Christmas stamp?
George V. Wenceslas.
Yes. Yes. You're absolutely right. So, in 1963, the then Postmaster General was Tony Benn. And he launched a competition in conjunction with Blue Peter and the Post Office to design Britain's very first Christmas stamp. And 6-year-old Tasvia Shemza, that's her there on the right, she won with a Good King Wenceslas design. And James Berry, next to her, he got a 1 6 stamp. But here is her stamp. So he was the only king on the stamp, because, of course, the monarch is Queen Elizabeth II. And Tasvia is in the audience. There she is. There she is, all grown up. Oh. Congratulations.
That's the longest round of applause we've ever had for anything. I love your stamp.
Tasvia, was the picture based on anybody?
Well, it was indeed, yes. It's not King Wenceslas,
Right.
as people say. It was actually a picture of my dad.
Oh, a picture of your dad! Oh, but there he is. I think you did very well with that.
Sorry, if your dad is wearing that hat, I think he's a bit above his station, isn't he?
What I love about this is the stamp was issued in 1966. So, in fact, Daleks, which were introduced in 1963, are an older Christmas tradition than Christmas stamps here in the UK. How might the CIA win the Cold War with this? OK, so I've got one for each of you. You should have one sitting there.
yes, we
So
do have
it is like the old arcade game. So one of you presses the things to try and fox the other. That's it. And one of you has to grab it. There's no point just... That's it. Grab the thing. Oh, Bill, very good. Have you got that? Yeah.
I have to do that. I'm not doing it. I'm not
Keep going. Keep harder, that's it.
Are you regretting giving us these?
I am now, yes. So...
It's not like Kazakh lottery or something.
No, it's not through the lottery. What other bits of the game might you use if it wasn't the balls for the lottery?
The grabber.
The grabber, yes. So CIA, what would they use it for?
Grabbing the balls of a spine. Yes.
Torture.
Yeah, no, it's not that at all. We're going to head to an O area. We're going to go to oceanography.
Oceanography.
OK, and using it...
Getting submarines.
Yes! Yes! No! Yes! Absolutely good, right. Yes! That is absolutely right. The CIA used the biggest claw grab ever constructed to get hold of a Soviet strategic ballistic missile submarine which had sunk in the Pacific. So, in 1968, they began Project Azorian, and the aim was to recover the Soviet sub, K-129, and they got a ship called the Hughes Glomar Explorer. And from the outside, it looked just like any other ship, but in the middle, the major portion of the hull could be opened up underwater to reveal a vast...
Oh, my God.
It really is like a movie. Look at that.
Wow.
To reveal a vast internal... they called it a moon pool.
Does the boat not sink at that point?
Apparently not. And they put down the largest, so exactly like you've got in the game, the largest grabbing claw.
Like one of these?
Yeah, nicknamed Clementine. And they put it right over the wreck. But what always happens in these arcade games when you grab something?
There's no grip.
Yeah.
But then it's immediately released and you get the bunny you didn't want.
Yes, that is exactly what happened.
They got a bunny.
Well, an underwater rabbit.
Oh, thank God. I thought no one was going to come.
I thought you were going to say that nobody on the boat had any change.
Yeah.
They were like...
No, halfway up, they dropped it. Two-thirds of it actually broke away. So they did manage to get a third of it, which fortunately had 2 nuclear torpedoes on it and a cheap watch.
They nearly dropped those then. That would have been...
That would have been bad.
But where was this then?
In the North Pacific.
Wait a minute, is this true?
Yes, it's absolutely true. It happened in 1968. Yes.
This is an amazing show.
And then there was another experiment where they had these nuclear silos and they kept popping. They didn't know which missile that the silo was going to come out of. So they got a giant hammer and they just tried to whack it. And it's called Whack-a-Nuke.
Talking about amusement arcades, the claw machines, March 2017, a 3-year-old Irish boy called Jamie Bracken Murphy, he so wanted a furry dinosaur that he climbed up the dispensing chute and into the machine.
They're going to try him. There's a child there. There's a child there. They can grab him out.
Grab him out of the thing. He wouldn't come out without the dinosaurs. He'd got 2 furry dinosaurs. So, in the end, he was rescued by a passing fireman and he was allowed to keep the dinosaurs, but I think so he should be. Why is the second smelliest man in the world so frustrated?
Is he frustrated because everyone's like, boy, you must be the smelliest person in the world? And he's like, yeah, you'd think.
You'd think.
Do I have a certificate? No.
Is it Boris Johnson?
It's a cattle herder from India called Kailash Singh. He stopped washing in 1974 because a priest told him that he would have a son if he didn't bathe or cut his hair. So it's 40 years later, he hasn't had a single bath or a shower. He's got 6-foot-long dreadlocks. He's father to 7 daughters and no... What? Can you believe he's had sex at all? It's breathtaking. There's the lovely place of Varanasi on the banks of the Ganges there, where he lives. His family did once try and force him to bathe in the river, but he fought them off and said he would rather die.
So they killed him?
Yeah. But he now says he's going to wash in the next life. Oh. That's his plan. But he is only the second smelliest man in the world. The person currently believed to be the most unwashed man in the world is Amul Haji. We don't have a picture of him. I don't think it would be too much for the camera.
No photographer can get near enough.
Use a zoom! It's too much! The lens is foggy!
He hasn't washed for over 60 years. He lives, not surprisingly, in a remote village.
You'd have to be like the cheaters. You'd have to set up a camera and then try and
Where's his village?
He lives in southern Iran and he lives on roadkill. He gets more and more attractive as you go through. He particularly likes porcupine and he smokes animal dung in his pipe. And if he needs a haircut, he burns his hair off with fire.
Hey, stop looking at me.
It's time for Alan's occupational hazard, the round that we all call general ignorance. Fingers on buzzers, please. Who do you go and see to get your eyes tested? David.
Optician.
Oh. No,
Alan
why not?
Davis.
What is...
Optometrist.
Yes, so the optician dispenses the glasses and the optometrist is the person who actually tests your eyes. You can be trained as both. So if you might have an optician who's also an optometrist, that is possible.
An optician who's also an optometrist, that's a TV show I'd like to watch. Crazy maverick optician who does optometry as a sideline.
Why might poor eyesight make a good impression?
Do you seem aloof and therefore people respect you?
When you can't see them,
you
don't rear back at their hideousness.
Or try and jump them because of their beauty.
Yeah.
So either way, your response is muted.
It's not that.
I have very bad eyesight, even with glasses, so I can see virtually nothing. But it does mean, you know, in all the Hollywood movies when they used to sort of... Yeah, I see... Can I say thank you very much? So everyone looks like they're shot through a filter.
OK,
But
so it is about that. It's to do with impressions.
Oh, is it because Monet and Manet had bad eyesight and that's
It's
why they painted
absolutely to do with many of the impressionists suffered from very poor eyesight.
That explains a lot.
I'm very short-sighted. Without glasses or contact lenses, things look a bit like an impressionist painting.
I was in a hotel in New York recently and I was walking down a long corridor. At the end of the corridor, I saw this painting, which that is beautiful. Like a big... It was abstract, it was red and white and all kind of stuff. And I thought, when I get to the end of the corridor, I'm going to see what that is. And it was a fire hose. It was beautiful.
That would be a thoroughly irresponsible painting to hang in a hotel.
It would be. Well, Monet's unusual colours may be down to his cataracts. But he's not the only one. Degas probably had maculopathy. So it's a retinal disease that affects your central vision, and that explains the increasing blurriness in his paintings. And it is thought that Van Gogh suffered from lead poisoning, and that can make your retinas swell, and you start to see light in circles. So very like the Starry Nights. And Van Gogh also treated, of course, with digitalis for his epilepsy, and that drug can cause you to see in yellow or yellow-green, and that could explain his increasing use of yellow in later works. Name an endangered mammal that eats bamboo.
Panda!
Yeah. No, not so. Why, Bill? Any idea?
Well, they're not that endangered.
They're no longer endangered.
They're all over the place.
They're vulnerable.
You can't go in any shopping centre in London without them taking up all the seats.
Yeah.
Elephants eat bamboo. Is there a right answer?
There is a right answer, but it isn't panda because they are no longer designated as endangered.
Tree sloth.
It's a golden bamboo
Eater.
lemur. A there, look, how cute is that?
A bird of prey. There's only the two of us left now. I'm the World Wildlife Fund.
Stop eating the bamboo! That's what I can say!
We're making the same mistakes again and again and again. We need to adapt to new habitats.
Shut up, I'm eating all the bamboo before the bird comes back.
I love bamboo. I bloody love it.
You can do so much with it. You can grill it. You can fry it.
You can make scaffolding out of it for building a lemur
It's
house.
a very flexible plant. Everyone knows that.
You can make a xylophone out of it, for
There's
God's
loads
sake.
of it. Why are we dying out?
out! We should be thriving.
We're not having enough sex.
It doesn't really look like bamboo, though. I mean, it looks like he's crimping the end of a joint. Yeah, just crimp it. Here we are. That's it. Right, OK, come on, everyone.
The Camberwell carrot.
Yeah. That's why they're dying out. They're just not doing anything.
Best job ever, I think. In 2014, China's Giant Panda Protection and Research Centre started recruiting panda nannies. Oh, my.
Oh, my gosh.
You get paid the equivalent of £28,000 a year. You get free meals, travel accommodation, and you get to hug pandas all day.
What are any of us doing with our lives?
Some basic knowledge of pandas is required, as well as the ability to take pictures. The work has only one mission, spending 365 days with the pandas and sharing in their joys and sorrows.
No. I don't think they have any joy or sorrow,
what
do
are-
they?
what
I
are
mean,
panda
it's just,
sorrows?
They're just pandas, aren't they?
I like the little one in the middle. I may be small, but I'll take any of you. I can take on any of you. These are tough ones.
They're about to drop that one. And ready, go!
It would just be the softest crash in the world. though.
This one, this is my favourite. Yeah, this one. That's the best. Show business.
Panda with jazz hands. You don't see that very often. Now, for a question on job openings, what will be the first occupation done exclusively by robots?
Oh, I hope it's not people on panel shows, otherwise...
I would think something like surgery.
OK. Which kind of surgery?
Keyhole heart surgery, maybe something like that. Or brain surgery, where they can be incredibly precise.
So I need to go to the other end?
It would be anal surgery.
Wiping asses.
You have to try and imagine that you are training to be a proctologist, and you need to, at some point, have a look inside a rectum. That's going to be your basic training gown. Until recently, the UK has had only one registered rectal teaching assistant who travels round the country visiting medical schools and offering up his rectum to students.
Oh, no, Sandy.
Oh, yes.
That somebody says,
It's
I'll
a job.
do it.
Yeah. Leave that with me. So, there are some problems with this.
You'd definitely make up what you did for a living, wouldn't you?
There are a few problems with this. First of all, the strain of training an entire country of doctors with one rectum, I think, is quite thing. And then the problem with using a real person is that the professor who is teaching you can't really tell if you're doing it properly because they can't see what you're doing.
Sorry, can I just... Sorry. For the profession of proctologist...
Yes.
Everyone in the country is using the same person.
You can see the problem with this, can't you?
So, do you apply for it, or does it...
Well, they only got one applicant.
It's been a problem, so Imperial College have come up with a robotic rectum. So this guy can go home and sit down. There are tiny robotic arms that apply pressure to a silicon rectal passage, and then the hardware can be changed to different levels of difficulty. You can change the size and shape of the rectum, can change the prostate.
And then eventually you get to a boss fight at the end.
And each one of these arseholes costs £25,000.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Wow.
So once the current rectal teaching assistant retires, we will go from a workforce of one to a workforce of none, and there will be just robots.
My arse definitely needs a good looking at.
I've been wondering what to give as a prize this evening.
I took my husband home for our first Christmas together. I got so self-conscious about all the things that my family do at Christmas.
What do you do that's a...
Well, we have a set of bells that we sit round. We each have a different... Everybody... OK, we've got a set of bells.
Yeah.
There's 8 bells.
Right, how many of you?
Full octave.
Well, there's only 4 of us in my family.
Oh, 2 bells each?
Yeah.
Okay.
But then now my husband's joined.
Oh, no!
Yeah. No, that's good. That's another person, yeah.
Right.
That's another person. I'm glad you recognise him as such.
And then about 1987, my mum wrote out loads of Christmas songs on sort of boards with all the bell numbers.
Right.
And we just do that for about 2 or 3 days.
We had a similar thing. What Mum and Dad's friends would all come over, like Sri Lankan friends. They would get drunk and then they would turn over like bins and stuff like that, and then start banging on them and singing like old traditional Sri Lankan songs.
Is that true, Shanti? Is that true?
Yes, it's very true.
It's true.
You know,
Everything you say, Ramesh. Yeah.
Confirmation, please. Keep from hell. Can we have confirmation that he's telling the truth?
I've got this horrible, judgmental Wikipedia sitting up.
Checking all your gags.
Yeah, well, that's true, Sandy. Don't worry, you can carry on with the anecdote. Off you go.
Someone from Holly's family going, there's a load of shit about the bells. There are 16 bells, you lying cow.
So, like, they would get, like, buckets and turn them over, and then just, like, my dad would just be... like that for, like, hours.
Did you two live anywhere near each other?
Linked up, done a little tour, coffee and cream on the road. But then, one Christmas we did that, and then the next morning we took the blanket off the budgie cage and they were dead.
Had you beaten the birds to death?
No, they just didn't like Sri Lankan music.
I think your mum thinks that's not true. I've never had a budgie.
Just really racist budgies.
How can I persuade you to do what I want using only my thumb?
Well, I think of a couple of possibilities.
Yeah. Just...
Yes.
No, I've got nothing that isn't Phil.
Nothing? No.
Nothing that isn't Phil.
Also known as the thumb of power. And it's a hand gesture used very widely by modern politicians when they make speeches.
Oh, it's to stop you doing this, isn't it? To stop you going...
Yeah. But
you.
Apparently it's more powerful. Don't do that because people don't like you, but if you do that, you look like you're a powerful person.
Yeah. Never do that as a politician.
No. There's a science of oratorical hand gestures, and it's called chironomia, and it was set out in precise detail in 95 AD, so a really long time ago, Quintilian's Institutio Oratoria. It says here, one of the commonest of all the gestures consists in placing the middle finger against the thumb and extending the remaining three. It is suitable in the statement of facts, but in that case the hand must be moved with firmness and a little further forward, while, if we're reproaching or refuting our adversary, the same movement may be employed with some vehemence and energy, since such passages permit of greater freedom of extension.
I tell you who does this.
Yes.
I think Paulie Walnuts and The Sopranos.
Does he?
And Spider-Man.
But the study of oratory and rhetoric dates back a really long time, and there's all sorts of rules about classic rhetoric based around the rule of three, which is the same as in comedy. So, Tricolon, I came, I saw, I conquered, or Veni, Vidi, Visa, I came, I saw, I shopped. Molossus, so that's three stressed syllables, yes, we can. And epizeuxis, so location, 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 when you repeat the same word over and over again. But it hasn't changed, it hasn't changed. So you get ethos, logos and pathos. Those are the three modes of persuasion. So ethos is how you establish the credibility of the speaker. So watch QI, I'm on it. Logos, you present the logical argument, watch QI, it's really good. And pathos, appeal to the emotions, watch QI or we shoot this kitten. I'm just using it as a rough example. There have been manuals about how you gesture since there have been speeches. This is a wonderful one.
Well, I've done this on a stag do. Zone football, it's called. It's a right laugh. 12 of you, boom, boom. We didn't dress like that.
Bob Dob Do. Bob Dob Do. Bob Dob Do. Oh. I think he might be learning the Macarena. Very sure.
And politicians can't help but use them. My favourite example is Richard Nixon. On the day that he was made to resign as president, that's what he chose to do as he left. He clearly hadn't got the message, it hadn't gone all that well.
I think I could play a young Nixon.
Yes, actually, that's slightly terrifying, isn't
it?
And Angela Merkel always held her hands like that. In fact, in Germany, it's known as the Merkel Raute, the Merkel diamond. That's just how she always holds her hands. And Trump also, lots of signature hand signals.
When Donald Trump took to office, little did he know.
I like Angela Merkel's one. It's like she's going to go open the door, see all the people.
It does. So it has the steeple, and then, oh, look. Oh, there's no British people. Don't you think, Victoria, when you have your photograph taken, it's awkward to know what to do with your hands, isn't it? If you're a woman, especially, you can't sort of put your hands in your pockets, can you?
No, yes, terrible. I've read things that say, you know, if you put one foot forward, you look thinner.
I like the idea of the 1 foot forward.
Just do that. Always just do that.
Why so?
Because people will always remember you.
Doctors, what's your diagnosis here?
He's fallen asleep on a stag do.
He was running a circus school.
The world's
Students
worst.
hated him.
It's a party game, is it? Pin the sword on the nutter.
So this is possibly one of the earliest anatomical drawings for medics. He was known as the Wound Man. It's a medieval image, first printed in a book, 1491 in Venice. It's all the various things. So he's been injured, if you look there, with daggers, he's been shot with arrows, he's been lacerated, he's been stung by bees, scorpions, been clubbed in the head, bitten by a dog, scratched by thorns, blasted by cannonballs. He's definitely got plague and bad spots, and he appears to have a toad in his stomach. So it's, as it were, the contents page to the book.
What a shame, though, for a guy who obviously looks after himself and goes to the gym. To go down like that. He eats paleo. You know, he's really healthy. He thought he'd have a long life, and then
all of those things happen to him.
He's a curious contradiction, though, because he doesn't look after his appearance enough to remove a sword from his head.
No.
He does buy his underwear in agent provocateur.
Quite snug.
They are on the tight side, aren't they?
Yeah. Ironically, that's the most pain he's in.
It's gone right up my arse, that.
He's come back from a sort of Civil War reenactment, you know. So, how'd it go? Don't ask. You know? Nick the armour. I've left him with pants. Look at this.
He's going to go to the doctor, and the doctor's going to go, I'm going to try something new, hear me out, don't poo-poo it straight away. It's called acupuncture.
They also had one for women. It isn't just the Wound Man. They had Disease Woman. There she is.
Is Marvel running out of superheroes?
Disease Woman. In the United States, they have an exceptionally complex system for categorising injuries. It's called the ICD-10 system, the International Classification of Diseases. There are 140,000 detailed codes for different complaints, and they are extremely specific. So they include bitten by orca, forced landing of spacecraft injuring occupant, asphyxiation due to being trapped in a car trunk, burn due to water skis on fire.
That's really hard.
How could that ever happen?
That is so unlucky.
My absolute favourite, hurt at opera.
Otherwise known as the Abraham Lincoln.
Yes. The first attempt to categorise disease is in this country, the bills of mortality. And there was a man called John Graunt, who was actually a haberdasher, but he was very interested in trying to work out the various things that people died of. So we're talking 16th century. And he put together these bills of mortality, and they're great. If you have a look, these are the different things that people died of. They are just gripping in the guts. 1,288 people died of that, gripping in the guts.
Gripping.
Lethargy's already my favourite.
That's a good one. I can't bother.
That's the way I want to go.
Too
lethargic to live.
I quite like frighted. 23 people died frighted.
Killed by several accidents.
I just found dead in the streets. What? How did he die? I don't know, just found him.
Some of these bills of mortality, they just had cause of death suddenly. That's it. That'll sort you out.
Yeah.
Teeth and worms.
How do you die of teeth and worms? 2,600...
I tell you what, look, Wound Man would have read that and go, yeah, I've had that, I've had that, I've had that.
You can't learn to ski jump without breaking legs, and you can't make an omelette without...
Breaking eggs.
And we're off and running. Yes.
But you're going to show us how you can.
You can make an omelette without breaking eggs. In Japan, it's called a golden egg, as we shall demonstrate. What you need to do is
Get a chicken.
an egg.
It's in a pair of
Well,
tights.
it's in a stocking, so I'm
stocking,
going to
all right.
pass this to you. And what you need to do is you need basically to break the membrane that is round the egg yolk. That is called the vitelline membrane. It's a protein fibres. And what you do is you spin it like this, and you're trying to shake the egg. And actually, it's one of the good things
I've
when you
got
let
a
go,
very
it does that.
expensive suit on at this point.
Ah, OK. Just spin it gently, it would be
Yeah.
the thing. Yeah. I don't think we've ever had anybody who's worn expensive clothing on this show. It's a really cheap children's toy, isn't it? Have you broken yours? So you spin it and you mix up the egg inside the shell.
Right.
It's actually quite tough to do.
Gonna make it go any further, Jim.
And then you boil it, and it will, when you remove the shell, it will reveal that it is an omelette. I mean, some people would say it's more of a scrambled egg than an omelette, but Escoffier's definition, in a few words, what is an omelette? It's really a special type of scrambled egg enclosed in a coating or envelope of coagulated egg and nothing else. So our version ought to qualify.
That's what a man looks like.
That's a bloke, isn't it?
In tights. Actually, we could ask Grayson, is this what a man
This
looks
is what
like?
Grayson, I'm so sorry.
If my skirt was any shorter.
Yes.
Let's have a look at the below the desk cam. Oh, there
OK, I have a question for you all. Here is
OK.
a bottle
Right.
with an egg in it. How did it get in the bottle?
Oh, it's one of those tricks you read about in old encyclopedias, isn't
Yes.
it?
Yes.
What do you think it is?
So you can't plunge that in a pan of boiling water and then somehow extricate the shell.
So if I have another bottle, you can see that the egg...
Oh,
won't
I know
go
how you do
in.
it.
Yes.
You take all the air out the bottle and it sucks the egg in.
So the way you do that is you're going to light. Let me show you.
Do you want me to play some music or something?
Yeah. Can you light that, Danny?
Dun, dun, da, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Brazil. Oh, well, it's doing it.
It's like trying to get into your jeans, isn't it?
That is what happens when you get Eric Pickles and you try and get him out of an aeroplane.
We've overbooked the flight. You're going to have to... Actually, no, you can stay.
You got to 30,000 feet and over the door.
I've got one more trick. So this is a little bit hit and miss.
Go on.
But I will do my best. When it works,
What is
it's
this?
absolutely fantastic. Oh. I have to be more
Can you hit
constant.
it the other way?
I've got to be more... No.
Go on.
This'll work.
A little bit orange, but very oversensitive.
Donald Trump. Someone had to say it.
So, Callie, I might be looking at you.
Something to do with being ginger.
Just to do with being red-headed. So, are there any particular characteristics that are more associated with redheads?
Fiery. They're fiery,
We're very
aren't they?
attractive.
Very, very attractive. The fact is, multiple studies have shown that redheads are more sensitive to pain than the rest of us. So, unfortunately, you are more
Do
susceptible
you know, though,
to
I
pain.
think there are studies that say the opposite. I'm just saying, I've also seen studies that say we've got a higher pain threshold.
Well, they worked out that typically 20% more anaesthetic is needed by a redhead. And the way they worked this out, researchers administered electric shocks to redheads while giving them increasing amounts of painkiller until they stopped feeling pain. And the reason is that having red hair is usually caused by a mutation on a gene called MC1R, and that is also involved in pain modulation. And it explains why redheads are twice as likely to avoid going to the dentist as the rest of us, because we feel more pain.
I don't believe any of this. I don't want to pry in the face of QI, but I don't believe it.
Fair enough. Where do you think the most common red hair gene first appeared in the world? Where's it come from?
Scotland.
Ireland.
It's got to be Scotland.
No, it isn't. It's Asia, in fact. It's Central Asia. But it's very common in various parts of the UK. Why do you think that might be?
Maybe surely it's the lack of sun.
Yeah, it's got to be the climate.
In places like Scotland. I mean, look at our Scottish cousins.
Yes.
That their skin isn't just sheep white from the lack of sun, but their hair is turned red as it attempts to start its own fire for warmth.
People desperately wanting to procreate with other ginger people because we're so deeply attractive.
The fact is... The fact is, it's a recessive gene, so it excels in relatively closed communities. I'm
Ooh.
afraid it requires a level of inbreeding. That's the truth.
My friend, she's got red hair, and she went on holiday to Philippines, and people were stopping her in the street to have their photo taken with her.
Because they
They just couldn't believe that she existed. Thought she was a celebrity.
I was in mainland China for the first time ever doing gigs, and I could not tell you how many people stopped me in the street asking to take a selfie with me, right? I mean, it was as though they'd never ever seen a tall person before. So can you imagine if I was ginger as well? They'd be carrying me out the building. Obviously, I don't speak Mandarin or Cantonese. I'm in a packed lift in China, all these people, and not even a joke, and the only phrase I could decipher was this: pube head.
You absolutely need to put that on your posters. I think that's... What's this all about? Disgrace, dangerous, not a very edifying spectacle, wretched women.
Is this about women on panel shows?
Ah, yes. Only last year, in fact, I think. Horrified.
Yeah, it's been horrifying to be here.
So, panel shows, it's to do with games of some kind?
Is it women playing sport?
Yes, women doing sport. It was thought to be one of the most shocking things in the world. These are descriptions of the women's 800 metres at the 1928 Olympics, OK? So women had been allowed to compete in the track and field events for the very first time, and the media reported that it was a disaster. According to these reports, out of the 11 runners, 5 collapsed before getting to the end, 5 fainted at the finish line, and only 1 was still standing, and she passed out in the dressing room moments later. Some of the women took 15 minutes to regain consciousness. Those who hadn't won sobbed hysterically, and as a result, the 800 metres race was deemed to be just too injurious to these women, and it was dropped from the Olympics for 32 years. You can see here the German Lina Radke winning and Japan coming
She must
second.
have an early iPodding, because she's doing something.
In reality, there were 9 women runners. They all completed it. No one collapsed, no one became hysterical, and 6 of them beat the existing world record.
So, was this in the mainstream British press?
I know, it's shocking to think that the press might ever tell you something that's not exactly...
Please don't tell me it was in the Murdoch papers.
This wasn't the first Olympics women competed in, though, was it? They'd competed before.
Only in some sports. So the founder of the modern Olympics, Pierre de Coubertin, he vehemently opposed female participation. He absolutely wasn't having it.
That's Rowan Atkinson.
Anyway, Pierre de Coubertin, he vehemently opposed female participation. He said it would be impractical, uninteresting, unaesthetic and improper. He said women's primary role should be to crown the victors, since they were, above all, a companion to men. But you're absolutely right. They had been allowed to compete from 1900, but only in 5 sports, and they were considered the kind of easy...
Sewing?
Sewing, yes, was a big one. It was tennis, croquet, golf, sailing and equestrian. And the women got fed up with this. So in 1922, they held their own Olympics in Paris. 20,000 people attended. There were 18 world records set. One of the more unusual events is that one on the right, is the two-handed javelin. And athletes had to throw once with their right hand and then once with their left hand, and the score was the combined distance of the two.
So sort of ambidextrous javelin.
And then your teammate had to catch it.
Yeah.
I wouldn't want to be the one who had to measure it when people were throwing the javelin left-handed.
It's one of the great incentives. Is that 2 together, then?
That's getting the javelin and throwing... difficult, I'd have
It is.
thought.
I would think it was quite tricky, yeah.
I think she's going too far up, that one.
I
It's gonna
think
go
her
straight up and
trajectory-
down.
One of the reasons why women wanted to take part in the Olympics was the incredibly restricted clothing that they wore in the traditional games. So up until the mid-1900s, female swimmers had to wear blouses and bloomers in the pool. They used to play tennis in dresses that covered the ankle and multiple petticoats and corsets and so on, shoes with heels.
But I think that's why it took so long for women to get involved in sports, because I run and it's all about 2 bras.
Yeah.
Nothing should move.
Because otherwise, honestly, take your eye out.
Yeah, I feel like giving tips out at race days, sometimes to middle-aged men, to be honest.
Are you most likely to come across a UFO? Yes, Milligan.
In the sky?
Anybody else? Yes.
Reading. Not much happens in Reading, so...
Don't you think they want to go somewhere where the stuff is happening?
No, because they want to be secret. The whole of Reading could be aliens, you wouldn't even know.
Why do they want to be secret? This big assumption that they come here all this way and
That's
then just
true.
hide.
Somebody knows a lot about them, don't they?
Near airports, because they always look like planes, weirdly.
Yes, that is quite a strange thing, isn't it? They
Yeah.
do look a bit like planes. And the answer is the ocean. The most common and most dangerous UFOs are unidentified floating objects. Usually pieces of lost cargo, and they lie along the shipping routes just under the surface. They can damage ships tremendously. Between 2008 and 2013, an average of about 1,700 shipping containers were lost at sea. Look at this picture. That is seriously bad packing, isn't it? That's
surely not in one go.
Well, about half of those 1,700 came from a single ship, the MOL Comfort. The ship actually broke in half and all the containers went into the sea.
Well, that's fair enough, then. That
yeah.
wasn't careless,
No.
was it?
Some of the strange stuff that has washed up on the sea. In 2008, a 6-foot-tall Lego man, my people, washed up on Brighton Beach.
Oh, that's amazing.
The really extraordinary thing is I've been trying to find out what happened to it.
Just swam on.
If anybody knows, please, could you let me know? I want to know where the Brighton Lego man is. I'd like to come and say hello.
Why is it never a Lego woman that's washed up?
Because the Lego woman wasn't beach ready.
What do vegetarian goat suckers eat?
Right. Can you show that on television?
I think that's taking vaping too far. So vegetarian goat suckers, what do they eat?
He must eat the rest of the goat, surely, before it becomes his instrument.
It's a vegetarian goat sucker.
So...
Just know you saying that. What's a goat sucker?
It's a kind of bird. It's an order of birds called goat suckers. And they were named because there was an ancient belief that they lived nocturnally sucking the milk from the teats of goats, which sent them blind.
Oh, God.
Oh, I know.
Feels like a fun-size owl.
Well...
Like if you're like, oh, I want to get an owl, but I haven't got the space.
Yeah.
I'll get one of these.
They're called oil birds, also known as guacharo, and they are the only vegetarian species of goat suckers. Most goat suckers eat insects. These oil birds eat fruit.
So you said that like it's like a huge surprise to us. Well, I only just heard they existed. You went, these are the only ones that are vegetarians. Well, I've just found... I mean, I literally couldn't care less. I'm speaking on behalf of everyone in the room when I say... Yeah, these are the only vegetarian ones? Well, let's get this down. What are you talking about? You've lost your mind.
They live in caves in the northern part of South America.
Well, no wonder they're vegetarian. What is there to eat in there?
Well, the thing about them is they get so fat from the fruit that they eat that they become incredibly plump, and there's an annual oil harvest where people take the plump babies in their thousands, the local people, and they render them for the oil, because apparently it's excellent for fuel and also for cooking.
Do they still suck the goats?
Nobody sucks goats. It's... there is no goat sucking.
How do you get the oil out of the bird?
Well, like you can render any bird for its fat, can't you? If you ever cooked a duck, you can get an enormous amount of duck fat.
Imagine a world where I've never cooked a duck. I mean, it's like, I don't know, we're not really on the same wavelength here at all. I remember when Sandy had a breakdown on television and she was talking about goat suckers. and then we just gave up. We asked about 3 times, what has this goat got to do with anything? And she just went, oh, it's a bird. But then she kept on talking about goats for ages before, but then we just let it go.
People are... tipping point. They say it was one show too many. And she explained to everyone, it's the only vegetarian goat sucker, but it doesn't suck goats. It doesn't even do it. And she thought it made sense.
Yeah, and then she was someone's mother-in-law, and then she ended up in an asylum. And we went to visit her.
There was an ancient belief that they sucked the teats of goats for the milk, but they don't. Sometimes in the old days, they got things wrong.
Thousands of years ago, somebody went, I bet they sucked the teats of goats.
Yes, exactly.
Let's call them goat suckers. And
Yes,
then
and
everyone
it's
else went,
stuck.
but they don't do that. I've named them now! OK, I've written it down in the bird book.
It's like that joke, you shag one sheep.
Yeah, exactly.
What's the biggest thing in the ocean that you've never heard of?
Oh. Well, I mean, we've never heard of it, so it's difficult for us to name.
Yes. That is true.
Yeah, so
Should we have a stab at it?
Yeah.
The shadow blare.
Blue whale.
I mean, they're astonishing, up to 98 feet, 170 tons, but I want one you've never heard of.
Red whale.
It's called the ocean sunfish, the common molar. It is essentially a giant head covered in mucus.
We've all been there. I went scuba diving one time in Australia, and when I got back on the boat, the pilot of the boat said, "Got a little bit of in your mask there, mate." And my mask was full of snot. I mean, it was an extraordinary amount of snot that I couldn't understand that had been in my head in the first place.
So you were like one of these? You were like one of these?
Yes, I was.
It's covered in
head
mucus.
Covered in mucus.
They spend most of their time sunbathing on the surface of the ocean. One of these adults can literally weigh a ton, and they grow to be 60 million times heavier than their larvae. So that would be like a human baby becoming an adult the size of 6 Titanics. They have a grey, round body and rough skin, feels a bit like sandpaper. The Germans call it the Schwimmender Kopf, the swimming head. And they apparently have a permanently surprised expression. They have a mouth that never really closes. And they're very docile and very curious and friendly. Tierney Thies, who is the world's leading expert, describes them as goofy. She says that when she goes to try and tag one, they stick their fin out of the water and wave, like going, "Hi, I'm over here."
The middle one looks like he's about to start a fight on a night out. He's like, oi, oi,
Apparently, they're just not aggressive in any way. There's only one human death attributed to a molar, and that's a man who was accidentally flattened by one leaping.
What size are they then?
About 6 foot by 8 foot, but really it's like having a car come at you. It's like a sort of Cadillac.
God, they are big, yeah.
These
Where would you find one?
Isle of Wight.
Yeah.
In fact, the Isle of Wight is one big one.
They like it warm, darling.
Right, warm.
You're not going to find it around the British coast. They're very strong swimmers, and they can dive down to a fantastic depth, 2,600 metres. And the females produce as many as 300 million eggs at a time, but only 2 survive.
Oh.
Yeah. I don't know. We feel bad. We're invested now in the motor.
It looks like it's not finished.
I think it's chopped a bit
just
off.
squeeze it in at the bottom there, that'd be fine.
It's like the good Lord went, that'll do.
Unfinished sculpture of a fish.
Yeah. The biggest thing in the ocean that we'd never heard of used to be the molar, although now we know about it. That title will have to be passed on to something else. I have 4 occupations for you. Deirdre, you are a sewage diver. Richard, you are the Queen's bagpiper. David, you're an ornamental hermit. And Alan, you're bailiff of the Chiltern Hundreds. Which of you has got a real job?
The Chiltern Hundreds is a real place.
Yes, but is the job a real job?
It's an anti-job. It's what you get when you resign as an MP. You join the Chiltern Hundreds.
So it's not really a real job. So 1624, they passed a law saying that nobody can leave Parliament. And it stems from the time when people were elected against their will. So sometimes local gentry were made to join Parliament. They didn't really want to. And the law says technically you have to die, or you have to be voted out, or you have to go and work for the Queen or something. So if you want to retire, you apply for a fictional Crown office called the Steward and Bailiff of the Chiltern Hundreds. And there are some people who have, in their time,
Look
been
at Tony
stewards.
Blair pretending to drink wine.
He brought an empty glass to his lips, and now he's filled it with his special liquid. Then he passes it to the person next to him, they drink it, and then they like him.
So let's go back to the sewage diver. What do you reckon? Did it a real job?
Well, it's a shit job, isn't it?
It is the... Look at that. It is a real thing. So they have a...
wading they do.
There you go, yeah.
But that's not a way to resign if you're an MP. You know, so I think that would be quite popular.
That would be a good way.
I wish to leave politics, so
Yes.
now I will immerse myself in excrement.
Yes.
Hooray!
Who would do this job?
I used to be a sewage diver. It was just going through the motions.
Well, there are sewage farms, and they have sort of moving parts, and when things get stuck, they're fitted with air pipelines, so you have to dive in and climb down to fix them.
They're fitted with air pipelines. I would hope so.
Yes, I... Just take a deep breath and go for it. I would have thought the worst job is the person who has to clean the suit when they get out.
I don't know. I think I'd go... Presented with that terrible career choice, I think I'd go for cleaning the suit.
What about Queen's bagpiper, Richard? Is that a real job?
Well, she's got everything, hasn't she? The Queen. So, yeah, gosh, I'd imagine so.
She is really keen on bagpipers, isn't
Well, she inherited it. Queen Victoria was terribly keen. I mean, mad keen. There was
Mad for the
bagpipes.
Yeah.
There was no telly then, so, you know, fair enough.
Perhaps it was much easier in the days when all you had to be better than was a bagpiper.
Yeah. 9 o'clock every morning, he plays for 15 minutes underneath her window.
Oh, no, he doesn't.
Well, he's been told it's her window. Who knows where she is. They play 50 minutes every day at Buckingham Palace, Windsor Castle, Balmoral or Holyrood House. They don't play at Sandringham. Anybody know why?
Because she needs a break. That's the Christmas one, isn't it, Sandringham?
Yeah. Well, apparently it's because there isn't enough accommodation.
Sorry, we just don't have the room
No.
for the bagpiper.
One of the things they say...
It's a kind of anti the Christmas story, isn't it?
Very unstable.
And when he's not bagpiping, he's a page of presents, but I have no idea what that is.
A page of presents is Santa's list, isn't it?
I'm going to give you an extra point, because that's the cutest answer anybody's ever given. What about the ornamental hermit, David? What do you reckon?
I think, didn't the sort of very rich, mad aristocrat that built Follies might think a folly would be even more fun if it was permanently inhabited by someone employed to sort of be there and be a hermit?
You're absolutely right. It was very fashionable in the 18th century, and they liked people to sort of dress up as druids, and they lived in caves. If the landowner couldn't afford a hermit, because, you know, they're pricey, they saved money by having just the hermitage and telling everybody the hermit was out. OK, who am I talking about? A great beauty, pouty lips, long legs, good posture, firm ears, and spits in your face when you annoy them.
Camel.
It is a camel.
Yeah.
Indeed.
Pouty lips?
Pouty lips, yes. There you are. Look, they have naturally pouty lips. Every year, the government of which country is the only one in the world begins with O?
Oman.
Oman runs a camel beauty contest. So I've got the guidelines for a beautiful camel. Well-proportioned body and face.
Essential.
Essential. A long garib. Anybody know what the garib is?
The penis.
Is it their neck thing?
It is the area between the hump and the neck. It's
Oh,
called the garib.
okay.
Long body, firm ears, pouty lips, broad cheeks, big whiskers, a long straight neck, long straight legs, and fur shimmer.
Shiny coat.
Yeah, and the most important thing is it's got to be large. There are no hybrid breeds, no fur dyeing, colouring, tattooing, that kind of thing. The natural look is what they want. But there are other animal beauty contests, and one of them is held here in the UK. It's an annual tarantula beauty contest. So we are going to have a look to see how beautiful tarantulas are. Please welcome zoologist Mark Amy. Now, here's the thing, is that we don't in any way want to upset the tarantulas, obviously.
Don't open the lid.
So,
Don't open the lid. Don't open the lid.
Only one person is going to handle... This is Rosie, the tarantula.
Don't.
And Bill's volunteered, haven't
Oh.
you, Bill?
Yes, I have.
Oh, yes. Oh.
What is this one?
That's a Mexican red meat tarantula.
Right, and
And
that-
this one is a Chilean rose.
And she is called Rosie, isn't she?
Yeah.
Oh. OK. How dangerous are they? I mean, some people are afraid of them.
The venom is very mild.
Right.
So it's equivalent to a...
Completely unnatural.
Venom and mild. It's similar to bees and wasp stings, so it's
Oh,
a
right.
neurotoxin, but it's a low-level neurotoxin.
Oh, that's all right.
But tell me about like a nettle sting that they can give off from their abdomen, is that right?
Yeah, it's called irrigating, and those hairs are like little javelin spears that go in an upward direction, and they're all barbed. So when they hit something like eyes or skin, they stick in.
Well, it comes from the Latin for nettle, so presumably it feels a little bit like a nettle sting. Is
Yeah,
that
it does.
And do they mind being handled?
No, this one's quite used to it and quite enjoys it.
Have you known Rosie from the... from...
I've had her for over 20 years, but then I don't know how long they'll live.
She could live another
Very
10, 20
sweet.
years?
Yeah.
But the boys reach sexual maturity and then what?
Oh, then they're pretty doomed.
Right.
They stop feeding, and their whole purpose in life is to try and find females.
Yes.
And then they'll usually die of starvation. If not, the last female that they mate with generally kills him.
Well, I think they're both beautiful. Thank you so
Absolutely
much,
stunning.
Mark, for
Thank
bringing
you
them
very
in,
much.
and thank you, Rosie. One of the least effective spies, Britain's Michael Bettany, hired by MI5 in 1982. He once tried to dodge a ticket on a train while drunk, and when a guard chased him, he shouted, "You can't arrest me, I'm a spy."
It's so easy to overestimate the efficacy of the double bluff, isn't it?
Yes. Well, he later tried to get in touch with the KGB to sell them some documents, and the KGB thought they were being set up, and they informed MI5 of his treachery. So he was just rubbish.
Look, that is the worst Buddy Rabbit you've ever seen.
Probably the worst spying operation happened in 1940, and this is one of my favourites. A dozen German spies landed in Britain, and they were all caught almost immediately. One walked into a pub and asked for a pint of cider soon after 9 o'clock in the morning. They weren't allowed to serve alcohol before lunch.
Half a litre of cider?
Straight away, please. Another couple were stopped while cycling through Scotland on the wrong side of the road, and when they looked in their bags, they found to contain German sausages and Nivea hand cream. And I
What a combination!
I know!
It's 9 o'clock in the morning! I've had a cider, Hans.
I thought it was because no British soldier would have hand cream, but it turns out Nivea's German. I didn't know that. Is it? It's German.
Oh.
One of them spoke no English at all, but the one who spoke English the best said his mission was to find out how the people is living, how many soldiers there are, and all the things.
Really, it was a documentary, basically.
There are some people who think they were deliberately sent by senior German officers to sabotage the plot because they didn't want to invade Britain. But,
That's the Germans for you. At the time. A lot of them have mended their ways since.
For our friends in Berlin, Richard's address is... OK, so for this, I'm going to ask Aisling. Please channel Carol Vorderman for me, if you wouldn't mind. So here's a pen. So you've got to hold it up so that everybody can see.
Yes.
So maybe Alan can help you with that.
Well, I think I'm all right.
No, I mean, hold it up so that the audience can see what you're writing.
Oh, I see what you mean, yes. Thank God I got this big, strong man with me to carry it.
There's a gentleman wearing a T-shirt that says love is something. Any random number, please? Just a single-digit number? It wasn't a difficult question. Not that many of them. 8. Write that down, please.
OK.
Just to warn you, you're going to write a 3-digit number, and there's going to be quite a lot of numbers.
So 8.
Oh, dear God. Could you just start again? OK.
That was just me having a gentle laugh with you, Sandy.
I love it. There is, let's go right up the back, the first row at the very back, the blue shirt at the end. 2, number 2.
OK, 2.
OK, there we go.
Shut up, Debbie McGee.
Let's go over here, lady with a patterned top. 7. 827. OK. So what I want you to do now is reverse the digits underneath.
Oh, yes. Oh. But that's always going to be 2 in the middle.
Yeah, that's fine, that's fine. Keep going.
Put it upside down.
It's not really complicated, what I'm asking you to do.
Yes.
Could you now subtract the smaller number from the larger?
Right, yeah. OK, so we're going to do this now. So we take 8 from 7, just not possible. I think we all know that. Yes, so we're going to do...
Wow.
I mean, I'm in the arts, you see.
Yeah.
So...
9.
What? Stop saying no at me in German and tell me what the answer is. 9.
Yeah, and then it's going to be
this
9
one
again.
comes
It's
down
going to be 9
here,
again.
so there's 3 from 9.
Right.
God.
So I need to have 3 numbers, so put a 0 now, please. So we have 3 numbers, OK. Now reverse those digits, please. 0.
Always 9.
9. And please, could you add them together?
So 18.
No. So 9 and 0. Start again. 9 and 0 is 9. 9 and 9 is 8.
18.
Carry 1. So the answer is...
1.
OK, so we've come to 1089. OK, thank you very much. Thanks. Wow, that was painful. Really painful. So, what was the number that we had? We had 1089. So, Noel, I'm going to pass you a copy of 1,342 QI facts to leave you flabbergasted. No.
Yes.
Could you, let's see, 1089, take the 10th word on page 89 and tell me what it is.
Yeah.
What is it?
French.
French. Here's the envelope that I did earlier, and there is the word French. Ants, they kill 30 people a year. Jellyfish?
What? How?
Yeah.
Luring them across the road.
Yeah. Which do you think is the most dangerous out of all those animals in terms of human deaths?
Well, I know hippos are real psychos.
Yeah, it is the hippos. It's actually they kill.
Psychos.
Hippos are psycho, man.
2,900 people a year are killed by hippos.
Really?
So compare that to 6 people killed by sharks. You are 1,000 times more likely to drown in the sea than you are to be bitten by a shark, even in an area with sharks. You know that wonderful tune written by John Williams, the 2-note theme to Jaws? He described it as grinding away at you just as a shark would do, instinctual, relentless, unstoppable. Benchley actually has a shark named after him, Etmopterus benchleyi. Not exactly a killer, it's about 30 to 50 centimetres long. Also known as Ninja Lantern shark. It's fairly recently discovered. It lives off the coast of Central America. We don't have one, obviously, in the studio, but I have a life-size cutout, so it looks like that.
That's the size it is in real life?
That's the size of the one that Peter Benchley, who wrote Jaws, has got named.
That is pathetic.
Yeah?
This is a shark.
But you see, you can't help yourself but do the music. You immediately went... There's a thing.
So he looks really nice and friendly,
He
though.
looks rather sweet. It's got lots of things on the side that says you shouldn't do, but it doesn't say don't swim with actual sharks. That is not the smallest shark, though, the one named after Benchley. The dwarf lantern shark is the smallest, and it grows to only about 15 centimetres.
I'd say, a couple of those on a pizza, a bit of tomato.
Their stomach organs emit light to camouflage them from creatures below, so it makes them blend into the sunlight that streams from the light above.
My favourite shark that I've ever seen was Joe Lycett in a swimming pool in Canada. We were doing gigs out together, and you know your little, like...
Oh, yeah?
your shark that he does in the pool, but you don't see Joe coming. And then he goes, da-da, 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 da-da.
There was a gay Jaws as well that I did, which was da-da-da-da.
Scared of me? Shut up! Did you know that female sharks can reproduce without male contact? Did you know
Finally.
this?
Living the dream.
It is almost impossible to sneak up on a shark, and that's because they have eyes on the side of their head. They can see behind them just as well as they can see in front.
I'm very...
So they've got two blind spots, one directly in front of them and one behind.
I'm interested that someone has worked out how difficult it is to sneak up on a shark. It involves someone seeing a shark and thinking, I tell you what, I'm going to sneak up on it. I'm going to give that shark the fright of its life.
How's this for openers? What would you open with these? So let's have a quick look. I've got number 1 here. Come and have a look.
A door, a lock, or something like
well,
that?
it's going to certainly open something that's difficult to open.
A safe, a suitcase, your heart.
That would be a story, I tell you.
Is it a device for opening 2 unexploded party poppers?
I want it to be that.
Yeah.
I see that you're wearing a very fine watch there, Romesh. What do you think it might be?
It's for a watch.
That's why we have you on this show. It's the sharpness of the mind that is so fantastic.
Is it... No.
No. It's the back case cover opener. Yeah. So, for
With a
ladies...
simple action, you can get the things closer together, or indeed further apart.
So you could do a lady's watch or a gentleman's watch.
And also, you can measure the girth of your penis with that.
Maybe you can, mate.
You can measure the length of yours with that.
So quickly!
I just don't understand the applause of recognition from a member of the audience.
Yes.
What, do you actually know what do you do?
I'm not sure your watch is worth opening.
Thank you, Sandy.
No,
I feel a bit victimised.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
I don't mind people talking about my penis, but my watch. That's a step too far.
OK, let's have a look at this one. You guys can have a look at that one and see what you think of that.
Well, it's gynecological, isn't it? If we're opening something.
It is opening something, but you may be at the wrong end.
Is that for when you do a heart transplant, keeping the chest open?
So this thing here is also used in the same area. So
now you're talking.
Yeah.
Is it mouthy?
It is mouthy, darling, yes. It's on the mouth side. Do you want to try that? So it's something to do with the mouth.
So it's keeping the mouth...
Yeah, so if you see, Matt, the thing that it's got, it ratchets open, but you would...
Is that right?
Yeah, that is. Yeah.
So what is that for? Turning the mouth into a letterbox or something?
They can edit that
You can't get it out, Sandy.
It's a cheek retractor. That's exactly how it works. And so is that... No, so don't put that bit in your mouth, darling. That's like a school teacher. Don't put that bit in your mouth, darling. Put the black bit into your mouth, so the middle bit, you put that in.
Well, my mouth isn't that big.
Well, you've got to close it first, the thing.
What, so put that in?
Put it around the other way, I think.
handling that.
The other way?
No.
I usually have someone who looks after me. And they help me out with things like this. I'm a little overwhelmed at this time.
You were heading in the right direction.
What, in there?
Yes, put that in like that, and then open it up.
This?
Yes. And yeah, that's exactly. Put the patient's mouth open while they're having dental treatment.
It's the stuff of dreams.
It's time for a secret operation. What is the point of a tap in the ocean?
That's not a real picture.
It isn't a real picture, because in Britain you'd have 2 taps for no reason at all.
I don't understand this. So you have a hot tap and you have a cold tap, right? Yes. Well, how's that? So you're trying to wash your hands, and what happens? You put it under the hot tap, you think, oh! And then you have the cold tap, How is it the British haven't discovered there's a mixer tap? What is it?
We get.
Did you find that baffling when you arrived?
I still find it baffling.
Yeah,
and I don't understand radiators. why you want to heat an entire house with a small, hot metal plate in the corner. It doesn't work.
What would you do instead?
We have forced air in Canada, otherwise you freeze to death.
What do you have a what?
What? Forced air, just the
You know,
same as
a
aircon.
Forced air, aircon?
Yes.
Yeah.
I've never heard the term. I'm 40, late 40s, and I don't... I genuinely didn't know how old I was. I've never... I'm not going to bother sitting here working it out, but I'm 50 soon, and I've never heard the term forced air. Well, not in that context.
I love the fact... I love the fact, Rod, that I'm asking you some quite complicated science questions and you don't know how old you are.
I'm about 49.
You're about 40. Have you just worked it out?
Yeah. I'm so used to saying I'm 50 in a few years. I'm so used to saying that for a moment it's
No,
something...
the thing is, though, it is quite good to know how old you are. And the producer has just told me in my ear, Rod, that you're 48.
Is there a really easy way to remember how old you are?
Yeah.
Is there like a little...
No.
some kind of song I can sing or something? Or...
I've never needed a mnemonic for my age, but I'm sure I can invent one. I'm going to come back to what's the point? What's the point? That's the question.
I've written one for you.
Yeah.
I've written one for you.
OK, here we go.
How about, like, what year are we in today? When am I born? Just take that away. You don't have to be a whiz. That's how old Rod Gilbert is.
I just followed your poetic guidelines. I'm 48.
At the risk of repetition, what is the point of a tapping?
Is it so that when sea levels rise, you can turn it off? I don't know.
So it's not actually a water tap.
It's not a
There's
tap.
rather
A tap
just-
or,
So what else could you tap? What's another kind of tapping that people do when they're trying to listen
know.
in?
There's a shark behind you.
Yeah. Is it a wire when they put a wire, transatlantic radio communication
So,
wire?
it's Cold War. It's called Operation Ivy Bells, and it took place from 1971 to 1981, and it was the USA wiretapping a Russian underseas cable. That thing, they're moving it into position there, is a giant tape recorder, and they
Good
just
God.
put it onto the wire. So the sailors on a submarine, the USS Halibut, located a Soviet cable. Halibut. They located a Russian cable off the Russian east coast, and they moved a 6-metre-long recording pod around it to track the communications. The thing I really like about it, because we're talking some years ago now, the device had to be updated every month, and so divers had to leave a submarine once a month and change the tapes. But it was hugely successful. It ran for a decade until a National Security Agency employee of the United States sold the information to the KGB.
Spying was a lot more hassle back then when you've got to train a team of divers, get submarines. Yeah. Now you just need somebody's maiden name and their first pet's name and you're off.
Yeah.
If you're Russians, you just have to go and see Donald Trump and ask him.
The greatest Wimbledon champion of all time.
Andy Murray.
I think I would have said Sampras. Sorry.
Sampras from
Great Uncle Bulgaria.
Is it a croquet player?
Yes! It is a croquet player. Absolutely right. Professor Bernard Neal is the greatest Wimbledon champion of all time. He won the croquet championships 38 times. So if you think about it, Navratilova, Wimbledon singles 9 times. He won 38 times. He only took the sport up at the age of 40. Between 1963 and 2002, he won 37 titles out of a possible 40.
Smacks of a drug cheat, that.
What do you have to press on the red button to get coverage of the croquet?
I've got a bit of croquet here, so... Alan, what colour do you want to be? Do you want to be red or blue or...
Black.
Black, here we go.
Can I be the iron?
Which way are you going to go? You're going to go right?
I don't know why that's pleased me so much. It went miles. It went miles.
Because that'll be under someone's feet.
Croquet was an Olympic sport.
It should be still.
It was dropped after 1900 because only one person turned up to watch. So. But the reason it's interesting is because the very first women to take part in the Olympics took part as part of the French croquet team. So there were 7 men and 3 women. And it was thought to be rather racy because it was a game where men and women played on equal footing. There's a wonderful quote from the American Christian Review in 1878 said croquet would lead to moral decline in American women and consequences would include absence from church, immoral conduct and eventually ruin.
True, though.
That's a very pessimistic view.
Anybody know the connection between croquet and Pall Mall, the great street in London?
They played croquet upon it?
Yes, they did. It is, in fact, where croquet comes from. An Italian game, 17th century game called Palle Male. And both Pall Mall and the Mall were designed specifically to play this game. They whacked the ball up the course and then they had to shoot a ball through a suspended hoop at the end, and that's where we begin to get
Much more like
from.
Quidditch.
Is it?
The people who play actual Quidditch near where I live, they run around with broomsticks between their legs. None of them can fly.
That is what leads inevitably to ruin.
What do you think is the fattest animal in the world?
Why did you look at me when you asked that question?
Are you talking about body fat percentage or actually amount of fat?
Yeah, body fat percentage.
Oh, well, that could be a tortoise, because they hibernate. That's it.
Yeah, but they don't hibernate, turns out.
No.
Don't they?
And so for years, people were putting them in boxes and put them in the cupboard under the stairs, and they were just in solitary confinement.
No, it's called an army cutworm moth. And they can achieve 72% body fat. It makes them the fattest animals on Earth, and they live in Yellowstone National Park, so it's not always cold there, but they do get themselves ready for the winter and store up the body fat, and then the bears eat them.
What, the bears eat them while they're hibernating?
They gorge on them just before winter sets in, so one bear can eat up to 40,000 moths in a day. So each moth is about 1 inch or 2 inches long, and each one is about half a calorie.
That'd be a much more sinister John Lewis Christmas ad, wouldn't it? Just a bear feasting on tubby moths.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Thousands of them.
They eat loads and lots of nectar from wild flowers. They're known as miller moths, that's their nickname, because the fine scales in its wings, it rubs off easily. It reminds people of the dusty flower covering on a miller. But you can see them in Yellowstone National Park. Yes, boo-boo.
Hey, boo-boo. I always thought Yogi and Boo Boo were a right pair of pricks. Like, they're supposed to be the heroes. It's just little thieves, just going around robbing, and then we're supposed to support them. You're out of order.
Idle thieves. A lot of American humour's about that. Shucksters and shysters and idle thieves. So they all like it. They kind of revere that person who doesn't get a proper job but gets by. So they love a criminal.
They voted one in, didn't they?
Yes.
I'm a political satirist now. I'm going to just stay here until it's news night.
Where did we get to? Picnic baskets.
Picnic basket?
Thief! In the first episode, someone could have just come and shot them.
Boo-boo, it's getting dark. I'm losing blood, Boo-boo.
Don't go to sleep, Yogi! Don't go to sleep!
I don't think I'm gonna make it, Boo-boo. I can see a great big picnic basket in the sky, Boo-boo.
Wow.
Next week, funeral.
I wish you two were in charge of children's BBC. It has a U, 2 T's and 3 I's. And here we are in its habitat.
What I'd like, just before we continue, is some sort of deal that you're not going to make the klaxon
The klaxon,
noise.
or you don't like that?
Well, I think I'll just jump and it will be nerve-wracking. And I'll jump in your lap. You won't like it.
Okay.
None of it's good.
So what I'll do, if it's... am looking for something with a U, 2 T's and 3 I's.
Is it a creature with 3 eyes?
It is a creature. So there's the beginning.
A tuatara.
Tuatara, listen, yes, very well done. It does have 3 eyes. Do you know any more about it? Have you seen one or...?
I have held one, yes.
Right.
It's
At gunpoint.
It does have a sort of a third.
Yes, it has at the very top of its head. It's what's called a parietal eye, or possibly a pineal eye, but it can't actually see particularly well out of it. Mostly, it can distinguish light and darkness. Phil?
There is a red circle around nothing on that lizard.
This is eye.
QI Trump-like ruse.
It's there.
Where? You can see it there.
Yeah.
That's a freckle.
No, it's not.
Fight!
Right, if that's an eye, is that its old fella?
It doesn't have 6 penises, if that's what you're saying. And you know what? The weird thing is, that's his ass. It's got 8 asses.
Yeah. It's gonna upset you, Phil, but most lizards have a third eye, to a greater or lesser extent. Yeah.
You know that.
As do lampreys, lots of frogs.
Oh, I see.
Did you see?
That is an eye.
Yeah,
Yes.
see, there. That's it, there. There it
There is an eye right there.
Yeah.
Right there.
Yes.
There's another one there.
Look, I've got one. On the arm there. Unbelievable.
What's the worst thing you can catch in the office?
Well, I mean, the plague?
You imagine how many days off people had during the plague. People are perfectly all right. Yeah. Oh, God, plague. Yeah. Pretty bad, I think.
What, were they just talking to their hands? They were just...
Files disease.
Files disease? Well, in fact, it's bad manners. Bad manners is the thing you're most likely to catch in an office. They did a study in 2015, and acts of rudeness apparently spread around an organisation a bit like a cold. And when rudeness starts, it tends to get worse over the course of a working day. It is the thing
bugger off.
Actually catch bad manners.
Well, apparently what happens is if somebody is rude to you, you are more likely to be rude back. So it is one of the things you are most
Hence
likely
the Nazis and things like that.
Started in an office.
Yes. Yeah.
Someone being a little bit impolite.
Yeah.
Over some filing.
And suddenly they're in Poland.
The next thing
There is lots of bacteria as well. I mean, they did a study of 33 keyboards in an average office, and one of them had 5 times as many germs as the office toilet seat.
But I'm always a bit worried about those numbers of germs things, because they say the average kitchen worktop has more germs on it than the average loo seat. To which the obvious response is, well, that's obviously broadly fine then.
Yeah.
Because we're not all dying. We don't go to the kitchen, have one meal and immediately vomit and vomit and vomit.
The toilets are actually quite clean because they are actually cleaned with bleach, which is... I do not think bleach is the perfect product of all time. Because people go to the shops, they buy it, they pour it down the toilet, they flush it away and they go and buy some more. Whoever invented it thought, this is going to make us a fortune. So, Peter, what do you reckon? If you had an all-male office and an all-female office, which one would have more bacteria?
Oh, the male.
Why?
Because they're mankier than us.
So, weirdly, that is the scientific answer. They're dirtier and bigger, so they give off more bacteria.
But are men dirtier per kilogram?
Oh, that's a good question. Deirdre, how dirty are you? And then we'll work it out.
I know that men don't wash their hands after they've been in the toilet.
There you go.
In fact, I was once at Wembley Stadium and I went to wash my hands. And when I got to the sink, there were 3 penises urinated into the sink.
No! On their own? I already know how it works.
They couldn't be bothered to queue for the urinals. They just used the sink where I was trying to wash my hands. And they're here tonight.
Did you ever play the Old Comedy Store in
Yes,
Leicester
I played the Old Comedy Store, and the first time I went in the dressing room, Arthur Smith and Paul Merton were in there, and they introduced themselves, and into the toilets over there, and it was the sink.
Yeah, so there was just a basin in the corner of the room, and they weren't really expecting girls.
I was just going to say, not much good for us.
No, but, well, Josie Lawrence used to lift me up. Like horny men member of royalty is immune from any form of legal prosecution? Yes.
Prince Andrew.
It's going to be something with horns?
Yes.
Is it like a royal cow or something?
No, there should be.
The
I think.
royal cow.
That's a snail, what you're
Brian from Magic Roundabout.
Hello.
Who was it? Florence and Dougal.
And there was the one who's based on Bob Dylan, the rabbit.
And he was stoned all the time.
Yeah, exactly. It was the 70s. You were allowed to be stoned in a children's cartoon.
Helen, did you say?
Dylan,
Yeah, Dylan, yeah.
Dylan.
Yes, we just said that.
We said
That person
just woke up.
absorbed.
Dylan, I'm talking about Magic Roundabout! Dylan!
The guy's just beginning to get the hang of mind reading. Come on out, horny member of royalty.
In the context of the occult,
Yes.
who is a horny royal?
The devil.
The devil is exactly right.
You can't prosecute the devil?
No, so, 1971, there was an American called Gerald Mayo attempted to sue the devil, and there is the case. The United States, ex-royal Gerald Mayo versus Satan and his staff, and it was heard by the US District Court for the Western District of Pennsylvania. Mr. Mayo alleged Satan has, on numerous occasions, caused plaintiff misery and unwarranted threats. Against the will of the plaintiff, Satan has placed deliberate obstacles in his path and has caused the plaintiff's downfall. The first point that was raised by the judge, a man called Gerald J. Weber, was that he wasn't sure that they could prosecute Satan, as Satan was technically a foreign prince, and if sued, he might be able to claim immunity.
Surely it's a typo. He meant Stan.
And in the end, they refused his request because nobody could find an address to serve the Satan the papers.
Yes, you have to put it in their hand, don't you?
Yeah.
Otherwise it doesn't count.
Yeah.
Wow.
But do you know about the devil's advocate? Do you know about that?
Avocado.
As in being one.
Well, it's a Roman Catholic thing. the
Yeah,
devil's
as in to
advocate.
play devil's advocate.
Well, that's where the phrase comes from, but it used to be a proper job, and it was the job of the devil's advocate to argue the case against proposed sainthood. So his job was to say, this person's going to come up to be a saint, I don't think it's a good idea. It was got rid of by Pope John Paul II in 1983, and the number of saints just shot through the roof. Right, I'd like you to act out the opening scene of the classic film All Together Passionately.
Sorry, am I on the wrong show?
Yes. I'm happy to do it as long as I can go on top.
I think you should speak to Josh.
As long as you've got a cushion, I'm fine with it.
Anybody know? All Together Passionately?
It's
Great
not
film.
ringing any bells.
It is the Italian name, I will tell you, for a very famous film, Tutti insieme appassionatamente.
I'll be honest, if
Yeah.
anything, I'm further away from the answer.
Yeah. OK, if I do this...
Passion of the Christ.
No, and I'm twirling around on top of an Austrian mountain.
Oh, Sound of Music.
Sound of Music.
Sound
It
of
is the
Music.
Italian name.
Is there an Italian phrase for the sound of music?
Apparently that's what they called it, All Together Passionately.
Oh, no. That sounds like a film you wouldn't watch on a train.
Do you watch a lot of films on trains?
Lots of them. You have
Oh,
to
yes,
be-
because you don't fly,
Yes,
so you spend your
yes.
life on a train.
So you have to be very careful sometimes if you have a film with a bit of...
Naughtiness.
Naughtiness.
Ooh. Yeah.
You have to turn it to the window.
Does anybody here cry at movies on planes that you wouldn't normally cry at? Like Paul Blart, Mall Cop? That movie floods. Not even the movie, sometimes it's a credit card ad. Like, oh my God, she lost her credit. Oh, she got it back. Oh, thank God. So many emotions to handle in one commercial.
Well, here's the thing about The Sound of Music. It was so popular in South Korea when it was first released. One theatre owner in Seoul made the film shorter by cutting out all the musical numbers. You could show it more often.
Do you know what? I've never seen it.
Oh, Josh.
Oh, really? Never?
You never see the... You are 16 going on 17.
Yeah, it's like that, but with a tune. And... I was once lucky enough to meet Julie Andrews. It's the only time in my entire life I've been completely speechless.
Because she wouldn't shut up.
She just kept asking me what my favourite things were. It's very annoying.
Do you like them tied up with string? I bet you do, girl. I bet me singing. Hi, Maria. I'll be back with you. I'm Maria. Shut up, Julie. God.
I'll be honest, I understood none of that.
Where's the weirdest place to feel another person?
Loughborough?
Yeah.
Why Loughborough?
I don't know.
I was going to say Salford.
Bognor Regis.
Is it okay? Is it on your body? Is it beginning with a P? Is it perineum?
Oh. No, but,
Okay.
but I like your workings.
I love that you didn't wait for the answer to any of those questions. We really saw the thought process the whole way through.
From a doctor's point of view, it's probably the middle of your gut, because that would suggest that you've gone too far.
One way or the other, you've gone too far.
Very unpleasant.
Could you go in both ends? Like, you know when you're building...
I like when they met at the Channel Tunnel halfway.
When you're on the beach and you're building a sandcastle and you put a tunnel in.
Where would you meet in the body if you did that? That's a curious question.
If two people met hand in hand in the middle of me,
Yeah.
would I definitely have to die? Or could I survive that?
I don't know, but your GP would definitely be struck off.
OK, so the weirdest place to feel another person, for example, would be on Mount Everest or on an expedition. It's something called third man syndrome, and it is the sensation of the presence of an extra unseen person. So the weirdest place you might feel another person is when there's actually nobody there. It happens in extreme situations. The most vivid are experienced by adventurers. In 1933, there was a solo attempt to climb Everest by a British explorer called Frank Smythe, and he got within 1,000 feet of the top. And he had the strongest sensation that somebody was with him, so strong that he broke off a piece of, I don't know, Kendal mint cake or whatever it was, and he handed it, or tried to hand it, to this other person.
It's probably the bloke holding the camera.
But Ernest Shackleton reported exactly the same sensation in his book.
That's really weird.
South. He says, during that long and racking march of 36 hours over the unnamed mountains and glaciers of South Georgia, it seemed to me often that we were 4 and not 3. So there was a sensation of there being somebody else along. And I don't know if you know T.S. Eliot's poem, The Wasteland. It's in there. It's inspired by Shackleton's experience. Who is the third who walks always beside you? When I count, there are only you and I together, but when I look ahead up the white road, there is always another one walking beside you.
It's Gandalf.
Shaft.
It did feel a bit karaoke, that, didn't it?
T.S. Eliot karaoke. I want to do. Who is the third who walks always beside you?
Only you and I together!
But when I look ahead
up the white road,
there is always another walking beside you.
Which part of the body did Painless Parker specialise in pulling?
I'm not saying penis again.
Painless Parker, what do you think? He did some pulling.
With pulling, it makes you think of teeth.
Yes, you're exactly right. He was America's only ever dentist come ringmaster. Don't you love this?
Yes.
I think he looks a bit like Stephen Fry.
With no teeth.
Yeah. So, his very first business plan, a very simple technique, ply patients with cocaine before pulling their teeth out. Or sometimes he would use a tumbler of whiskey, but he thought this wasn't enough, because he did about 6 weeks and he hadn't had a patient, and he thought he would promote himself. So he got a sort of a horse-drawn flatbed with a dentist chair on it, and he charged 50 cents per extraction, and you got given $5 if it hurt. OK? So he wore a top hat and tails and a necklace made of teeth. Eventually he had a live audience, a brass band, contortionists and dancing women, and he would sometimes enter on an elephant throwing coins to the ground, and the brass band was there to drown out the cries of the patients.
I'm thoroughly involved in a lawsuit because I woke up at my dentist wearing clothes that weren't mine. I went in as a working-class gentleman and left as a toff, and my horse and trap was not to be found.
This is a tremendous worry to me.
Well, it is, but now I've got the backstory.
Yes,
I've got
that's
something told.
So before forceps, people used to have their teeth removed by something called a dental pelican. That's what it looks like.
Oh, it sounded nicer than that.
Yeah.
It sounded like a...
But they didn't have a dentist chair, so the patient had to sit on a low seat with their head between the dentist's thighs. Yeah.
Well, like looking upwards at them.
Yeah. According to the latest research, the average person has 5 secrets which they've never told to a living soul. So I'd like tonight to hear one of yours, please.
You're looking at me?
I was, darling, but I think you've given enough.
I'll give you all 5.
OK, go.
Where I keep my keys.
Yes.
And 4 murders.
I was once walking home across Hampstead Heath and I got caught short and I had to do a poo under some leaves.
Did you have to do that 5 times?
I think 4 other secret poos I've done, probably.
Sorry, so let's just retrace our steps.
Yeah.
So you're crossing Hampstead Heath, trousers down.
No, I didn't have my trousers down until I needed to go.
He doesn't walk round with his trousers down, do you?
But then as I went to pull my trousers up, I slipped over in it.
Excuse me, sorry. Have you not been mocking me?
Not mocking you, I've been sympathetic.
No, you haven't. And you've shat in a bush. Did you have any paper with you?
No, I used some leaves, and that's what I slipped on. And my glasses fell off. I had to go home. And when I got home, I couldn't properly see my house. I thought, where am I going? My glasses have fallen off. And I had to go back and look for them.
How drunk were you?
It was pretty
Bit steamy. The Columbia Business School, it was a study, they used 38 categories of secrets. So there's all the normal ones that you might have, you know, stealing, cheating, fancying somebody that you shouldn't fancy and all that stuff. But they also had some odd choices. So a secret opinion, not liking something that people think that you like, planning a surprise for somebody, a secret hobby. And they asked 2,000 participants if they had any of those kind of secrets.
Oh, I didn't really realise those were the parameters. I thought... A terribly humiliating event. I didn't realise, like, a secret opinion.
I like yours as a benchmark. I think it's very...
Oh, he didn't on the bench as well, did he?
Oh, this is so controversial. If you're making a cuppa, does the milk... I know.
Oh, gasp! An audible gasp.
Does it go in first or second? Oh, and did I ask you? OK, not everybody agrees. First or second? Second. First? Some people shouting first? OK. The trouble is that there is no correct answer. That is the point. Yet opinion is so unbelievably strongly divided, but the British Standards Institution has a 5,000-word report on the correct way to make tea.
Which you are going to read out to us now?
I'm going to précis for you.
OK.
That's like when they dramatised the Levinson inquiry or
It
something
is.
like that. It's going to be like that.
We're going to do an interpretive dance.
OK. Here is the definitive thing from them. They say milk should go in first. Oh, I know, it's very upsetting for some people. And they also say you should have 2 grams of tea per 100 ml of water, and it should be brewed for 6 minutes and served at a temperature between 60 and 85. Milk first, a 2003 experiment at Loughborough University found that adding milk after the water can heat it unevenly, and that leads to the protein in the milk clumping. But Yorkshire tea says milk second, particularly if you're brewing in a mug. Then you should brew the tea first, otherwise the milk will drag down the temperature of the water.
If the tea bag's in the cup, you can't put milk until it's brewed.
That is the
That'd
thing.
be stupid.
Yeah, so the milk has to go in second.
Yeah.
But that debate, they're called MIFers, milk in first, and TIFers, tea in first. OK. Which people in this studio should we replace with pigeons?
Like a carrier? Like a person who brings you, like a PA?
Oh, like a sort of runner person who brings
Yeah.
you things, like a carrier pigeon? I love this. No. So the answer is the camera operators. So here's the thing, birds can't move their eyes. Their necks have been designed to keep their heads completely still when they move. So as they walk, if you look at them, their heads and their eyes move forward, and then they lock into place, and then the body catches up with them. And then the head darts forward again, locks onto something new, and the pigeon keeps going. And that static image is what a good camera operator is trying to achieve. And pigeons have been used since the early 20th century as aerial photographers. The very first person to attach a camera to a pigeon, he was a German called Julius Neubrunner, and he started receiving prescriptions from a sanatorium in nearby Falkenstein using pigeon post. And he used to deliver medications back by post, and he thought this was marvellous. So he got some pigeons of his own, and then one of his birds came back rather mysteriously fed, and he attached a camera because he wanted to find out where it had been fed. It turned out it was visiting a restaurant on the way in a neighbouring town. Now, what?
Just the elaborate web of bullshit this show constantly.
How's it work in the camera? Because if it's got the camera and it's flying with one wing, it's just going to go round and round.
Yeah, it's not actually working the camera, if you can imagine. No. It's two chambers. It's two chambers, Alan, and one of them has got gas in it, and that releases very slowly as the pigeon flies, and then that would depress the shutter button. You only get one picture. You don't get lots and lots.
One?
It's not like the pigeon's going, "Hey, smile, everybody! Here we go! Hey, coming at you from the
for a closer look.
Yeah, no. Pigeons are perfect camera people, so it's only a matter of time before they put our team out of work. What's the...
You're going to be out of focus for months.
It's black and white and pissed all over.
Oh. A penguin that got into a pirate's stash of rum?
Seriously, that was impressive. No, OK, so it is the giant panda. So in order to introduce giant panda cubs into the wild, the researchers at China's Wolong Nature Reserve, they dressed as adult pandas and they covered themselves in panda pee. Why might they do that?
Because they're perverts. Watching panda porn all night. Which is a very slow watch, I have to say.
Nothing to do with settling the young ones in the wild, is it?
Yes. Here's the thing about the pandas. They look very cute, but let's remember the bear part of their name.
Yeah.
They are still aggressive, and you don't want them to go into villages and go, "Oh, those nice people." So they wanted them to feel that they were with actual pandas, and the way to do that is to cover them in the panda urine so they don't smell of human beings. The extent to which it's related to the red panda, that's been debated backwards and forwards, but it isn't really. The giant panda is a bear. The red panda is closer to a raccoon. But they have recently discovered why they've got black and white fur.
Oh.
The black bits help to camouflage them in the summer, and the white bits help to camouflage them in the winter. And it was discovered by a guy called Tim Carrow. He's a University of California biologist. And he's the same researcher who spent 10 years working out why zebras are black and white.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's probably to deter flies, who, for some reason that is unclear, do not like landing on striped surfaces. Oh, no, I'm not going down there. Yeah.
I've been to Africa and I saw plenty of flies around the zebras.
Yes, but they don't land.
Oh, they don't
Yeah,
land.
they spin around going... has anybody seen a horse, a plain horse? I don't...
It's another thing, if you take a zebra to a supermarket and you fire a barcode gun at it, it says zebra.
Let's practice a little German. What type of animal is a Stachelschwein?
Oh.
Yes? You can't peek at me! OK, so not that one. What about a Wasserschwein?
Is it like a water vole?
Heading in the right direction. What about a Schweinsfowl?
These are all sausages.
It's not a walrus or something, is it?
No, what about a Nabelschwein?
But they're all related, though, right?
No, they're not related at all.
Why do they keep using that word?
Let's go back. Stachelschwein, or spike pig, is a porcupine. A Wasserschwein, or a water pig, is the capybara. There it is there in the middle.
Okay.
And a Schweinswal, or pig whale, is a porpoise. So I love capybaras. I don't know if you've ever seen them. They're amazing. Largest rodent in the world. Yeah. They grow to be about 4 foot long, and there's a special Easter feast in Venezuela, and they eat it like turkey at Thanksgiving. Apparently tastes a bit like rabbit,
It's like a big version of a guinea pig.
Yes, like a massive version, yeah. But
A
you eat it at Easter.
I've been to Peru and I've eaten guinea pig.
Oh, how was it?
In Lima, Peru, there's 3 of the top 50 restaurants in the world happen to all be in Lima. And it's really like a national, like everyone eats it. Even in these 3 Michelin star restaurants, they make the best guinea pig. And I had a guinea pig as a child, as a pet. So I tried it twice and I got to the 3rd time and I just was like, I can't do it.
Yeah, they sell them in Chile anyway on sticks covered in honey. And there's kids at the moment who've been allowed to stay up and watch this who are sobbing their heart out.
Some of them are dipping a guinea pig in
I know.
Holding it in front of the fire. How long is it going to No, the best way to cook it would be to put it in the wheel in front of the fire and have it... Run faster! I want you well basted.
A Nabelschwein is actually what's known as a peccary. It's a distant relative of the pig, and again, you'll find those South and Central America. The German phrase, which I really like, innerer Schweinhund, and it literally means your inner pig dog. And it's the tiny voice that says to you, stay on the sofa, don't go to the gym. Oh. Here's a weird question. Why might you put chili in a condom?
Revenge.
It's to do with elephants. So,
what? This question gets weirder.
So it's to stimulate elephants.
It's quite the opposite. Elephants have the most acute sense of smell of any mammal, and they hate the smell of chili.
Oh.
So Tanzanian farmers want to keep them away from their land, and they've tried all sorts of things. Elephants are so clever. They've tried putting bells around their necks, and the elephant, within 24 hours, was packing the bell with their own dung to stop it ringing.
Oh, my God.
But if you put chili in a condom and attach a firework to it and throw it at an elephant, it explodes in a great cloud of spicy powder. The elephant hates it and goes away, but it's not harmed. So
Wow.
putting chili in a condom is a very good way to get rid of them off your land.
Ah, but if that elephant was very clever, he'd come up the next day with a gas mask.
I think you've got to question your life a little bit when you're putting chili in condoms and throwing them at elephants. Just a little bit of you is going.
Yeah.
What happened?
Sorry, Sandy. What's an elephant gas mask going to be like, for God's sake? Do they have to coil their whole trunk up? Is it on the end of the trunk, the gas mask?
First question. Complete this sentence. Donald Trump is the first president in 168 years not to have...
Oh.
Not to have what?
A trace of common decency.
Empathy.
Empathy.
Charm.
Charm.
I think
Anybody?
these are all too obvious. I'm
Yeah.
going to go with not to have the ability to pee standing up.
Wow.
So, since 1850?
Washington?
Since 1850. What happened in 1850?
Coronation Street started.
It's all the whole show is about.
Oh, pet animals. Pet.
Pets.
Pet?
He's the first president not to have a pet in the White House.
He's got Melania.
They all had pets. Thomas Jefferson had 2 bear cubs. Benjamin Harrison had 2 opossums called Mr. Reciprocity and Mr. Protection. What? Franklin D. Roosevelt had a Great Dane, rather confusingly called President. Herbert Hoover's son, Alan, had a pair of alligators. Teddy Roosevelt, I think, gets the prize for best presidential pet owner. 9 dogs, 2 ponies, 2 cats, a hen, a lizard, a blue macaw, a garter snake named Emily Spinach, named by his daughter Alice because it's as green as spinach and as thin as my Aunt Emily. A small bear, a piebald rat, a pig, a rabbit, a laughing hyena, a barn owl, a one-legged rooster and 5 guinea pigs. He also had 6 children, which seems a lot, and a badger called Josiah. He also had the pony called Algonquin, who was so beloved by the president's son, Archie, that when he was sick in bed, his brothers Kermit and Quentin brought the pony up in the lift.
Who'll bring the pony up to the room now? Who'll you make your pony?
I don't think Mother would allow
In 1940, Franklin D. Roosevelt was given a Scottish Terrier puppy that he named Murray the Outlaw of Fala Hill, after one of his Scottish ancestors, and it was known as Fala, and it travelled everywhere with the president. He became a celebrity in his own right. He had his own secretary to answer fan mail. That's him there with the genius Eleanor Roosevelt, who really was the power behind the throne in that particular presidency. During the Battle of the Bulge, that's the last sort of big German offensive in the Second World War, the American soldiers used to ask each other the name of the president's dog, and if you got the answer Fala, then you knew it probably wasn't a German who was masquerading as an American. Donald Trump is the first president of the United States to steer clear of any petting in the White House.
Oh.
I'm just going to let that live in the air for a second. Now, I've got some packed lunches for you here. Rachel, that's for you, darling. Going to have a Cornish pasty. Yes. Richard, you've got ham sandwiches. Ramesh, you've got a toast sandwich. That's for you. I'll be honest, Alan, yours looks a little tiny bit mouldy. So, what quite interesting thing can you tell me about your snacks, Richard? Ham sandwiches.
In nature,
yes,
they're the only thing that grows in triangles.
Well, here's the extraordinary thing. So, 1851, we know from a census that 436,800 sandwiches were sold on the streets of London, and they were all ham. Every single one.
They didn't sell any other sandwich?
They just sold ham sandwiches. Do you know who invented the pre-packaged sandwich?
Would it be a Joe Lyons tea shop?
No, it's much more recent than you might imagine. It's M&S.
M&S?
Yes, 1980.
Wow.
Apparently an assistant wrapped up some leftover sandwiches from the cafe and put them out for sale, and then it took off.
This is like a freestyle, innit? Just go for it.
Just go for it, sell them. So the most popular ones, egg mayonnaise, BLT and chicken salad. Those are the ones that make all the money.
All morally corrupt, those sandwiches, just so you know. All right, my vegan brothers and sisters.
Ramesh, let's have a look at your toast sandwich. What have you got in it? If you rip it like that, then you can just open the bag. We could have reused it. What is wrong with you?
Well, it's got my name on it. It's very unlikely you're going to have another Ramesh on this. Or even me, based on how this is going.
Tell us what's in your sandwich.
So my sandwich has toast in it?
Yes, it is literally a toast sandwich.
Yes, and I can give you a fact about this.
Go on, then.
One day, Ramesh Ranganathan was given this on QI and was very insulted. So there's...
OK, so this is an historic sandwich. So Mrs Beeton, the great Mrs Beeton, her book of household management in 1861, she had a recipe for a toast sandwich. It was a piece of toast, seasoned with salt and pepper, and served between 2 slices of bread.
Wow. I mean, in many ways, she didn't need to write that down.
No, no. She says this sandwich would be very tempting to the appetite of an invalid.
I've got to tell you, it's delicious.
Is it good? Toast sandwich.
That's a good idea. It's all about texture, isn't it? And I bet that's got a lovely texture to it.
Big up Mrs Beeton. She's absolutely smashed it. No.
Rachel, Cornish pasty. What do we know about the Cornish pasty?
Well, this bit is where you hold it.
Yes.
That's called the handle.
Yes.
Famously. Or in the other parts of the South, they call it the edge.
And why was it created?
For miners.
Absolutely right. It was a portable lunch, basically, to take down the mines. You're absolutely right.
Is it true that in those pasties...
Yeah.
They put the pudding in the pasty as well?
Yeah, so it was perfectly possible to have the savoury bit one end and the sweet bit the other end. So you can see one there which has got a bit of savoury and a bit of
So is that a
sweet.
pastry barrier? Have they put a barrier in?
A little pastry barrier,
Because if they didn't have enough pastry, slam a bit of toast in there. That would do the same job.
It's not the only one that does that, actually, Ramesh. There's a thing called a Bedfordshire clanger, which looks more like a long sausage roll. And again, it's 2/3 savoury and 1/3 sweet.
They did that on the bake-off.
Did they? I didn't see. Can I just say, and we should whisper this if anybody in Cornwall is listening, but the oldest Cornish pasty recipe comes from Devon.
Oh. Did you hear that, Cornwall? You didn't even come up with a pasty, losers.
The Devon one is from 1510. The Cornish oldest one is from 1746. Enjoying that toast.
It's just, you think it's going to be boring,
Yeah.
but the middle bread just tastes so different from the other two pieces.
You've really gone full circle on it.
Honestly, I think it might be the best thing I've ever eaten.
Well, you're a vegan, so I'm not surprised.
I just remembered I know a thing.
Oh,
about
wow.
Cornish pasties.
OK.
That picture reminded me.
Yes.
Those ones where it's all...
The crimping?
The crimping, I was going to say... Well,
I have all the baking terms that you need.
yes, it was just going to be that it's called crimping.
Right, Alan's eaten his sandwich. I said it was mouldy, but this is actually a rather brilliant thing. This is a mouldy anti-theft sandwich bag. So the sandwich is not mouldy at all. The idea is to stop people nicking it out the fridge.
Didn't work with Alan.
No, clearly not.
Do you want the rest of your toast sandwich now, Rom?
I will eat it.
Did you actually like it, Ramesh?
I did. I mean, I feel nervous about saying because I'm being persecuted as a vegan on this show, but it tasted all right.
I didn't know you were a vegan. You should mention it occasionally.
Should we celebrate Procrastination Week?
Well, you could do... I mean, I would say...
I need to clean my house, so after that...
After that, yeah. It is celebrated every year by the Philadelphia-based Procrastinators Club of America. It takes place at slightly different times each year. Usually the first couple of weeks in March. Depends, you know, how long it gets put off for. The club was formed in 1956. It's $20 membership if you're interested. This buys you a license to procrastinate and access to the monthly publication called Last Month's Newsletter. Lists upcoming events that have already taken place. They celebrate Christmas in June, the 4th of July in January, and they have a Be Late for Something Day on September the 5th. Their motto is Behind You All the Way. In 1966, they went on a bus tour brandishing a banner, Excursion to the New York World Fair, which had closed a year and a half earlier. And they recently ran a campaign to get the late President James Buchanan re-elected. He died in 1868. But there are lots of famous procrastinators. The playwright, this is one of my favourite, Richard Sheridan, who wrote School for Scandal, he finished writing it as it was being performed on the opening night. In 1777, bringing down lines to the actors as they were on the stage. That is quite late.
That is leaving it a bit late.
Where does it come from? I really suffer from it. I just always clean the house or do whatever it is. Where does it come from in the brain, or why do we do it?
Well, it's interesting because lots of people suffer terrible shame and anxiety about it. And one of the things that they now think is that they're often perfectionists. They find it psychologically more acceptable never to tackle the task rather than to face the possibility of falling
Try and
short.
fail.
Yeah, you don't want to fall short on performance. They have looked into ways to try and improve people's habits on this. So they did a report on the effectiveness of internet-based cognitive behavioural therapy in improving procrastination behaviour. And the main problem with the study was that people kept putting off doing the treatment. Leonardo da Vinci, so ultimate Renaissance man, he took 25 years to finish The Virgin of the Rocks.
Is that a painting or is that an actual woman?
It's the one in the Louvre. There's another one in the National Gallery. The Mona Lisa took 15 years. He lived to be 67. He actually only completed 15 paintings and a handful of architectural designs. The patrons going mad had to call in other people to come and finish. I have to say, this is absolutely true. We wrote to the Procrastinators Club because we were doing this question and they haven't got back to us. What's this man's official title?
Is it the Pope? Head of the Catholic Church?
Yeah, it's not his official title. So we rang, I love this, we rang the Papal Nunciature. Guess where they are located?
Lowestoft.
Wimbledon.
Oh.
And the spokesman translated the Pope's titles from the Vatican's official directory. They are Bishop of Rome, Vicar of Jesus Christ, Successor of the Prince of the Apostles, Supreme Pontiff of the Universal Church, Primate of Italy, Archbishop and Metropolitan of the Roman Province, Sovereign of the State of Vatican City, Servant of the Servants of God, but not Pope.
Try fitting that on a name badge.
I know! It's a colloquial term from the Italian papa, so it's a style rather than an official title.
Why do you think those guys all around the back are looking in the air?
Because their hats haven't
and
landed
the Pope's
yet.
looking forward.
My hat came first!
Supplementary question, is the Pope Catholic? I mean, literally, is the Pope a Roman Catholic?
He's a Roman Catholic. Yes.
Because the Pope, that is, this man, is not called the Pope, then he is a Roman Catholic. This one is a Roman Catholic, but the actual Pope is the Pope of the Coptic Orthodox Church of Alexandria, and his official title is Pope of Alexandria and Patriarch of all Africa on the Holy See of St. Mark the Apostle. So he is definitely the Pope, but he isn't a Catholic. He's the Pope of the Coptic Orthodox Church. So the Pope, the man whose actual title is the Pope, isn't a Catholic. The Pope isn't officially called the Pope, and the man who actually is the Pope isn't a Catholic.
Clear?
Yeah. Let's go to Italy. So what did they do in Italy to stop people eating their lunches as picnics? So have a look here. This is, of course, the gorgeous Basilica of Santa Croce.
You don't want people having a picnic on the steps, do you?
No, I mean, what they want is for you to respect the place. This particular building is the place where you will find the burial place of Michelangelo, Galileo, Machiavelli, Rossini. It's like all this greatness of Italy, and they don't want people just eating sandwiches on the steps. So they had a really simple idea how to stop them doing this.
Was it they get the spooky voices of all those dead people
Go
on the
away.
loudspeaker?
Go away.
Stop eating sandwiches.
Hey, this is the Michelangelo. I see you enjoying the sandwich.
Why are you ruining the steps with your sandwich? You need to stop.
It's me, Rossini.
Nobody's gonna be crazy angry when you're eating a sandwich on the steppers.
None of these are spooky enough voices.
No.
Johnny.
Don't you want to see a film where Ramesh plays Michelangelo? Fantastic idea.
I'm gonna do a sailing a picture.
This one is a god. This one is the Jesus. That one. He's good, huh?
Well, they did a really simple thing. They hosed down the steps.
Why are you having a picnic?
To stop people, they simply washed the steps.
With water?
With water. And it stopped people from sitting down because you...
Because they're wet.
Because they're wet. And they're very concerned about their buildings. Has anybody been to the Trevi Fountain in Rome?
Mm-hmm.
They have a whole squad of volunteer retired police officers guarding it because apparently people like to swim in it. So you can be fined for sitting on the fountains, for washing your feet in them, letting your pets play, water fights.
Thus far, I'm still hearing you can have a wee, no problem.
Yeah.
I went to Florence and I saw, by some miracle, there wasn't a queue, Michelangelo's statue of David.
It's a greater statue.
It's amazing. You can look all the way round behind. You're right behind, see everything.
It's got massive hands and tiny winky. That's how we do it.
I tell you who it is. It's Rossini. Don't tell anyone.
But what I was going to say was...
No, I think they've got more to do.
There's a replica of it outside.
Right.
And honestly, you can't tell the difference.
No.
So don't bother queuing up. Go
I
in.
agree with that. Right. Back to the great outdoors now. Here's a question about pests. What is the best way to keep those pesky wasps at bay?
A jar of something that they like, and then they go to it.
To kill them or to just trap
Well,
them?
if they get stuck in there, not much you can do.
Wasp gun? I don't know.
A wasp gun is a gun that fires wasps, isn't it? You're just adding to the problem, aren't you? Just generating more and more of them.
Fires them a long way away, Ramesh.
Makes them angry, though, and when they come back... It's like that joke about the bloke who throws a snail off his front step. And then 3 days later, the doorbell goes. And the snail goes, what?
So, the best way to keep a wasp away from the picnic, they send out scouts, the wasps, to go and see where the best food is. If you see the first couple, take them hostage.
Oh, OK.
Yeah. If you trap them, they cannot report back to the nest about the food source. But if you kill them, they can release a pheromone, and the other wasps go, "What? What's going on? What's going on?" They get the pheromone.
Yeah,
smell.
they go, "Can anyone else smell Dave?"
Yeah, yeah. But you shouldn't kill wasps at all.
That's really good. So
they-
just keep them, catch them, and that's it.
Because they do some fantastic good work.
Do they?
Yeah,
Yes.
I doubt that very much.
I hate them.
OK, so here's the thing that you may not know. So social wasps eat cockroaches and spiders. There is a woman whose Twitter handle is @waspwoman, Dr. Serian Sumner. She estimates they eat 14 million kilograms of insects per year in the UK.
Each?
No, not each. No. No. As a team effort.
Oh, OK.
Yeah. After Great Britain and Ireland, what is the third most populous island in the British Isles?
I know that you could get everybody in the world on the Isle of Wight and it would sink.
That is not the answer that I'm looking for. The Isle of Wight, in fact, would come fourth. I'm looking for the one that would come third. I'm looking for the most populous island. Yes.
Man?
Now, the Man is not right. No.
Is it going to be somewhere far off?
No, it's not even far from the studio, actually. You could get there...
Oh,
Isle of
ew.
Dogs. No. I'm in Indonesia. I was going to say you could get there in about an hour and a quarter on the train.
Isle of Thanet.
It's Portsea Island. It is where the city of Portsmouth lies. The island of Portsea has the highest population density of any of the UK's islands. In fact, Portsmouth is the only island city in the whole of the UK.
It's a complete island, is it?
Yeah. And it was one of the most heavily defended cities in the world during the Napoleonic Wars. And it was the world's first mass production line. The Royal Navy made... pulley blocks were made there by, in fact, Mark Isambard Brunel. Isambard, Kingdom Brunel's father. The other thing they pioneered was free venereal disease clinics.
Why would you pay for venereal disease? Oh, to the...
No, yeah.
I've paid for venereal disease.
Well, let's all let that settle in for a minute.
That's what the doctor said. It sort of works for the joke.
The idea that they'd say,
Yeah.
I'd just let it
Just
settle
let
in.
that settle in if I were you.
That's there for the winter. Let it settle in.
Well, here's a gorgeous painting by Turner. Where is this? Yes.
So Indonesia.
I'll give you a clue. Here are two paintings. I'll give you the titles if this helps. One is called Festive Lagoon Scene, Venice, and the other one's called Procession of Boats with Distant Smoke, Venice.
Is it Portsmouth?
Yes, it is Portsmouth. You're absolutely right.
Are you serious?
They were wrongly titled in the 1960s when they were exhibited in New York. They had nothing to do with Venice or
You said it as a joke.
Yes.
No, I just done an expert on Turner.
So annoying. If you'd have painted them in Indonesia, I would have been laughing now.
No, you're totally right. It was in 2003 that a curator at the Tate declared that they were not of Venice at all. They had been renamed The Arrival of Louis Philippe, who was king at the time of France, at Portsmouth, 8th of October, 1844, and the disembarkation of Louis Philippe, 8th of October, 1844.
Well, that is also a stretch, isn't it? I mean, you can't see him coming or going, can you?
It's not the first time it's happened to a Turner painting. There was one which was identified as a view of Monte Rosa in Italy for over a century, and it turns out it's actually a pier in Scotland. Pizza pie. What's the pizza-litically correct procedure for eating a piece of pizza? What is it?
Many years ago,
Yes.
I was a friend of and knew Fanny Craddock.
Oh, dear Fanny.
The younger people won't know who she was. She was a television chef, a sort of interesting cross between Mary Berry and Jeremy Clarkson. A wonderful woman. And she taught me and my wife how to make pizza, proper Neapolitan pizza, and she explained to us, A, that you cut it up, but then you don't use knife and fork to eat it. You have to eat it by hand.
Yes.
And you have to feed one another.
Yeah. The fact is you can eat pizza any way you please, but there are certain thoughts, some advice about how to do it.
It's a fold, isn't it?
It's a fold.
So the grease doesn't go everywhere.
Yeah, so what you end up with is a sort of triangular package with all the toppings inside. They don't slip off.
That looks exactly like Fanny's.
No, I think that's the perfect way to eat pizza.
It is.
Well, I don't think so. I think that's a greedy way to eat pizza. That's like bunging as much in at a time as you can. Whereas in Italy, you tend to put a finger in and just sort of bend it. So
We're talking about eating pizza. Pizza and then bend it,
That was your mind. That was not mine.
Can I just say that my mother watches this?
Not for much longer.
No. You don't fold it because then you
Where
don't
do you
get
put
the...
a finger in, though, Sally? Where do you put a finger?
Well, you... how do you do it? I'm just trying...
You can't put the finger
You
in.
kind of... You make it so it's like a bent... like a scoop thing. And so it's basically so that you can hold the end up.
So you've got to keep it up, but then pop your finger in.
If you hold the triangle flat, the end will go floppy. So do it like that.
Yeah. Is anyone else with me? I've never really had a problem eating a bit of pizza. I tend to pick it up and bite some off.
Yes, and just get on with it. Keep in this basket.
You get those if you go fruit picking. Baskets like that.
Yes, you do, but not it's this particular basket.
It looks a bit like a building to me.
It is a building. It is exactly right. What you'd keep in it is a basket-making company. It is a 7-storey picnic basket. It was built as the headquarters for a basket-making company called Longaberger Company. It was the brainchild of Mr. Dave Longaberger, and at one point the architects tried to talk him out of it. They said it was a very bad idea. And he said, if they can put a man on the moon, they can certainly build a building that's shaped like a basket.
You say brainchild?
Yeah. Yeah. Unfortunately, Mr. Longaberger no longer with us, and the Longaberger Company has downsized and relocated. It's rather sad,
Was
isn't
he
it?
buried in a coffin made in a massive coffin-shaped factory?
Yeah. What do you think gets made in this building? So it's the middle bit that we're really interested in, the sort of the very long bit. What do you think?
Now, is that the rope-making place in Chatham?
It is absolutely the rope-making place in Chatham. Rope has been made there since 1618. And it's where all the strands are woven together to make the rope.
I know it because I've been in it.
Have you? Why were you in it?
We're doing a Horizon documentary about how long is a piece of string.
Oh!
That's the sort of thing Horizon ought to be doing.
They've got a building that's about a quarter of a mile long. The ropes go almost as far as you can see properly. They make very, very long ropes indeed.
They do, and it's really, really tough work. You start the rope-making process by combing the raw hemp fibre across boards with long iron pins. They're called hatchels, and it straightens the fibres. And then they use whale oil to lubricate the fibres, which is known as train oil.
Did you say whale oil?
Whale oil, yes. A whale is part oil. I have a recipe. Do you want more?
Is there a vegan version?
It'd be nice if you could tap into the whale and get some oil without having to drag it out and slice it up.
Yeah, what, like a tap?
Yeah.
What are those things you stick in trees, you know, that you wind in and then the sap comes out?
To get the sap out.
So you could do that with a whale. It wouldn't be pleasant.
No.
If you said to the whale, look, you've got 2 options here.
Yeah.
Either we put a tap on you...
Yeah.
Or we slice you into pieces. What's it going to be?
You have to you have to go 5 miles away to hear the answer.
I think he said tap. Let's do it.
I've got a gift for you all now. I've got your very own QI periscopes, OK? Have a look. What are you going to use them for? OK, have a look through. Oh, that's a good idea. Yeah.
It's very clever, because even though you're down below, you can still see the audience, even though you're below the desk.
Totally understood periscopes.
I can't see the audience now. I can't see the audience.
No, you need your periscope, darling, is the thing.
Yeah, my periscope doesn't work.
Where's Alan gone?
Rod.
I can see your periscope, Phil. I can see yours as well. Are you under the desk? I am under the desk, Alan. I'm coming up. OK. I'm now above the desk, Phil.
We toyed with the idea of having 2 5-year-old boys on the panel. And then we thought, no need.
This is me going down the stairs.
OK.
I'm coming up now. Oh, I forgot to say.
He's having
having so much fun under there. You should see his little face. really enjoyed that.
Phil, get up now. You're all right.
I'm going to be honest.
Yeah.
It's,
Do you need a hand?
Getting up takes a bit of a while.
Yes. No, hang on. I'm on my way. I'm on my way. Okay.
Right. Thank you. Thanks, Mum.
Can I have this?
Yes, you can have them. So,
Because we've got quite a high garden wall, and I've often wanted to look over it.
Didn't you build the high garden wall, Alan?
Yes. It's true to say I could have a lower one. But really, I want to go like that.
tell if a PC is cut out for the job.
Is it about...
Yes.
Making dummy policemen?
Yes.
And then deterring criminals by placing them strategically?
This is exactly right. So you get points, everybody gets points.
I'm slightly miffed that I finally get points and everyone else gets points as well.
I know, life's a bugger. Various police forces have experimented with stationing cardboard cutout police officers at potential crime scenes instead of actual officers, and they have experienced, honestly, startling results. In 2013, the Massachusetts Bay Transportation Authority Police, they put 2 cutouts in bike rack cages at a place called Alewife Station, and theft rates instantly fell by 2/3. So let me give you a sense of what that is like. I have here my... Yes, I know.
Oh, they've made him deliberately tall.
No. He's regular height.
No, he isn't. No, he isn't.
No, he's enormous.
He's standing on
His head's that wide.
He's wearing lifts. Let's all get out.
Come on, let's all have a picture with the police. Come, Sally, come and smile with the policeman. This is a photo you'll never see again. Look. Hang on a second.
Opportunity doesn't come down.
Grandpa's got his camera. Darling,
taking a picture of the
that's the audience.
I'm so sorry. Listen. It's amazing. I got so many photographs of my right ear. You wouldn't believe it.
No, I absolutely would believe it.
They're filming this, Giles.
You do
I'll do it. There we go.
Okay.
There we go. It's smiling, everybody. Here we go.
You haven't got the policeman in it now.
I don't give a fuck about the policeman.
May I share something with you?
What I know about you, Giles, is there's no stopping you once you've decided.
Well, all I will tell you is this. The uniform isn't necessary. I only know this because I happen to have made a one-show film about this very subject.
Oh, right.
And it turns out that it's entirely the eyes looking at you that make the difference. It turns out that it is the head and the eyes in particular that looking at people makes them stop doing whatever they were thinking of doing.
That's true. Yeah. Thames Valley Police, they rotate 2 life-size cutouts between the shops in Oxford, Windsor, Maidenhead and Ascot, apparently, and that deters shoplifters.
I think I can tell they're not real policemen. Because it's the way they're floating.
I have to say the Police Federation are not too thrilled with this. They reckon that it's an attempt to avoid paying salary and pension costs, and of course it is, absolutely it is.
It's also a bit embarrassing for them that they're just as effective as a real policeman.
Well, if you want to do embarrassing, I think this is even more embarrassing. Several forces have admitted suffering theft of their cardboard policemen. 3 gone missing from filling stations in Derbyshire, 2 were stolen in Cleveland, and Humberside lost 1 from the Tesco supermarket in Grimsby.
I noticed that they're all men policemen. Think how more effective it would be if they had women police persons in uniform looking at you beadily. That really, if you're frightened of your mother as I am, that would have...
Or just your mother in a uniform.
Oh, I saw those pictures before my father burnt them.
Anybody know where the word coconut comes from?
Is it something to do with the fact that you can see a face in one?
It is that. So coco refers to a character in Portuguese folklore. The name means grimace or grinning bogeyman. So it was basically Portuguese and Spanish seafarers from that period. And the 3 holes on the top of the coconut represent the face. In the Philippines, you've spent time in the Philippines, haven't you?
I grew up
It's
there.
known as the tree of life.
Yes.
The coconut tree. Because
They use all parts of it. You know, they build their houses from it, you eat it. They use every part of the coconut.
This is actually in the Philippines. It's the Coconut Palace Court. This is a government building built entirely from coconuts. Now, here's the thing. We were going to try and open a coconut, but I don't trust any of you boys at all, so I've only given Sindhu the coconut. What I thought is you could have the coconut and a hammer and a screwdriver.
No.
You don't need a hammer and a screwdriver?
No, but...
Do you want the boys to mansplain what you need to do to open it?
Well, they're probably going to anyway, so do you guys
get into it?
Actually, because we open coconuts all the time. Whenever you do anything auspicious, you start with a coconut. It's not fancy. See?
OK, yeah.
This is the way it goes. There you go. Here's the thing. It's something you do before any auspicious prayer or anything, or when you get something new. And, you know, people take it, like, if your grandmother's involved, she takes it very seriously. So when we got a new car, she did it not in front of the car.
Oh.
But,
on the car?
On the car.
Oh.
And it didn't work because the car is not concrete. So she said, this is very inauspicious. You have to return the car.
How many cars did you go through before you found one that...
No, we didn't. We told her, oh, you know, Granny, go to sleep. And then when she woke up, we said, this is another car.
But did you just strike it in a particular place?
You have to hold it here.
Right.
And if it doesn't crack the first time, it's your fault and you've done something inauspicious, and then your mother gives you a tight slap. So really, you just learn from the beginning.
But what if the reason you want to open the coconut is because you want to drink the coconut water inside?
These coconuts are not the drinking ones. Those are the green ones.
It's coconutally nuts how versatile the coconut is. How do you tell if your partner is dead?
Well, are they moving, breathing, speaking? Are they nagging you and berating you for all your behaviour?
These are the
Are they
things.
finding fault, Sam?
OK, it's to do with tossing.
You toss them?
You do. You absolutely do. It is the practice of people throwing or tossing people on blankets. So, this guy in the middle is called Johann Unser. He was a German doctor, and in the 18th century was visiting Corsica. And he wrote down about this. When a married man died, it was common for villagers to toss the corpse on a blanket for hours on end, which occasionally had the effect of bringing him back to life. If he didn't come back to life, then the local women would gather and they would beat his widow as a punishment for letting him die. If it turned out he wasn't dead, then I imagine she dealt with him. It's not uncommon. It's not just in Corsica. So you get it in Spain. It's called pelele and prellen in Germany. It's a bit like giving somebody the bumps on their birthday. And it was a common thing to toss people up and down in that way.
Is there any, like, medical basis for that to work, like jolting the heart?
Well, it could be, but I mean, it has a kind of a superstitious background to it, so the idea of tossing things in the air to ward off evil spirits. And it probably comes from winnowing, so you know about separating the wheat from the chaff. So the simplest way is to toss it in the air because the chaff is lighter than the wheat and the wind will blow it away. And so there's a sort of symbolic thing of doing that with human beings.
He's dead. He's alive. He's alive. Oh, he's dead again. His neck's broken. Where's his widow? It's your fault.
Yeah, your fault. One of the most famous recipients of a tossing, Sancho Panza from which book?
Oh, Don Quixote.
Don Quixote, chapter 17. He and his master refused to pay an innkeeper's bill, and so he's grabbed by a group of lodgers and they toss him up
And
and
Queen
down.
Elizabeth, she was tossed, wasn't she?
Queen Elizabeth I?
The second.
The second?
Yeah. The day of the coronation.
Do tell.
Well, they had a rehearsal, and the Archbishop of Canterbury and a few of the cohorts, they gave her a toss. And that's the tradition. People aren't familiar with it because we haven't had a coronation for ages, but Charles is next.
Really?
Is that actually a thing?
Of course not, you fool.
I was so lucky. No, darling. You thought your nan catching a bus was a game. Bless your heart. But there were strict rules about it. But if you really wanted to punish somebody, you would laden the whole thing with logs and tools and... I know. And it wasn't just humans that were tossed. There was actually a game called Fuchsbrellen, or fox tossing, played by German aristocrats in the 17th century. And they had actual courts for fox tossing. The winner was the team that got their fox highest in the air. The whole ground there, it's covered in sawdust in case they missed, and that's to protect the fox. It's to keep it alive for the next tossing, because they're valuable. The most famous match was held in Dresden. There was a man called Augustus II, the Strong, he was known as. In this particular game, 647 foxes, 533 hares, 34 badgers, and 21 wild cats were tossed. And the whole game finished off with a jolly good clubbing.
Oh, God.
I know, for any animals that were still alive.
And the Tories want to bring it back.
I like Augustus the Strong. He liked to toss with just one finger, like that. So he had a sling attached to the blanket.
Do that again.
He was an extraordinary fellow, Augustus the Strong. He liked to break horseshoes with his bare hands. That was his point of fun.
You know what's worse than being tossed?
What's that?
Indoor tossing.
Oh, yes. Yes. Yeah.
Especially for women, because there's always the glass ceiling.
Very good.
A good tossing can save a marriage. Wow. How many wings does an angel have?
Jingle bells.
Depends.
That's not really an answer, that's I don't know.
Renaissance angels tend to have 2.
Yeah.
I said Renaissance angels.
Oh. Well, Sam, it's like this.
What do you
Angel Matt
reckon?
has that for me.
4.
Well, you could be right, but it rather depends on the kind of angel.
That's literally what I said. It depends on the kind of angel.
There's 2 kinds of angels in the Bible with wings. There's seraphim and cherubim. So seraphim have 6 wings and the cherubim have 4. There is no angel in the Bible that has 2 wings.
Oh, sorry, you meant
Actual
literal angels.
angels.
I do apologise, I was talking
I'm
about
sorry.
representation.
This is the woman happy to talk for hours about the home life of the Hobbit.
That's real, Sandy. It's very different. It's based on fact.
So the seraphim, that's the highest in the angel hierarchy. That's the sort of fiery, burning ones. They are described as, above it stood the seraphims. Each one had 6 wings. With twain he covered his face, and with twain he covered his feet, and with twain he did fly. So,
So he was like, and then also flying.
Yeah.
I'm a shy angel.
The cherubim have got 4 wings, as well as they also have 4 faces: a man, lion, ox, and an eagle. The bit I'm not sure about. So you get Gabriel in Islam as an angel of revelation, but there's a hadith that he had 600 wings. I would have thought that would be tricky to operate.
He had a hang gliding business.
I was coming back on the train from Scotland the other day, and I went past the Angel of the North. It is an astonishing thing when you see it.
Yeah.
It is one of the most visible pieces of art in the world. It is seen by 1 person every second on average.
And it spins. You can give it a whack and...
It's the largest art statue in the world. So that wingspan is 54 metres. It's longer than a Boeing 747. And the reason it can withstand 100-mile-per-hour winds, it goes as far below the ground as it does
Like a
above.
tree.
Yeah. So it's
Oh, wow.
sort of dug in.
But it isn't an angel because it's only got 2 wings.
Yeah, I need to have a word and say, you just need another 598. There was a miniature Angel of the North in 2008. So the designer, Anthony Gormley, had made some miniatures, you know, just to sort of check out how it was going to work. And that item was the very first item valued at £1 million on the Antiques Roadshow. It had been standing in the offices of Gateshead Council for 13 years.
Imagine being the person queuing behind them on the Antiques with your little vase.
Yeah.
I've got these egg cups. They're in my nose cupboard. They smell a bit of me now, actually.
We could not find pie in the sky, but we can find beer. Where would we find beer in the sky?
Oh, in space.
In space, about 10,000 light years from Earth.
Did someone lob a can up? It's just landed.
There is an incredible thing. There is a giant cloud of alcohol with enough ethyl alcohol for 400 trillion pints of beer. That is enough for every person on Earth to drink 300,000 pints every day for 1 billion years. Because it's spiked with hydrogen cyanide.
Classic.
I know.
Damn those Russians.
But the intriguing thing is that the cloud contains ethyl formate, so that is it's the chemical compound that helps give raspberries their taste.
Oh.
And it reportedly smells like rum. It seems that the centre of our galaxy may taste and smell like raspberry-flavoured rum.
Oh, my God.
Can I just ask, when you say it reportedly smells like rum...
Yeah.
Who reported it?
Well, we know what the chemical is and we know what the chemical smells like, but nobody's been there.
Right.
You could
I'm here
volunteer.
now.
Yeah.
What's it smell like? What's it smell like?
I mean, it could be blackberries. I think it's raspberries. Doris disagrees.
Have you had raspberries for breakfast?
Yeah, I did. Yes, I did. Now I think of it.
People who do those wine things, isn't it? Oh, it's like, I'm getting blackcurrant, I'm getting running naked through heather.
Skirting boards. I'm getting skirting boards and linoleum. You've fallen over.
Getting the action of someone stretching a turtle's neck. Slash skipping rope.
Alcohol in the Air, 2017, there was a fraternity party, a Tequila Tuesday, at a fraternity house called Sigma Alpha Epsilon in Bethesda in Maryland. They drank so much alcohol that the ambient air in the house failed a breathalyzer test.
That is brilliant.
I used to take my kids to this music group. I said, where does it take place? They said, it's in the rugby club, in the bar. I went into the bar, which is carpeted. I don't think any bar should ever be carpeted. Now, that ambient air would have failed a breathalyzer test. And all the toddlers were pissed as fuck. They were singing Show Me the Way to Go Home.
The most terrifying thing about Anne Robinson.
Where do you start?
Tell you what it is. She's behind you.
You've got third Anne syndrome.
It's her wink.
Find that terrifying?
There's no need to wink in society unless you're telling someone you don't believe what you're actually saying.
Right.
So at the end of The Weakest Link, when Anne Robinson says, join us again tomorrow for The Weakest Link, and winks, what she's actually saying is, I hope you die in the next 24 hours.
Is it that she's sitting in fire and not burning?
Yes, I'm going to give you a clue. So it is quite cold here in the studio. In fact, I think this studio is possibly haunted. So there is...
You've let your gender down there.
Who didn't see Josh?
Jumped as well.
I genuinely, as it fell, I thought, what are the chances of... Oh, wait a minute.
So, one of the most famous poltergeist cases was the Stockwell poltergeist of 1772. So there was a Mrs. Golding of Stockwell, and she was terrorised by a presence that smashed crockery and moved furniture. One of my favourite books of all time, this is not my copy because I'd never be able to carry it around, is The Memoirs of Extraordinary Popular Delusions and the Madness of Crowds by Charles Mackay. If you haven't read it, I really, really recommend it. It's a wonderful Victorian book.
It's not one for the tube, though, is it?
Sandy, that looks like your bed.
I don't think you should tell people that you know that. Mrs. Golding, an elderly lady who resided alone with her servant, Anne Robinson, was sorely surprised on the evening of Twelfth Day, 1772.
250 years old!
That surgery is amazing. She looks really good.
That she can wink at
If you
all.
asked me to guess, I'd put a ballpark on it.
She looks great.
She was sorely surprised to observe a most extraordinary commotion among her crockery. Cups and saucers rattled down the chimney, pots and pans were whirled downstairs, and every room in the house was in a short time strewed with fragments. It turns out that all of this only happened when her servant was there, and her servant was called Anne Robinson, and she had tied a horse hairs and wires to objects in order to scare her employer. It says, Anne, it appears, was anxious to have a clear house to carry on an intrigue with her lover and resorted to this trick to effect her purpose.
One of the reasons I don't believe in ghosts is that my gran said that when she died, she was going to haunt me if there was such a thing as ghosts, and she hasn't.
Maybe she's
she has
busy.
come back as Adam Hill.
What's the most perilous job in the world?
Parachute tester.
It is a real and obviously perilous job.
Hang on, is this the actual answer?
No, it isn't the actual answer. By chance, you stumbled upon something that I actually knew, which I was rather pleased about. But there's a worse job than a parachute tester.
Parachutist capture.
Again, nearly right. So nearly right. It's a reverse parachute tester. So, during the Cold War, both sides had spy bases in the Arctic. Aircraft couldn't land anywhere, so staff had to be parachuted in, but they also had to be parachuted out again.
Oh, that must hurt.
Yeah. So they used a thing called a sky hook or an aero retriever. It's a device for parachuting upwards. And what they did was they got a helium balloon and it carried a rope up into the air. The aeroplane grabbed the rope and reeled it in with the spy on the end. OK, let's have a quick look at this procedure in action. There's the guy on the ground.
Oh.
Waving cheerfully.
He's saying...
Yeah.
Shitty death.
That's how they board you on EasyJet.
Human fishing.
Yes, I suppose it is.
Fishing, I like that.
So lots of perilous jobs, things with heavy machinery, working at sea. Probably the most perilous specific job is being President of the United States. You have an 8 in 44 chance of dying in office. It's roughly the fatality rate 27 times that of a lumberjack.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. I mean, luckily the present one's really likeable.
Yes. Test piloting a fighter jet, that's another extremely perilous job.
Yeah.
There's an extraordinary story. In 1956, just off the coast of New York State, there was a fighter test pilot called Tom Attridge, and he accidentally shot himself down. So what he did was he did a burst of his cannons and then he accelerated downwards, and shortly afterwards his windscreen shattered and the engine failed, and he assumed that it had been bird strikes. In fact, he'd flown into his own stream of 20mm cannon rounds.
Wow.
So although the bullets had had a head start, the air resistance had slowed them down, he'd accelerated and caught them up.
Oh, like an episode of Mr. Bean.
I know. The good news is the plane crashed, but he survived.
Oh, good, yeah.
Other dangerous job in terms of sport?
Motorsport.
Motorsports, yeah, absolutely right.
Motorcycling.
Formula One.
No. I have to disagree with you there. The most dangerous sport is fishing. It causes more fatalities than any other sport.
To fish, certainly.
To the people that drown, there's more people killed fishing than any other sport. And if you don't believe me, just trust me.
Trust you? The legendary liar from Would I Lie to You?
More people are killed fishing than any other sport. But perhaps I mean percentage-wise of how many people do it. Back to you, Sandy.
Thank you. Formula One, not so dangerous now, but in the 1970s, you had a 0.35% chance of dying each time you competed in the Grand Prix, and a driver who competed in every race for 5 years had a nearly 20% risk of dying on the job.
I've got some horror stories about fishermen, but carry on. Billy Park's milkman Accrington drowned. Back to you.
Is it that they're pulled in by a particularly large salmon? Is that what happened?
It's a big fish, and then it's like that clip of the man being parachuted up.
Yeah.
It's a big one!
I absolutely love reading the data of these things. So 2015, the Health and Safety Executive data shows the most accident-prone occupation in the UK is hairdresser. I know! Really? Hairdresser.
I thought window cleaner or something.
Beautician. No. Most likely to cut or burn yourself or trip over something.
That guy, yeah, but...
This guy on the right is a Pakistani hairdresser who apparently doesn't use scissors.
No.
And the guy on the left who's waiting's not keen.
He burns it and then he puts it out with a hairdryer.
Just singes it off.
Yeah.
I wouldn't like to see this fella fishing.
Describe an ancient ancient Egyptian pregnancy testing kit?
Surely once an Egyptian becomes ancient, they can't get pregnant.
One of them's a stand-up comedian by the look of it. I'll just do a quick 5.
I think once they start wrapping you in bandages, that's a pretty good sign you're going to be a mummy. I reckon it's something to do with food cravings. If some ancient Egyptian lady was insisting on having squirty cream on her camel's hoof, and you'd think,
It's like a Mary Berry recipe.
Some Blumenthal, probably, but I meant camel's hoof as a food. That's what I meant. Like mayonnaise on chocolate fingers, that kind of is a bad example. You know what I meant. You know what I meant. Yes. Strange food combinations is what I meant.
It's no. No is the answer.
Right.
It's not squirty cream on your
weirdly,
camels.
I know. What are the chances? So there are various papyruses. They're known generally as the Berlin papyruses. There's one, 6619. It's usually known simply as the Berlin papyrus. It was written in 1300 BC, and it's in 2 fragments. So it's largely concerned with Egyptian mathematics, and it notably suggests, for example, knowledge of Pythagoras' theorem 800 years before Pythagoras. But anyway, it contains the following. Another test for a woman who will bear or a woman who will not bear. Wheat and spelt, let the woman water them daily with her urine. If they both grow, she will bear. If the wheat grows, it will be a boy. If the spelt grows, it will be a girl. If neither grows, she will not bear. So already they have some sense of the chemical changes in a woman. And in 1963, archaeologists tested this ancient medicinal folklore. Now, the girl-boy thing, absolute hogwash, but 70% accurate as a predictor of pregnancy against non-pregnancy.
A pregnant woman's wee would cause germination of a seed.
Yeah.
Whereas if she's not pregnant, it wouldn't.
Yes, correct.
Because it's like a chemical in it that...
Yeah, because of the changes in the woman. There's an even earlier test described in the Brugsch papyrus, so that's around 1350 BC, and it involves a watermelon.
Now we're talking.
They have the squirty cream.
Yeah, they're good. A watermelon pounded is mixed with the milk of a woman who has borne a son and is given to the patient to drink. If she vomits, she is pregnant. If she only has flatulence, she will never bear again.
No, but hang on. If she vomits, she's pregnant. I mean, that's a pretty good sign, regardless.
I have to say the other bit about her farting not proved to be true. That's just a weird thing.
What if you did both? Was there a... What's it say? What's C?
Somewhat
C. Option C.
Option C. None of the above.
I always think, though, about somebody like that who did discover these things, that when they were finally proved right, was it worth it? Because they must have been considered an absolute weirdo for a long time when they were good. I bet you women pissing on something is going to be the key to this.
Yeah.
Until eventually he hit on seeds, having ruined a lot of parties by getting women to piss on this dog's back. That didn't make any difference.
Yeah. There's a text from 1552 that said that a pregnant woman had urine that was clear, pale, lemon-coloured, leaning towards off-white and having a cloud on its
It's like a colour chart.
It is exactly that. Yes, exactly that.
It's like the Waitrose wine guide.
By the 1920s, they knew that there's a specific hormone, it's called HCG, is present in the urine of pregnant women, and they used to inject the urine into sexually immature rabbits and rodents, and then on the 5th day, the animal was killed and autopsied to examine the state of the ovaries. And then if a pregnant woman would have bulging masses found on the ovaries. So when I was a child, it was the thing that women said, because I grew up in the United States, they'd say, how's Mrs. So-and-so? And somebody would say, the rabbit died. And that meant she was pregnant. That was a sort of a euphemism.
I mean, no rabbits in medical things are, you know, don't envy any of them, but...
No.
If you were at the lab and some of them are having the moisturisers and the facials, then you're there being injected with piss, you'd be...
Drake Passage is off the southern tip of South America. Does anybody know what the southern tip of South America is called?
Cape Horn.
It is Cape Horn. Does anybody know what the southern tip of Africa is called? Yes.
Cape of Good Hope.
Not called the Cape of Good Hope. You crazy fool!
I don't care.
It's good not
Bring
to
it
care.
on.
The southernmost point of Africa is actually called Cape Agulhas. There it is about 90 miles away. You can see the Cape of Good Hope. There is not much to see there. There's a sort of rocky beach. They've placed a bit of a plaque so that you can see. It marks the dividing line between the Indian Ocean, the Atlantic Ocean, so a relatively cold one and a relatively warm one. The Cape of Good Hope is the bit that the Flying Dutchman couldn't get round. Does anybody know, while we're on the southernmost part of the North American continent?
Well, it's all connected up, isn't it, to the South American
Oh, no, the north shore of the canal, of the Panama Canal.
It's really an astonishing thing. It's actually Australia. Geologists have discovered that there is an area around Georgetown in northern Queensland. It was once part of North America more than 1 billion years ago. It's got rocks in the area that are unlike any other rock deposits in Australia.
Oh, here we go. Here we go again.
What?
Yeah. This shows the QI ceaseless bullshit. It's Australia.
Upset you, Danny.
Oh, no, it's like the sun not being there when it was there and all these other things that happened.
The southernmost point of mainland Australia is rather brilliantly called South Point. But which is wider, Australia or the moon?
Well, oh, that's a good one.
Hang on.
The moon. Are they the same?
Australia.
The moon is somewhat less than the width of Australia.
Is it?
So Australia's about 4,000 kilometres and the moon is 3,500. If you were observing from the moon, Australia would look the same size as the moon does to us. But which one's got the greatest surface area? Do you suppose?
The moon.
Yeah, because it's a sphere. Yeah. So it would obviously have as much. Who wears the trousers in a pantisocracy?
Oh, it's one of those kinky parties where people turn up in either panties or socks. You take a choice.
It has got the word all in it, so panto for all, and then we have...
Socracy.
Socracy, so from isokratia, so equality of power. So basically it is government for and by...
Everybody.
All, yeah. So it was a... Yes, Charles, you don't rarely ask permission to speak.
Well, I know there are bonus points for courtesy.
Oh, yes, very good. What were you going to say, my darling?
I was going to say that I've actually lived in a pantisocracy.
Have you?
And it's hell. When I was about 17, a master from our schools...
Where's this going?
He was subsequently arrested, but that is a different story. This master invited some of us to go on holiday to Devon. And he said, we are going to be pantisocrats. And the idea was we went to a village where Coleridge, the poet, had been on holiday. And he told us that Coleridge and a friend of his, I think Southey...
Robert Southey.
They had invented this idea of a society where everybody was equal.
Yeah.
And on this holiday, all 8 of us and this one teacher lived this life of being equals. And we all had to be different romantic poets. I ended up as Byron. It was a ghastly, ghastly experience. And it put me off equality forever.
Yes.
And this led to what we all had to do on this holiday.
OK.
The idea was we were all asked to be different poets, and the fellow who chose to be Southey told us the story of the 3 bears. I had chosen to be Byron. Not Lord Byron, but his cousin, H.J. Byron, Henry James Byron, the man, as you know, Sandy, who invented Widow Twankey for the pantomime Aladdin and also created the character of Buttons. OK, you live and learn. And 3 weeks of this, somewhere in Devon, all pretending to be characters. It was hell. It was sheer hell.
3 weeks?
Yeah, he, the master, of course, was on Coleridge and took it seriously, which meant taking opium. He was a druggie.
And did you at any stage in the 3 weeks stop talking?
One would have liked to have seen you give your twanky.
No.
But to live, to method act, the creator of Widow Twankey for 3 weeks.
But also, isn't it appalling that this great man, H.J. Byron, is virtually unknown? He was the first cousin of Lord Byron. Nobody is reading Byron anymore. Byron Schbyron. But every Christmas we go, we cheer at Buttons, Widow Twankey, we love her. Nobody even knows that this man exists.
How did he write just those characters?
He wrote the whole show, but I'm cutting to the chase because I don't want to take up too much of your time.
Sally.
I desperately want to know whether you chose H.J. Byron or whether he was imposed upon you.
Just one tiny second, Jazz. Do not ask him any supplementary questions. What is the most useful organ of the body? I'm going to give you a clue.
Okay.
It begins with a P.
Penis.
I just say, that picture of that gentleman... Is he wearing something underneath, or is that...
Are you going to make us explain the male physique? To you?
Perineum.
Perineum is very good.
That's an organ on its own. It's an area.
Just start beginning with P on the body, Pascal?
Yeah.
How about a paunch?
Paunch? How is that useful?
I always felt a bit sorry for people who've not got a paunch.
Yes. Nowhere to
I mean,
put
if you're
your
reading
beer.
in bed, you can rest your book.
Yes.
And actually, it's really important for dancing.
Why?
My dance partner from Strictly, Katya, was on the show this year with a thin person.
Right.
And they gave her a very bad back. Because she was always leaning in, trying to find him.
Right.
Whereas I was...
Readily available.
Always at all times. Bang!
I'm going to give you an extra point. For
That
paunch.
was why so many professional dancers approach me in nightclubs. If I dance with you, I'll live to be 100.
Sure,
a paunch can so easily lead to crying on your own. If not managed properly.
Yes, that's so true.
I think you've curated yours very well.
I haven't created it, I've just mismanaged it.
Curated.
It's like, you know, when the Woodland Trust will sell you a forest?
Yeah.
And then it gets a bit overgrown.
Right, so what I'm looking for, we've all had one. We don't necessarily have one now, but we've all had one.
Who?
It's the placenta. In its time, it has performed the roles of the kidney, of the lungs, of the liver, the guts, the endocrine glands, disposed of waste. It is, because it's made by a woman, it is a multi-skilling organ.
And it's also a superfood.
Well, it's not scientifically proven,
No.
the whole eating the placenta thing. It's very trendy. The idea is that it is full of proteins, it's done all these things, but it's waste matter.
Do you know who eats placenta in the world?
Idiots.
Idiots.
Can you combine it with anything else?
Well, yes, you can. There are recipes. And I have some advice for preparing a placenta if anybody's interested. Clean it. First by draining all the blood, then rinsing it until it's pink. Then you'll have to cut away the umbilical cord and membranes. Once it's prepared, it's no different from something you'd get at the butcher's, so go ahead, roast, steam, sauté, flambe, whatever the culinary winds take you. Add herbs or garlic, if
So
you like.
essentially, it's like fish fingers.
You don't really often wash the blood off fish fingers.
I do, but quite often I've fallen over before deciding.
The only tribe that actually routinely eats the placenta are affluent people in the USA. In fact, the Royal College of Midwives says there is absolutely no evidence that it does you any good whatsoever.
So it's total trendy garbage.
Generally, it's a stupid idea.
I'd be more concerned because it's not readily available on the shelves.
Right.
If I ate it once and it became the food for me. Which made you change?
Yeah.
You know, I don't want to end up in a conversation going, oh, I'm not keen on Tesco's.
Yeah.
You know, I don't think theirs has been corn-fed. Just following, where can I get a placenta that I'm happy?
A free-range placenta.
Yeah.
Let's have a happy life.
I'm worried you'll be following heavily pregnant women around, just with your hands out, waiting.
You finished with that? You finished with that now?
Moving on to paleontology, we're going to place a tray of finds. There they are, you've got them. And I would like you to identify the fossil. So, now, you can use any part of your body except your hands. Thank you. So, how might you identify any of them?
They told me I wouldn't need my glasses.
OK, do you want to borrow mine? Here.
Yes.
There you go, sweetie.
Well, these are all pebbles from a standard British B-row. I got...
Okay.
So Phil is heading in the right direction.
Can I put it in my mouth?
No, you can't. Well, let's... Now, Terry...
Can I put it in my mouth?
is the right answer.
Good, good for her.
So they've got various ways of distinguishing fossils from plain old rocks, but one of the ways you do it is to lick them.
Oh, Jesus.
I'm gonna just pay no attention. I'm gonna lick this long one. Right?
That's actually a British sweet. That's yeah. You don't. Yeah, okay.
I really want to touch it.
No.
That's the ringtone I want.
It's hot in here. It's hot. It's hot in here, Sandy.
So first of all, you can tell by looking, and you can tell a bit by the texture. But if all else fails, you can identify the fossils by licking them. Which one do you think is the dinosaur bone?
Right. This little one.
So if you look up, see, it's A.
B.
It's A.
Oh, it's A.
Is the dinosaur bone? It's stickier than a normal stone because it's got calcium and it's porous.
Which ones did you lick?
It's stickier.
Just the one in the middle.
That's good.
You just licked the one in the middle.
Yeah.
OK, good.
OK, what I... as hot as when you did it, Terry, I'm honest.
Right, what am I...
B. Try B.
Try B?
Yeah, just have a lick of it. No, don't put it all in your mouth, then. Just lick it.
Just lick it. Hasn't anyone ever told you that?
It's dinosaur poo.
Right. Is it?
What's the correct word for dinosaur poo, or any poo?
Delicious.
Fossilized? It's a coprolite.
Yeah. OK.
So it would stick to the tongue. You don't necessarily have to touch them with your hands. There is a place in the United States called Big Bone Lick. It's in Kentucky. Have you been there?
I've never been to Big Bone Lick.
Oh, well.
That's so weird. It's on the top of my list now, though.
Name a Greek word with a silent P.
Enos.
Do you mean as in pterodactyl?
But why are you being klaxony?
Is that not Greek in origin?
It is Greek in origin.
So it has a silent P because we don't pronounce the P.
Well, I'm just trying to think of the other words, like psalm and philosophy and...
Philip. So, the fact is that English speakers dispense with them, but the Greeks do not. There are no silent Ps in Greek. So, for example, the letter P-S-I, all right, they have a single letter, and we pronounce it psi, but in Greek, that sound is more like the PS that we have in laps.
Oh, what about philosophy?
Well, philosophy doesn't work anyway, because that makes a F. So without the P, it's a hilosophy.
What about ptarmigan? You know the bird? Why do we think it's spelled in that way?
I think I've forgotten how to read because none of this is making any...
Do you know what a ptarmigan is?
A ptarmigan? It's like a little grouse, isn't it?
No, it's cheese. You grate it on your pasta.
Well, the ptarmigan is, in fact, a Gallic word, ptarmigan. And what happened was there was a man called Sir Robert Sibbald, and he wrongly assumed that it had been a Greek word of origin, and so he put a P in front of it. There is no need for the P to be there at all. It's not Greek in any way. It is simply a Scottish word that he misunderstood.
Do you know that's not quite interesting? It's riveting.
It is good, isn't it? So, Sir Robert Sibbald, I really like this, Alan. This got me very excited. He was the very first person to describe what creature scientifically.
Step away from the car. Is it the blue whale?
It is the blue whale, yes. Stranded in the Firth of Forth in 1692, and it was known for a very long time as Sibbald's Rorqual. So he got the ptarmigan wrong, but he did get the blue whale right, so I think that's pretty good. The silent Ps were all pronounced until the preposterous English purged them. Right, moving on. Which is worse, mild peril or moderate torture?
Well, torture sounds worse. So
Yeah, doesn't sound good,
I'm
does
going
it?
to say that.
But I imagine the other way on because people are often more frightened of things that haven't happened yet.
Yeah. So the British Board of Film Classification, which used to be the British Board of Film
right.
Censors,
Yes.
it not only awards films a certificate, but since 1997 it's provided a brief line of consumer advice of what to expect from the picture.
My favourite one is when
Yes.
it says, this film contains language.
OK,
That's right.
They used to have certain stock phrases, mild peril and moderate
I remember
torture.
that. I used to work at Odeon Cinema. Well, before they were Odeon, UCI Cinemas on the phones. And when that came in, we had to read it out. So you would say, OK, you've booked 4 tickets for Hellpalmer Fish. And please be aware that this film contains mild peril. And you would have to say, like, you booked 5 tickets for Harry Potter. Please be aware this film contains fantasy spiders.
Yeah.
I prefer the old system. Remember, it was U, A, double A, and X.
Yeah.
Do you remember that?
What was wrong with that? It worked.
That was fine, wasn't it? We all knew what it meant. X was... I mean, I missed the X, don't you?
Yeah, something to aim for.
X was very scary or very sexy.
Oh.
So now if I get to the letter X in the alphabet, just looking at an alphabet, I get aroused. The X Factor, I can't watch it because I'm...
Wow! So let's have a quick look at some advice. So you did tell us one already, contains mild language and horror, and
there you go,
fantasy
fantasy
spiders
yeah.
is indeed Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets. Let's see if you can guess what these other ones are. Contains strong language, violence and sex, all involving puppets.
This is...
5 minutes ago.
Is it Team America?
It is Team America.
Yeah, of course.
Absolutely right.
Love to.
Contains irresponsible behaviour.
Mr. Bean.
Yes, Mr. Bean's holiday.
Is it?
Absolutely right. Are you serious?
I've been waiting for this moment on cue.
How about this one? Dangerous behaviour, mild threat, innuendo, infrequent, mild, bad language.
QI.
Austin Powers?
No.
Is it something that is quite tame?
Yes, darling.
Is it Pingu?
It's Paddington.
Yeah. What's the bad language in Paddington?
I have no
Oh, actually, there was one bit where he said, "Where's my marmalade sandwich?" You
My favourite word in the English language. Okay, I want you, please, to tell me what 3 words describe exactly Alan's current position.
Is it full of regrets?
That's very good. Full of regret. Any other thoughts? 3 words.
Is what you're doing there deliberate, or is that just the way you sit?
Well, I'm just sitting on my hands, that's all.
Oh, is it sitting on hands?
So it could be. So in terms of where he is, his exact location, the only correct words are, in this exact order, joke, proof, value. It's Alan's precise current address, according to one of the most exciting things I've ever heard of, called What 3 Words. This is a British company, and they have divided the Earth's surface into squares which are 3 metres by 3 metres. So there's 57 trillion squares in total, and they have assigned each one a unique 3-word code. Now, what's amazing about it, you only need 40,000 words in order to make the system work. It was launched in 2013. It operates in 25 languages, and it has already been adopted by actual countries. So in Mongolia and the Ivory Coast, they're the first to adopt it as the official address system. So if you have a look here, Bingaville in Côte d'Ivoire, glitter drummers stepping is exactly that point. San Francisco, actors asking print is exactly that point. Coffee, fever, cans, California, USA.
But what about all the floors of the building? How does that work?
It would just be the square that you are in.
The square goes all the way up.
Yeah. But what it means is that, for example, if an ambulance is called or something, you can be pretty specific about exactly where you need to go. So the Eiffel Tower, shut tech requests, the front doorstep of Buckingham Palace, sound manual lungs, the top of Ayers Rock or Uluru, snake removes gymnast. Is the air being let out of you?
I can see the fascination
fashion. Did you just put the little thing in the side again?
The vase popped
And
up.
it just
I
pop
think
it
the
back
kids
in.
have been playing with it.
Oh, no, just stick it back in it.
To be old-fashioned.
Yeah.
But this seems to be overcomplicating things. Where do you live? Number 25, glittery bra coffee. It just...
We wouldn't need the 25, even.
Just glittery bra coffee.
The thing about it is that you couldn't confuse it with anywhere else in the world.
You say that, but people pissed in a cab. What's your address? It's glittery coffee bra, and then next thing you know, you're dropped off at like an airport in Nigeria.
We have actually written, using the What Three Word system, to the British Embassy in Mongolia. We sent them out some time ago. I have to tell you, they've not arrived yet. So...
Fuck's that. I know.
I think fuck's that is just outside of...
Who is wearing the pants in this picture?
Well, that's Abraham Lincoln, is it not?
Oh, God! Why is he not wearing the pants in this picture?
Oh, it's not him. Like, it's a Photoshop of him. Oh, no, painting shop.
A painting shop? OK, so there's a very, very famous portrait of the president, Abraham Lincoln. But in 1957, there was a photojournalist called Stefan Laurent, and he was getting together pictures of Abraham Lincoln for a book rather cunningly titled Lincoln, a picture story of his life, when he noticed that Lincoln had a mole, and in this picture, it was on the wrong side of his face. And he knew that because Lincoln's head appears on the $5 bill. There it is, and the head had been reversed. And this is a very early forerunner of Photoshop. Interestingly, the body is that of a Southern politician called John Calhoun, and he was vehemently pro-slavery. So the body of somebody who's very pro-slavery is being used for the portrait of a man who, in the end, managed to abolish slavery.
It was the Russians.
What?
The Russians that meddled.
Yes, I think you're right, and we'd know that from reading Lincoln's tweets.
Yes.
So it's a composite picture. It was done by an artist called Thomas Hicks, and he is not wearing the pants because it's nothing to do with his body. But manipulating images is one of the oldest things. So in 1939, there's a photograph of King George VI with the Canadian Prime Minister and the Queen Mother, and the Canadian Prime Minister wanted to use it for an election poster, and he thought he'd look stronger and more the man in charge if the King wasn't in the picture, so he was just removed.
Looks like a really easy game of spot the difference.
And another wonderful one, 1942, picture of Mussolini on a horse, and he thought he didn't look butch enough because there was a guy holding the horse, so the handler is, I don't know, gone, just disappeared entirely, so that Mussolini looked a bit more butch.
So this is the opposite of self-inserting.
Yeah. And in some cases, actual elimination. There's a very famous photo of Stalin with his secret police official, Nikolai Yezhov.
It's not so secret.
Well, he fell out of favour. He was executed.
Oh,
and then
he fell in the river, sorry.
No, well... but he was gone. He was gone from the picture and gone
Shame
from...
he's gone, he didn't just put someone else in.
What, like Mickey Mouse or something? Which of these punishments would you rather receive? The penalty of the sack, an Assyrian parking fine, or be forced to wear a drunkard's cloak?
No. Are they all worse than they sound?
Well, certainly the parking fines is hideous. So we're talking 700 BC. What do you think the parking fine might have been in 700?
I don't know, but I know after 30 days it doubles if you don't remember to pay.
What are you parking in Assyria?
Chariot or a horse or a camel or anything you like.
Where is Assyria? Is it Syria?
It's modern northern Iraq, southeastern Turkey, northwestern fringes of Iran. It's an area that's now divided up into other countries. And there was a king called Sennacherib, and he announced a parking restriction on the kingdom's royal road. So you couldn't build anything on it, you couldn't park your chariot out front, and if you did, you were impaled on a stake and planted in your own garden. That was the...
And that's for a single yellow or a double yellow?
What if your horse has just broken down?
Put his hazards on.
As long as he blinks, that's all right, the horse, all right.
But they actually had a sign that said, Royal Road, let no man decrease it, in Arcadian cuneiform.
You're saying it like it's more of a punishment in your own garden. Why is that bit so bad?
You might have landscaped.
Yeah.
You might have got your lovely front garden sorted, and then
Yeah.
you...
Yeah, you've just put the Lalande in, it's all looking nice.
You'd be like one of those weathercocks, wouldn't you? You'd swing around with the wind. And if you died like that, you could always point in the direction of the wind.
I just imagine if I don't know, say your husband has been impaled on a stake and planted in the garden, you spend all your time going, yeah, but where have you put the car?
Yeah, the horse is in a pound somewhere. Also impaled on a stake. I mean, they impaled the horse, not me.
Stashed all the parking tickets in its mouth. Look at them all. Look at how many you've ignored.
Right, well, other punishments, the penalty of the sack or drunkard's cloak. What do you fancy?
Penalty of the sack? It doesn't sound too bad. Maybe a waxing? Oh, no, that's not too bad.
A couple of clothes pegs.
It's called pianacule. It's an ancient Roman punishment for parricide. Anybody know what parricide is?
Parricide, killing someone in the family?
Killing your parents. It involved being whipped, stitched into a leather sack and thrown into the sea. The Emperor Hadrian adjusted the law by including animals in the sack, along with the victims. You might have a dog or a cockerel, a snake or a monkey. We're not really sure whether that was just a deterrent or they really did look for the animals, but we do know it survived into the 18th century in Germany, and monkeys and snakes really hard to source. So in 1715...
Oh, I thought you meant when you're cooking them, sorry.
Oh, I see, yeah. No, what, you'd have a Bernays meat or something, yeah. So they were very difficult to source. So in 1715, there was one man who was sacked with a dog, a cockerel, a cat, and a picture of a snake.
It's the thought that counts.
Mind
Drawn
that
by a
frame.
child.
Yeah. What about the drunkard's cloak?
Is it something metallic that is impaled upon you?
No, wooden. In the 1640s, and I think you're going to find this hard to credit, Newcastle upon Tyne had a problem with drunkenness in the streets.
Oh, shut up.
So the initial punishment was to put the offender in the stocks, but if that didn't work, they would take a barrel and they would cut the bottom off it and they would cut holes like this, one for the head, two for the hands, and they would force the drunk to parade around town.
I think he's more of a medium. He's wearing an extra large there, and it's not hugging in the right places. That's not overly flattering.
It looks as if he's about to tell quite a fun story.
Yeah. All I did was park the chariot.
It's a very unfortunate outfit because drunk people fall over a lot. If he falls over, he's not getting back up very easily.
He could end up miles away. Over a waterfall.
Is anybody a fan of Lord of the Rings?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
So the guy who came up with the technology, Gamgee...
Samwise Gamgee.
Yes,
Frodo's best friend.
So?
Who never let him down, no matter what anyone said.
I'll stay with you, Master Frodo. Give me your hand. Get what I do. Give your hand.
I don't know if I fancy you more or less, Mel.
I'm going to go with less.
Hados Hedos Legolas. That's sit down Legolas.
It's definitely less.
Anyway, he is named
After that man?
No, not after him, after his brother. His brother was called J. Samson Gamgee.
Yeah.
And he is the person who invented that surgical dressing where you get cotton wool between two pieces of absorbent gauze.
Oh, yeah.
And so he was known as Samson Gamgee, and Sam Gamgee is most likely that Tolkien got the name from him. Which is my connection between the Hobbits and ice skating just for you as a Christmas present.
Brilliant.
I auditioned for The Hobbit.
What? Did you? I don't know if I fancy you more or more.
Yeah, well, I didn't get it.
To be what, then?
The Hobbit.
Bilbo, you auditioned to be Bilbo Baggins.
I auditioned to be Bilbo Baggins, and the day before...
I'm going to blow your mind now, but go on, carry on.
They brought down the maximum height. And my agent phoned me and she said, how tall are you? And I said, I'm 5'6½". And
how tall do you want me to be? That's what you said. Never accept the premise of the question. Find out what they want.
So you didn't go?
No, they said we brought down the maximum height, but I still qualified. I was short enough to be a hobbit.
And?
I went. And I was dog shit.
I also auditioned for something in that.
Did you?
Now, they said you'll be 4 hours a day in makeup in New Zealand. Is that OK? And I went, yep.
How tall are you?
How tall do you want me to be?
I went for a part for Frodo.
Did you?
Yeah, and they went, you're a bit tall, you look more like an elf, get out.
I'm anyone who didn't audition.
You're sides and everything.
I don't think you'd have been professional on set.
I wouldn't have been.
Yeah,
I
she'd
would
have
have
been
so
like, can someone
excited.
remove this crying woman, please?
Here we go. What mistake did Picasso make when he painted this?
He put lots of glue on the frame.
Yeah, they can't get their hands
Can't
up.
get their hands up. Oh, no! Picasso's done the gluey frame thing again.
He left 2 snooker referees holding it.
Does anybody know what the picture is?
It's Marie-Therese Walter.
Yes.
She was underage, but no, I don't know.
She was 17.
Yeah.
She was underage for what?
For doing what he was doing with her.
Yeah.
He was 45 when they met. She's Picasso's mistress. But when he painted this, who didn't know that she existed in his life?
Oh, his wife?
Yeah, so the mistake was, even with the picture looking like that, his wife, Olga Koklova, recognised that it was somebody else. So that's Marie-Therese Walter on the left there.
He picked her up, didn't he? He's
Yes.
What did he...
Like, he's like, come on, I reckon I'm Pablo Picasso. I don't know, it's not a
Is
horse.
she a horse?
Basically, he wasn't a nice guy. He wasn't
Oh, no,
very-
he's a prick biscuit.
Yes.
That's a horse. Prick biscuit.
I bet on that. 2-1, brick biscuits. Of the 7 most important women in his life, 2 killed themselves and 2 went mad. It's not a good track record, frankly.
No.
We've got a picture of La Rêve, which is the dream, which also has Marie-Therese.
It's
Look
also
on the-
got his cock on her face.
Yes.
Just...
If you look at the one on the right, that's his penis on top of her head.
Isn't that part of her head?
No.
Yeah.
Well, it was when he put it there.
Yeah.
Oh, no, I see, yes.
Yeah.
Look.
Yeah. That. So
Do you think, did he say, yeah, that's my penis? Or did he just accidentally...
Basically, it's an erotic thing. It's that she's dreaming about sex as well as enjoying it.
That's terrible nap technique. Like, what can I do?
You get so stiff in
Yeah,
the neck.
that's true.
It's so stiff, did you say?
Stiff in the neck.
It looks like she's on a plane, doesn't it? Very small seat, and he's the row behind putting his cock on her.
This is the kind of art criticism you rarely see. Question about proximity. So, I want to ask you.
She's only just got casters. Stop now, couldn't you?
Am I close enough to trigger your reaction bubbles?
Without a shadow of a doubt.
Is it uncomfortable at all?
No, just feeling it now.
Yeah. So why is it uncomfortable? Does anybody...
No, don't go. We were so close.
Anybody know why that might be uncomfortable?
But, proximity.
Yeah, it is. It's the study of proxemics. It's the discipline of studying the space that we keep between ourselves. So, the founder of it is a US cultural anthropologist called Edward Twitchell Hall. You're right. And he...
Are you coming to me?
No, darling, you're OK, because you might get injured. So there are 4 main zones, and you can see it up here. First of all, we have the public space. That is the distance at which you are comfortable.
No, there's zone 6
addressing.
as well.
Oh, yes,
Go
that's
right.
true. So the distance at which you feel comfortable addressing a crowd. Then there is social distance. That's where I would interact with my acquaintances. And then there is personal distance, which is coming up to 4 feet. So that's for friends and family. Now, I'm going to pick you. This is intimate distance, OK? I've never met you before, have I?
No, Mum.
Ladies and gentlemen, my son, Theo. So, personal space. I wouldn't actually have done that to a stranger because I'm too shy. It would have been awful.
Oh, just thank God it actually is your son. Yeah. Everything was wrong with that. Mainly the fact that he said no, Mum. If that wasn't your son, that would
It'd be a terrible way to find out, wouldn't it? Wow. So personal space, it depends slightly on your culture. For example, a North American in an Arabic country might come across as unfriendly or uninterested. And there are lots of people who use it as a power tool. So President Johnson, he was the person who followed after Kennedy. He used it all the time to dominate. It was called the Johnson treatment. I mean, look at him with that guy. He was 6'3" and very heavily built, and he used to push his face right into personal space. And it doesn't feel comfortable even looking at it, does it? It sets up our fight and flight response if somebody's too close.
I'm definitely that person. I am the one. At a party, everyone's moving around the room as I get closer and closer and closer. My husband, it was 5 years before he'd even put a kiss at the end of an email. I think it's nice to get close.
Was your family very kind of touchy-feely?
Yeah, touchy-feely, shouty, ragey. There is a sort of nationality thing. My very British husband, you know, he's a bit Scottish, a bit Welsh, a bit... What? Kisses on an email? We're not even married. Whereas, with my more kind of exotic blood...
Yeah.
Let's all sit on each other's laps. Let's do it now, Phil.
Yeah, go on, Phil.